Slavery's Capitalism. A New History of American Economic Development. Edited by Sven Beckert and Seth Rockman. Introduction. Slavery's Capitalism. Sven Beckert and Seth Rockman. During the 80 years between the American Revolution and the Civil War, slavery was indispensable to the economic development of the United States. Such a claim is at once self-evidently true and empirically obscure. A scholarly revolution over the past 2 decades, which brought mainstream historical accounts into line with long-standing positions in Africana and Black studies, has recognized slavery as the foundational American institution, organizing the nation's politics, legal structures, and cultural practices with remarkable power to determine the life chances of those moving through society as black or white. An outpouring of scholarship on 19th-century public health, criminal justice, foreign policy, popular culture, and patterns of everyday life leaves little doubt that the new United States was a slave-holding republic. In comparison, only a small segment of recent scholarship has grappled with the economic impact of slavery. Only in the past several years has scholarship on finance, accounting, management, and technology allowed us to understand American economic development as slavery's capitalism. And only now is there enough momentum to leverage some basic facts that slave-grown cotton was the most valuable export made in America, that the capital stored in slaves exceeded the combined value of all the nation's railroads and factories, that foreign investment underwrote the expansion of plantation lands in Louisiana and Mississippi, that the highest concentration of steam power in the United States was to be found along the Mississippi rather than on the Merrimack. Into a fundamental rethinking of American history itself. 2. 19th-century Americans had little difficulty grasping slavery's capitalism. Advocates of national economic development presumed the reciprocal relationship of the slave-holding and non-slave-holding states, as well as the mutual interests of the slaveholder, manufacturer, and merchant. On the White Mountains of New Hampshire we find the sugar of Louisiana, and in the plains beyond the Mississippi the cotton cloths of Rhode Island are domesticated, explained the famed editor Hezekiah Niles in 1827. Abolitionists such as William Lloyd Garrison recognized the North as a partner in iniquity and credited the Panic of 1837 with delivering a deserved ruin to those New York City mercantile firms engaged in commerce with the South. In turn, Southern nationalists lambasted Northern sanctimoniousness. Many of the abolitionists of the present day affect to have such tender consciences, and to feel such abhorrence of slavery, that they declare they will not wear the cotton of the South, because it has been cultivated by slaves, observed the Baltimore minister Alexander McCain. Yet, these extremely sensitive, and preeminently holy characters, feel no qualms of conscience, to sell Southern planters their boots and shoes, their Negro cloth, and all the etc. that make up a cargo of Yankee notions, and put the money, arising from the labor of slaves, in their pockets. Indeed, an 1845 manufacturing census found that nearly half the woolens manufacturers in Rhode Island produced textiles for plantation markets. A South Carolina industrialist such as William Gregg might rightfully lament that such thriving northern cities as Bridgeport, Connecticut, had been built by the capital of Charleston, while a compatriot writing in DeBow's Review could declare slavery the nursing mother of the prosperity of the North. 3. The escalation of political tensions in the 1850s generated ever more vivid renderings of the economic relationship between the sections. The New England minister Orpheus Lanphier described slavery as a huge serpent menacing northern capital, trade, and manufactures. Its hiss was heard in the stock market, and in the counting house, making the very ledgers tremble in their cases. It was audible in the whirl of every spindle, and the vibration of every loom, in the muttering of every water wheel, and in the whistle of every engine, and rang its menace along the edge of the ship carpenter's adze. Those attempting to stave off disunion tabulated Southern wealth and Northern profits and championed a national economy that emanated from the cotton fields of Mississippi and Louisiana and flowed into every corner of prosperity in New England. Every man at the North, who makes a plow, a hoe, a shovel, or a cotton gin, to aid the production of cotton, should be counted as a hand engaged in that crop, argued one advocate of reconciliation. It was a familiar refrain that the North was poised to kill the goose that has laid their golden egg for. That the plantation and the factory composed a coherent national economy was less controversial 175 years ago than it is today. Although such a claim may now appear straightforward to academic historians, we nonetheless remain in the early stages of scholarly discovery. The argument is more easily asserted than substantiated. Like Abraham Lincoln in his second inaugural address, we know that slavery was somehow tied to the particular instantiation of capitalism in the United States, but the actual how remains elusive. The long-held presumption of slavery's prima facie irrelevance to capitalism has left us without many of the crucial details necessary to grasp slavery's influence on American economic development. The perception of slavery as an inefficient way of organizing labor and a hindrance to economic development stretches back to the 18th century and still appears commonsensical in the wake of the industrializing North's victory over the slave-holding South in the Civil War. Historians have until recently excluded the slave-holding regions of the United States from the so-called transition to capitalism and have looked elsewhere for the market revolution that channeled larger and larger segments of American life toward the cash nexus. Slaveholders declared themselves the antagonists of capitalism, making South Carolina's John C. Calhoun, in Richard Hofstadter's memorable phrase, the marks of the master class. In turn, the North's familiar forms of entrepreneurship, innovation, and market competition beg the counterfactual claim that the American economic takeoff could have happened without slavery. Perhaps it might have, but the fact remains that it didn't. Nor does it matter that we can locate other capitalist societies that developed without slavery, or other slave societies that possessed few traits of capitalism. 5 As capitalism expanded from within the world market it had created, slavery came to play a central, even decisive, role first in the Caribbean and Latin America, and then in North America, tightly connected to the world-altering Industrial Revolution and the so-called Great Divergence. By virtue of our nation's history, American slavery is necessarily imprinted on the DNA of American capitalism. However, we are only now cataloging the dominant and recessive traits passed down since the first enslaved Africans arrived in the British colonies that would become the United States. It is plainly obvious that the history of American capitalism is a history with slavery, yet it remains to be shown how exactly slavery is embedded within that larger story of capitalism. Other capitalist nations have a substantial head start searching for the place of slavery in their specific developmental paths. More than 70 years ago, the Afro-Caribbean intellectual Eric Williams advanced one of the most powerful though often ignored arguments in modern historiography, namely, that the story of British economic development was inextricably linked to West Indian slavery. First, profits derived from slave-grown sugar and the transatlantic slave trade underwrote the Industrial Revolution that gave England the world's first modern economy. Only once this new manufacturing regime had taken hold and profits from slavery appeared less certain in comparison did British abolition of the slave trade become economically viable and ideologically useful. Williams's Capitalism and Slavery has structured an ongoing and contentious debate over the relationship of slavery's profits to the rise of industrial capitalism and the timing of abolition. 6 Williams's British story is often universalized to assert that nothing new remains to be discovered about slavery's centrality to American capitalism, a perception perhaps enhanced by the enduring richness of scholarship on slavery and the British Empire, as exemplified by Sidney Mintz's Sweetness and Power, Joseph E. Inacory's Africans and the Industrial Revolution in England, Nicholas Draper's The Price of Emancipation, and most recently Catherine Hall's Legacies of British Slave Ownership, Colonial Slavery and the Formation of Victorian Britain. 7. While the relationship of slavery to British economic development has generated a robust scholarship, research on slavery's importance to American capitalism has been episodic. Philip Foner's 1941 account of New York merchants' deep ties to the cotton trade. A brief mention of the value of North-South trade in Douglas E. North's 1961 volume of Economic History, Barrington Moore's reference of the importance of slave-grown cotton to American capitalism, James Oakes's 1982 argument for slaveholders as robust devotees of liberal conceptions of private property, John Ashworth's 1995 effort to link slave resistance in the South to middle-class sensibility in the North, Adrian Davis's powerful naming of slavery's sexual political economy of coerced reproduction, and Robin Einhorn's 2006 study of slavery as foundational to the American love of low taxes offer select examples of empirical work that embed slavery in U.S. economic development. Only over the last 20 years could one assemble a convincing bibliography, running from Ronald Bailey's Survey of the Slave, Trade to David Waldstreicher's account of Benjamin Franklin's extensive entanglements with bound labor. 8. Yet many of the most basic facts about the role of slavery in American economic development remain unknown. To explain the relative inattentiveness of American history as told over much of the last century would take a volume unto itself, grappling with the legacies of a Jim Crow regime of white supremacy that excluded black Americans from the national story and access to the institutional means of changing it, and of a Cold War that required touting the superiority of America's free enterprise system and its indivisible link to democracy, and with a neoliberal economic ideology in the present that presumes markets will inevitably maximize human freedom rather than constrain, and commodify, it. The persistent erasure of slavery from American history and memory is precisely why new research on slavery's importance for American capitalism is worthy of media coverage, as evidenced by the publicity given to recent books, such as Greg Grandin's Empire of Necessity, Sven Beckert's Empire of Cotton, and Edward Baptist's The Half Has Never Been Told. 9. This flourish of attention seemed purely aspirational when scholars gathered in 2011 for the Slavery's Capitalism Conference, sponsored jointly by Brown University and Harvard University. The conveners recognized that many historians, graduate students and senior scholars alike were conducting the archival research necessary to sustain a slavery-centered account of American economic development. A critical mass of dissertations and monographs would provide an empirical basis for challenging slavery's presumptive remoteness to the main story of innovation, entrepreneurship, and finance at the heart of American capitalism. Although terms like complicity had already become shorthand for slavery's lengthy economic reach, capitalism's specific connection to slavery was coming into focus only thanks to the collective efforts of scholars working on different pieces of the puzzle. An outgrowth of that original conference, this volume is intended to provide the most multidimensional account to date of slavery as a constitutive element of American capitalism. The story begins with the exploitative labor regime of the plantation itself, but quickly expands outward along the nation's financial and mercantile networks to infuse the broader cultures and practices of American business, for that labor regime sustained a political economy that predicated liberal capitalism's unrivaled opportunities on the unforgiving oppression of chattel slavery. And the story does not end at the nation's borders. As the primary supplier of cotton, the commodity at the heart of the first industrial revolution, the United States occupied a distinctive position in the global economy. American reliance on world markets to vend cotton and supply capital shaped the nation's political economy in ways that would ultimately limit the life expectancy of slavery's capitalism and make way for the more recognizable iterations of industrial and financial capitalism of the late 19th and 20th centuries. The rediscovery of slavery. To recognize slavery's national reach and to argue for its national economic importance is to challenge one of the most persistent myths in American history, namely, that slavery was merely a regional institution, surely indispensable for understanding the South, but a geographically confined system of negligible importance to the nation as a whole. As one scholar has recently put it, U.S. historians traditionally have treated slavery rather like an extended cul-de-sac, an interesting road full of twists, turns, and unexpected consequences, but ultimately a dead end in the path towards the nation's modern political and economic institutions. 10. If a new consensus is emerging, one that instead treats slavery as the interstate highway system of the American past, its origins can be traced to several distinctive conversations in the scholarship, as well as to a swell of public interest and social activism. The growing awareness of slavery's national reach, for example, owes less to the accomplishments of academic historians than to the dogged work of legal activists, investigative journalists, and museum curators. A political movement for reparations gained traction in the 1990s, marked by Randall Robinson's compelling "The Dead, What America Owes to Blacks," Representative John Conyers' proposed legislation to study slavery's legacies, and Dedria farmer Pa Elman's federal lawsuit against Aetna for its issuance of slave life insurance policies. Although reparations claims yielded no success in the courtroom, the threat of lawsuits initiated by Harvard Law School professor Charles J. Ogletree, Jr., and the Reparations Coordinating Committee pressured banks, insurance firms, and universities to delve into their records and publicize historical ties to slavery. One outcome was Brown University's multi-year study of the Atlantic slavery origins of the wealth of their first benefactors and namesake, and, in turn, subsequent self-studies at Emory University, the College of William and Mary, the University of Virginia, and Harvard University, among others. Additional pressure came from state and municipal disclosure ordinances that required firms like J.P. Morgan and Wachovia to reveal slave mortgages held by predecessor banks. Such revelations made front-page news in the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post. 11 Calls for reparations dissipated after 2008 and the election of President Barack Obama, but are now gaining a new hearing as the administration of America's first black president comes to a close. A more global discussion of reparations has also accompanied the recent efforts of Caribbean nations to press claims against European nations such as Britain and France in the diplomatic realm. A lightning rod political issue, reparations talk has created a heated but ultimately productive exploration of slavery as the material basis of present-day economic inequalities, enabling both American wealth and American poverty. Other contemporary social movements, such as the global fight against human trafficking, have also served to show that modern capitalist economies harbor no inherent antipathy to coerced labor. 12. The American public has also confronted slavery with greater frequency in popular media, museum exhibitions, and political controversies. In the midst of the Civil War sesquicentennial, commentator Charles Blow observed, "America has slavery on the brain these days." The first 3 months of 2014 witnessed the comedian Larry Wilmore denouncing slavery as economic theft on The Daily Show, a slave rebellion serving as the setting for a highly popular video game, and 12 Years a Slave garnering an Academy Award. A wider, and younger, segment of the American population than ever before has been asked to surrender misleading perceptions of slavery as tangential to the national past. Slavery often bubbles to the surface of the national political and cultural discourse in response to tragedy, such as the 2015 massacre at Charleston's Emanuel AME Church. The subsequent removal of the Confederate battle flag from the grounds of several Southern state houses provided opportunity for a public discussion of the Confederacy's investment in slavery. Sustained attention to police violence against black bodies, political mobilization against mass incarceration, and student protest against racial exclusion on college campuses have created new space to consider slavery and its legacies in American society. 13. Over the past 15 years, journalists and museum interpreters in New England and the Mid-Atlantic states have taken an unsparing look at their region's relationship to slavery. The mythology of a free North has withered under the impressive investigative reporting of the Hartford Courant and Providence Journal and the efforts of numerous public history sites to highlight the region's material investment in slavery. The New York Historical Society's blockbuster 2005 exhibit, Slavery in New York, poignantly featured an installation of a television monitor mimicking the screen design of a present-day financial news network, but with the prices of slaves, cotton, sugar, and rum flying along the so-called crawl, as runaway slave advertisements scrolled down the side of the screen. The slave labor origins of cotton now figure more prominently in National Park Service exhibitions in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, and Lowell, Massachusetts, while local historical societies, libraries, and house museums have rethought exhibitions and devoted substantial programming to the North's ties to slavery. Traces of the Trade, a story from the Deep North, a 2008 documentary about the descendants of the leading slave trading family of Bristol, Rhode Island, has been screened hundreds of times on college campuses, at film festivals, and for community groups. The new understanding of slavery's importance to the national story is scarcely universal among the American public. Just wait a week for another politician or celebrity to make an ill-informed statement about the causes of the Civil War or the romance of the plantation, but the present moment seems particularly auspicious for rethinking American economic history through the lens of slavery. Point 14. Likewise, several new directions in historical scholarship support a reconsideration of the economic past of the United States. Global and imperial frameworks, for example, situate the United States in longer developmental trajectories, including those that foreground Atlantic slavery in early modern global integration, interrogate the so-called rise of the West, or posit the inseparability of racism and capitalism as social formations. Such perspectives, while currently much in vogue, have a distinguished lineage. More than a century ago, W.E.B. Du Bois recognized American slavery as an outgrowth of European colonialism, and scholars such as Stuart Hall, Eric Wolfe, Cedric J. Robinson, and Robin Blackburn have long situated the plantation-driven economies of British North America and the subsequent United States within an international history of capitalism and empire. Point 15. Economic history has more recently explored comparative questions, puzzling over the late emergence of England as a rival to China for global economic dominance. Slave mined silver in the Americas first provided European empires the opportunity to gain access to Chinese markets and consumer goods, and slave-grown agricultural commodities gave England specifically the possibility of supplanting China by escaping the environmental constraints on its population growth. As Kenneth Pomeranz has argued, one factor in England's ability to break the Malthusian trap was that nation's access to calories and fibers in the form of sugar and cotton harvested on American plantations. Such research has recognized slavery's material contributions to the process of global integration and the takeoff that gave modern capitalism its fundamental structures of production and consumption and enabled the emergence of the great inequalities that have characterized our world during the past 300 years. Point 16. In its attentiveness to extractive environmental regimes, transoceanic flows of coerced labor, and the racial ideology undergirding settler colonialism, this early modern history has an analog in recent work on empire in the late 19th and 20th centuries. Bringing together insights from critical geography, subaltern studies, and other fields, scholars of modern empire have stressed the enduring importance of plantation agriculture on the periphery to culture and capital in the metropole. Point 17. Collectively, the new scholarship on early modern economic history and the history of modern empires beckon historians of the early republic and antebellum United States to recognize American history as resolutely swept up in and certainly not an exception to the broader currents of world history. Equally encouraging has been a new history of capitalism, one that brings business history, labor history, and political economy together under a single umbrella to challenge the perception of capitalism as an inevitable or natural system of organizing markets. One finds a growing number of undergraduate courses and doctoral seminars devoted to the history of capitalism, and an outpouring of recent scholarship has eclectically deployed the methods of cultural, legal, social, and political history to explore regulatory regimes, business practices, commodity flows, and concepts such as risk, profit, and failure. One distinguishing characteristic of the field has been its departure from Marxist theorizations that separate slavery and capitalism into antithetical modes of production, but neither does the field embrace neoclassical and neoliberal certainties regarding the tendencies of markets to maximize freedom. Point 18. In formulating a more contingent narrative of capitalist development, scholars have looked outside England and beyond factory wage labor to create an origin story that assimilates the Atlantic plantation complex. The historian John Tutino, for example, has claimed a foundational role for the Bajío region of Spanish North America, where ambitious entrepreneurs and workers of diverse legal statuses and racial identities created a vibrant capitalist economy in the 17th and 18th centuries. Such flexible labor regimes positioned enslaved Africans alongside other unfree or marginal workers to make capitalism's defining characteristic the general commodification of labor, begetting the motley Atlantic proletariat of Peter Linnebaugh and Marcus Rediker. From the perspective of global labor history, Marcel van der Linden has argued that the most fully capitalist society of the Atlantic world might have been the island of Barbados, circa 1650.19. Historians of capitalism have also made slavery foundational to the history of finance. Capitalist understandings of risk and financial liability gained their clearest articulation in the maritime insurance cases resulting from disastrous slaving voyages, while slave life insurance policies transformed death into a site of speculation. Global financial crises such as the South Sea Bubble and the Panic of 1837 emerged from ruptures in the credit networks that financed slave sales, plantation purchases, and speculation in cotton and sugar. 20 Whereas an older scholarship saw capitalism and abolitionism as concurrent and mutually reinforcing, newer work highlights the material and ideological convergence of capitalism and slavery in the dynamic emergence of long-distance markets for financial securities, agricultural commodities, and labor power. 21 While the essays in this volume do not provide an explicit theorization of the relationship between capitalism and slavery, they show how slavery became central to and perhaps even constitutive of a particular moment in the history of capitalism, and how slavery helped constitute capitalist modernity in the workplace, the counting house, the countryside, and the factory. In a reciprocal set of scholarly developments, historians of slavery are increasingly attentive to the institution's economic dimensions, recognizing the entrepreneurial innovation, rational calculation, and sophisticated coordination mechanisms that made human bondage a big business. The economic history of slavery has labored in the shadows of the interpretive controversies surrounding the 1974 publication of Robert Fogel and Stanley N. German's Time on the Cross, criticized for its cold quantification of human suffering and, in the context of contemporary debates, its important conclusion that the South's violent regime of plantation labor was economically efficient. Fogel's subsequent Without Consent or Contract, 1989, strove to distinguish between the system's productivity and its inherent status as a moral abomination. 22 More recently, economic and business historians have focused on the transatlantic slave trade, drawing on the remarkable database of 35,000 voyages, spanning 1514 to 1866, compiled by David Eltis and numerous international collaborators. Since first published in CD-ROM format in 1999 and enlarged a decade later as an open-access website, Voyages, the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database has allowed researchers to grasp the systematic dimensions of the Middle Passage. Stephen Birerand, for example, discovered the trade's seasonal rhythms, as Liverpool merchants carefully coordinated markets for sailing vessels, maritime labor, trade goods, food provisions, and capital in Europe with comparable markets for provisions and slaves in West Africa and the seasonality of demand for slaves in the Americas. Having mastered these transaction cycles, British traders transformed the Atlantic slave trade from a set of high-risk speculative enterprises into a routinized and predictable source of profit. The perspective of business history has informed recent studies of investor tolerance for risk in slaving voyages, mechanisms of mercantile trust in West African ports, ship captains' decision-making at sea, and the remittance procedures for slave purchases in the Americas. 23 To come at slavery as only a set of economic practices remains fraught, and scholars generally strive not to confuse human captives struggling for survival with the passive widgets of an introductory microeconomics textbook. A crime against humanity is never reducible to a negative externality. Nonetheless, approaching slavery in transactional terms reveals the institution's fundamental consistency with the emerging business practices and market logic of capitalism, and even its constitutive role. Scholars of slavery have gone further to recognize the technologies of capitalism as indispensable to transforming human beings into commodities. For a Yoruba man or an Igbo woman to become a slave required more than the violent extraction of individuals from their natal communities. It involved practices of quantification and abstraction to render people into units of exchange, an epistemological shift made manifest, as Stephanie Smallwood has argued, in the account books of Atlantic slaving vessels and other mundane commercial paperwork. Marcus Rediker has urged attention to the slave ship as something more than a means of conveyance, as a technology of race-making that transformed Wolof Muslims, Biafran farmers, and Akan soldiers into Negroes for sale in the Americas. Before the word factory invoked sites of industrial production in Europe, it referred to, among other places, the slave trading depots on the West African coast, whence ocean-going ships and merchants' account books created racialized subjects and transformed them into commodities. Scholars of Atlantic slavery, such as Jennifer Morgan, have recognized women's reproductive labor as the fundamental mechanism of wealth creation for American slaveholders, who appropriated generations of black children for the perpetuation of generations of white wealth. The focus on women's reproductive labor remains strong in new scholarship on the 19th century United States as well. 24. One of the most promising new paradigms in the scholarship is that of second slavery, first suggested by Dale Talmage and weaving together transnational and imperial frameworks, the history of capitalism, and the study of slavery as a profit-seeking enterprise. In the wake of the Haitian Revolution and the Anglo-American withdrawal from the transatlantic slave trade in 1808, it might have seemed reasonable to doubt slavery's longevity in the Americas. But instead of getting weaker in the ensuing decades, slavery found a second life in Cuba, in Brazil, and on the southwestern lands acquired by the United States through the Louisiana Purchase and the dispossession of the Creeks and other Indian nations. Instead of being ruled by a distant colonial power, slaveholders in these places now ruled themselves and steered the state apparatus toward the specific protection of their interests and the consolidation of their authority. They pursued ever more regimented systems of plantation labor in the production of sugar, cotton, and coffee, and they applied steam engine technology to the processing and transportation of agricultural commodities for market. They aggressively imported slaves, whether through a domestic trade that carried more than 1 million African Americans from the eastern seaboard of the United States to the cotton frontier of the Gulf Coast, or through an African slave trade that brought workers to Cuba and Brazil in numbers that mocked English efforts to police Atlantic sea lanes. With particular attention to the slave plantation as a site of modernity, the second slavery paradigm urges scholars to rethink the fundamental processes of 19th-century history: industrialization, bureaucratization, mass migration, nationalism, and imperialism, for example through the prism of slavery. 25. From the vantage of the current political and cultural moment in the United States, the time appears right to construct a new narrative of American economic development. Writing the history of the United States, and writing the history of slavery into the center of the national narrative and not, as previously, relegating it to its margins, does not signify that global perspectives do not matter. Quite the contrary, both capitalism and slavery can be properly understood only from a global perspective. Yet their histories also unfolded within particular national spaces and were shaped by specific distributions of social power and politics therein. As the advent and expansion of capitalism went hand in hand with the formation of states, the one enabling the other, slavery, just as much, was facilitated, regulated, and policed by states, which in turn grew some of their strength from the wages of slavery. 26 States forged national political economies and provided the stage on which political conflicts unfolded. Slavery's history, and thus slavery's capitalism, rested on institutional arrangements, the outcome of political struggles and bureaucratic, administrative, legal, and infrastructural capacities that were defined, negotiated, and constructed within national political spaces. The American nation-state matters, furthermore, as a set of institutions, shared cultures, and political possibilities. Policymakers, planners, and politicians are invested in national economies, but so are radicals and reformers who seek to direct state power toward the more equitable distribution of resources. National histories inform civic culture and either enable or impede claims to social justice. This function is especially clear for the United States, a self-proclaimed land of opportunity in which the legal enslavement of a substantial segment of its population has rarely figured in accounts of its rise to economic dominance. To that end, This book concerns itself with the national economy of the United States during its first decades, not as a self-contained space but as an important political arena in which strands of the story of slavery's capitalism unfolded and in which answers to its legacy need to be found. Moreover, so long as the United States grapples with the legacies of its slave-holding past, it remains useful to understand those legacies in the precise terms of American national history. Plantation technologies. The relationship of slavery to American capitalism rightfully begins on the plantation, where enslaved workers grew the cotton that made the United States into the 19th century version of what Saudi Arabia would become with respect to oil in the 20th, a place that became vastly wealthy as the largest producer of the commodity most desired by the world's industrial regimes. Eli Whitney's 1793 invention of the cotton gin is where the story typically begins, and, although hackneyed, the truth remains that American cotton production took off almost immediately. Annual production rose from 8 million pounds in 1795 to 48 million pounds in 1801 and 80 million pounds in 1806, at which point U.S. production exceeded that of the British West Indies and accounted for the bulk of the cotton imported by English manufacturers. Already cotton was the most valuable thing made in America, and propelled the conquest and development of the Lower South in the aftermath of the Louisiana Purchase and the Creek Wars of the 1810s. The Virginian Benjamin Parker put it most bluntly when he arrived in Alabama in 1835, "This is one of the finest countries for making money I ever saw." 27. Enslaved African Americans were the pioneers who felled trees, leveled fields, and transformed conquered Indian lands into the fertile plantations of Alabama and Mississippi. The ever-expanding demand for forced labor on this cotton frontier launched an internal slave trade that would ultimately relocate 1 million black men, women, and children from their birthplaces on the eastern seaboard to the new states of what was then considered the American Southwest. Slave trading firms in cities like Baltimore and Richmond used new technologies like steamboats to move captives to New Orleans, where slaves were repackaged as consumer goods and sold on terms of credit that linked aspiring planters to banks and bondholders thousands of miles away. The domestic slave trade witnessed some of the crassest entrepreneurship anywhere in the 19th century and helped transform slavery into something more than a labor system, a property regime in which wealth could be stored, transferred, leveraged, collateralized, and bequeathed through black men, women, and children held under legal title. 28. To start in the South might seem counterintuitive in the face of the long-standing scholarly tendency to cast the region as pre-modern and its richest men as something other than capitalists. The work of Eugene Genovese and Elizabeth Fox Genovese fashioned a distinctive Southern civilization that repudiated any notion that market forces should govern human relations. Slavery in this regard was not human commodification taken to its extreme but rather a system of organic social relations that nurtured a preternaturally old South. Only in recent years has the history of the antebellum South been rewritten as a quest for modernity and an embrace of progress. 29 Prominent slaveholders rallied behind scientific agriculture and transformed plantations into sites of business innovation. Literally the nation's first big businesses, plantations managed large labor forces. How many northern enterprises had more than 20 workers, through factory-like modes of regimentation, careful accounting practices, and the active pursuit of industrial machinery. By 1860, for example, nearly 80% of Louisiana's sugar mills relied on steam engines, creating what Richard Follett has called the most heavily capitalized and investment-rich agricultural region in the country. Pretenses of paternalism went hand in hand with practices of profit maximization and an unrivaled investment in the sanctity of private property rights, making it increasingly fruitless now to saddle slaveholders with labels like proto- or quasi-capitalist. 30. One of the most astounding productivity improvements during the 19th century had nothing to do with machinery but rather with the human capacity to perform agricultural labor with one's hands. According to Edward Baptist, the daily amount of cotton that enslaved men or women picked increased 400% between the 1810s and the 1850s, owing to advances in the disciplinary technologies brought to bear on plantation management. Baptist proposes torture as the most apt explanation for the new efficiencies of field labor. The violence of the lash, in the field and at the weighing house, pushed workers to ever greater feats of picking. Most notably, daily quotas were not determined by customary measurements, the task, but were set individually, written on slate boards where they could be adjusted upward based on the previous day's intake. Baptist considers the bodily alienation besetting a novice picker attempting to make his two hands work independently of one another as he moved down a row, and then turns to the largest macroeconomic questions of the West's economic takeoff. Access to slave-grown cotton, not simply coal reserves, provided the basis for the so-called Great Divergence, thereby making the violence of the plantation central to economic modernity itself. And in this story, no technology was more important than the whip. Caitlin Rosenthal traces the innovations of modern management to the slave plantation, where regimentation and violence allowed for experiments in accounting that predated the factory and the railroad. Rosenthal is among several scholars who have urged the centrality of slavery in the histories of management and accounting. 31 Slavery encouraged the development of ever more sophisticated accounting techniques, especially as Thomas Affleck's standardized and preprinted plantation record books made it possible to calculate depreciation on slave assets and to combine multiple tabulations into a simple bottom-line total. These findings challenge the primacy that Alfred Chandler awarded the railroad as the testing ground for modern management. Like the railroads, the plantations also relied on hierarchical reporting structures, from overseers to owners and trustees, and long-lived assets, human beings. Of particular importance was the creation of a metric of equivalence, the hand that allowed for better comparisons, planning, and measures of efficiency and productivity, akin to the ton-per-mile equivalence for railroads. Such equivalences figured in the South's robust agricultural improvement literature, where annual production targets were pegged to the number of quarter, half, and full hands put into labor. Innovations in plantation accounting did not necessarily cause the intensification of management by measurement in the North, but they do suggest that historians of business and accounting need to tell a new origin story, one dating to the first half of the 19th century and located far from the factory floor. Other crucial capitalist technologies also emerged from plantation contexts, which are becoming increasingly important sites of study for historians of science and technology. 32 As Daniel Root argues in his chapter, the amber waves of grain emblematic of American agricultural abundance have their origins not in the Midwest but on the slave plantations of the Upper South, where innovators like Cyrus McCormick struggled to break the grain harvesting bottleneck that limited the exportation of Virginia flour to Brazilian consumers. Richmond flour found its #1 market among Brazilians desiring whiter white bread, and Rio de Janeiro imported more flour from Virginia than from anywhere else. This commerce differed from the Chesapeake export economy of an earlier era insofar as Richmond capitalists sought vertical integration of processing, packing, shipping, and sales. Watching the Brazilian market closely, Richmond firms sought new means of quality control, brand recognition, and automated production. The weakest link in the supply chain was the plantation harvesting of the wheat, and this provided the context for the 1830s and 1840s experiments with a new reaper. The goal of both McCormick and his rival inventor, Obed Hussey, was not a labor-saving technology but rather a time-saving one, to expedite the speed of the harvest in order to get wheat milled and exported more quickly. This speed was crucial to the brand quality of Richmond wheat. Far from saving labor, plantation trials demonstrated that the reaper required even more enslaved toil to reap, tie, and move grain once it had been cut by the machine. Only after McCormick took the reaper to Chicago in the late 1840s did further improvements transform it into the labor-saving device that launched the Midwestern and free family farm. But it remained the crucial time-saving technology of the thriving Upper South plantation economy of the same period. The reaper emerged as a Creole technology produced with inputs from enslaved workers as well as educated inventors. Slavery and finance. An enormous river of credit flowed from plantation headwaters. Slaves were purchased on credit and then further collateralized in pursuit of additional financing. At the same time, the agricultural commodities that slaves produced or were anticipated to produce in a coming season underwrote local, regional, and international networks of credit, fostered unprecedented speculative schemes, and undergirded Anglo-American investment banking in the 19th century. Since William Crenan's Nature's Metropolis, historians of capitalism have been attentive to the commodification of nature and to the technologies that transform crops into abstract financial instruments. The story of plantation finance adds to that story, not only by restoring cotton to the forefront of tradable 19th century agricultural commodities but also by adding a second layer of commodities enslaved human beings to the nation's financial history. 33. Vast amounts of capital were stored in the bodies of slaves, but was it possible to access that capital without selling one's slaves outright? Bonnie Martin reconstructs a vibrant mortgage market that allowed small farmers and planters to do just that. By taking a loan with a slave as collateral, small farmers and planters could purchase additional land and slaves. Many slaves were initially purchased using mortgages, in the same way that homes are financed today with a modest down payment and an extended period for repayment. And akin to drawing on a home equity line of credit today, slaveholders could take money out of a slave through a second mortgage. Mortgages proved especially useful for gaining the anticipated value of an enslaved child before his or her value appreciated with the onset of physical maturity. Slave owners worked their slaves financially, as well as physically, argues Martin. The consequences for local economies were substantial. In some counties in Louisiana, South Carolina, and Virginia, slave mortgages generated more circulating capital in a given year than did the revenues from crops produced by slave labor. The key issuers of loans on collateralized slaves were neighbors rather than distant merchants and banks. These credit relationships served as engines of local development, especially in frontier areas such as St. Landry Parish, Louisiana. This chapter raises comparative questions about lending practices in localities undergoing rapid market expansion. Whereas only land could secure credit in upstate New York or Ohio, Southern credit networks made use of land, cotton, and slaves in ways that animated the anonymous operations of the marketplace and local networks of neighborly exchange. Joshua Rothman explores the interplay of the free market and the slave market, especially as lengthening chains of credit served to fasten the chains of bondage on Mississippi's slave population. A culture of speculation unique in its abandon propelled the state's rapid rise in the 1820s. Banks multiplied on a series of bookkeeping fictions, and vast amounts of credit facilitated the purchase of public lands as well as of the slaves who would hack frontier plantations from tracts only recently belonging to the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations. Of the 130,000 slaves brought into Mississippi during the 1830s, perhaps half arrived in the hands of professional slave traders, who sold them on credit to aspiring cotton planters. Land and labor alike were wholly leveraged on anticipated cotton production, and, should cotton prices drop, the entire house of cards would collapse. Indeed, Mississippi leaders worried about the perception of the state as an unstable climate for outside investment and actually barred the importation of additional slaves in the 1832 state constitution. This prohibition was observed in the breach, but it raises the question of the reliance of states such as Mississippi on Northern and European investors to purchase shares in the banks underwriting the market in land and slaves, or to purchase the bonds to fund internal improvements facilitating cotton exports. Governor Charles Lynch supported the slave trade ban as necessary to the state's economic security, but worried, unironically, about the conflict with our free institutions. The Panic of 1837 brought that tension into sharp relief, for the collapse of the cotton market encouraged speculative planters to default on the debts they owed to slave traders. Indeed, some claimed that those contracts were invalid because the 1832 Constitution had banned slave importation. The U.S. Supreme Court ultimately ruled against these scheming debtors and the Mississippi lawmakers in Groves v. Slaughter, 1841, a decision protecting unfettered interstate commerce in the abstract, and sustaining the speculative slave trade in particular. The state's slave population would nearly double during the 1840s, exposing the deep connection between supposedly free financial markets and the violence of slavery. It is fearful to think that the capital of a nation, and its almost sole means of support and worth, as it is rated, $4 billion, is on legs, and may some morning turn up missing, observed one northerner on the eve of the Civil War. 34 But running away was not the only way that enslaved people contested their commodification. As Dinah Rami Berry reveals, when enslaved men and women took their own lives, the slave-holding regime worked diligently to reconstitute the value of the dead. Slaveholders sought to ensure themselves against slaves' untimely deaths, whether by suicide, murder, or accident, and could rely on the state's legal apparatus to establish valuations and adjudicate suits. Most troubling were slave suicides at the moment of sale, as buyer and seller alike hoped to deflect liability and recoup the value of the now deceased man or woman. Courts could take years to resolve these questions, meaning that a slave's commodification lingered long after he or she had been buried and mourned. Thus, enslaved people were understood as human capital long before they were born and well after they were dead. As slaves continued to be commodities even after their death, they created ghost values that confounded the standard temporality of slavery and forced a rethinking of a given slave's life cycle. But as Berry makes clear, enslaved people maintained competing understandings of time that resisted slaveholders' belief in eternal commodification. Barings, Browns, Rothschilds. The most famous banking houses of the 19th century used cotton consignments as a crucial stepping stone to more specialized operations later in the century, explains Catherine Boudry. The key moment occurred in the wake of the Panic of 1837, when these large firms were among the only remaining entities capable of offering advances on cotton. Relative to the speculative mania surrounding cotton earlier in the decade, the large Anglo-American firms had acted cautiously. They missed huge profits in 1836, but were only minimally exposed when the bubble collapsed the following year. Yet they still at times ended up in legal possession of plantations and slaves when their southern customers failed. However, the barren post-panic credit landscape offered bankers such as August Belmont, the Rothschilds' agent in New York, a tremendous opportunity to move cotton eastward across the Atlantic and to arbitrage the foreign currencies thereby generated in Liverpool, Le Havre, and Bremen. As rising cotton prices encouraged speculation in the 1840s, the large firms began to withdraw from cotton, even as some of their American agents, like Belmont, went in deeper, and turned their expertise toward new and recognizably modern facets of commercial banking. Alexander Brown and Sons, once among the largest cotton consignors for the Liverpool market, reoriented itself to currency exchange in U.S. cities. Barings turned its attention to marketing American loans in Europe. The Rothschilds seized on the California gold rush to specialize in bullion and specie. But even in these capacities, financial firms that discounted paper, invested in regional banks, and brokered state bonds were never far removed from the slave-grown cotton that animated Atlantic commerce up to the Civil War. And in this light, any history of the origins of modern finance needs to foreground cotton as the preeminent global commodity of the 19th century. Networks of interest and the North. The legal boundaries of slavery did not contain the institution of slavery or limit its importance to the social, cultural, and economic lives of Americans living far removed from plantation regions. As Stephen Hahn has recently argued, a preoccupation with the sections that would come to animate the politics of the 1840s and 1850s has blinded scholars to the reality of slavery as an engine of the nation's history. Perhaps more accurate was the assessment of the 1850s polemicist David Christie, who observed, "Slavery is not an isolated system, but is so mingled with the business of the world that it derives facilities from the most innocent transactions." Geographic distance from human bondage by no means diminished the benefits accruing to northern colonies and states from American slavery, and indeed, the modernizing economy of the 19th century offered new ways of profiting from the labor of slaves in remote locations. For example, several principals of the New York Life Insurance and Trust Company helped fund similar enterprises in Florida and Alabama, continuing a longer tradition of northern investment in plantation regions that stretched back to Georgia's notorious Yazoo land sales of the 1790s and flourished in the 1830s with such enterprises as the New York and Mississippi Land Company and the Boston and Mississippi Cotton Land Company. A remapping of the 19th century United States is necessary, one that conceptualizes places such as Haddam, Connecticut, or North Brookfield, Massachusetts, as important nodes in an expansive slave economy, along with the merchants and bankers of New York and Boston. Interregional commerce not only offered New England localities the opportunity to profit from slavery, but also provided plantation regimes with access to low-cost provisions and new technologies to boost the returns from coerced labor. Such analysis makes it difficult to determine where the slave economy ended and the so-called free economy began. 35. In Eric Kimball's account, New England's maritime commerce with the West Indies reveals the economic indispensability of slavery to a region that seemingly lay on a remote periphery of the Atlantic plantation complex. That 18th century New England was merely a society with slaves rather than a slave society in no way diminishes the region's role in reproducing the institution of slavery elsewhere by vending and transporting the commodities produced by slaves and by provisioning plantations with food and other supplies. Long before the advent of a New England textile industry that converted slave-grown cotton into wealth, the carrying trade between the ports of Providence, Boston, or Portsmouth and the West Indian sugar islands created economic ties essential to both regions. From the 17th century on, New Englanders recognized a global division of labor that allowed them to obtain European manufactures with West Indian commodities that they had purchased with provisions of their own making, such as fish, horses, lumber, and candles. Barbadian and Jamaican planters grasped this commercial circuit with equal acuity and were able to devote ever-growing resources to sugar production precisely because New Englanders made the ships and barrels to transport their commodities and caught the fish and raised the cattle to provision their plantations. Such linkages become clear in the striking example of Caribbean slaves processing sugar on an overnight shift made possible by lamps burning New England whale oil. These intracolonial circuits of exchange did not diminish with American independence. John Adams had noted the mutual dependence of the U.S. and Caribbean economies in 1783, and trading patterns over the next 40 years would bear this out, despite or perhaps because of the interruptions attending European warfare. The famed re-export trade that turned American neutrality, or irrelevance, into a commercial asset was almost entirely devoted to transporting slave-grown commodities or conveying provisions to plantation regions. During the first decade of the 1800s, the participation of New Englanders in the European slave economies of the Caribbean increased. If economic historians have long debated the importance of the carrying trade to New England's fortunes in the early national period, and the generating of capital that could be directed into manufacturing soon thereafter, virtually no scholarship mentions Caribbean slaves as the key agents in this commerce. New England's economic fortunes depended on slaves, though ones who lived and labored for owners in other locations. Data from the crucial period between American independence and the War of 1812 show that New England's entanglements with slavery were neither limited to the colonial period nor dependent on the rise of the textile industry. Continuing the theme of the offshoring of New England's slave economy, Stephen Chambers focuses on American investment in the Spanish colony of Cuba. Evidence for Cuba's value to New England merchants can be found in a surprising locale, St. Petersburg, Russia, which received 10% of U.S. exports, by value, in 1810, primarily in the form of Cuban sugar and coffee rather than American-grown cotton. Only a year earlier, John Quincy Adams had arrived as U.S. Minister in St. Petersburg, and his primary concern was to protect New England ships carrying Caribbean goods to the Baltic. At a moment when men like Adams could serve as both diplomats and commercial agents, it was striking how many of those stationed in Russia had familial connections to or investments in Cuban plantations. A similar cohort of merchant diplomats occupied Spanish Cuba and played a key role in developing Matanzas as a key port. Their goal was not to acquire Cuba as a state but rather to maintain the status quo of lax regulation regarding slave importations and to prevent British intervention in their commerce. Largely successful in both Russia and Cuba, these American diplomat merchants translated their experiences abroad into elective office at the end of the 1810s. As congressmen, they pursued legislation to protect U.S. trade routes to Cuba, in particular by enlarging the U.S. Navy to interdict pirates, especially those who might surpass British patrols in jeopardizing New England ships involved in the illegal Atlantic slave trade. Perhaps most notorious was the Rhode Island Senator James D. Wolfe, who owned Cuban plantations and sought naval appropriations to protect the viability of that property. By the 1820s, with the U.S. Navy functioning as an instrument for the protection of private commerce, Cuba had become the nation's second largest trading partner. Through this overlapping cohort of merchants, diplomats, and elected officials, the apparatus of the American state was deployed in the service of New England's slave economy. The so-called Second Middle Passage involved the relocation of more than 1 million slaves from the Upper South to the plantation frontiers of Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Texas. Many of those slaves traveled by boat from Baltimore or Richmond to New Orleans, and perhaps again from New Orleans to Galveston. By reconstructing the network of merchants, shipbuilders, captains, and investors, Calvin Schermerhorn expands the cast of characters associated with the domestic slave trade and shows the wide distribution of the profits derived from the buying and selling of human beings. Initially, the story highlights opportunistic cooperation between slave traders and shippers with space to fill in their vessels. A transatlantic merchant ship whose holds were filled with linens, quills, and iron en routes between Baltimore and Bremen could readily become a sometime slave ship as it traveled with a dozen slaves from Baltimore to New Orleans. This transformation required no legal reclassification, no loss in the ability to transport paying passengers in comfortable accommodations, and no major retooling of the hold. Aggressive slave traders, such as Baltimore's Austin Woolfolk, gained significant advantages over their competitors in the 1820s by packing slaves aboard ships destined for New Orleans and loaded with other manufactured goods or intending to pick up cotton bound for Europe. Merchants, shipowners, captains, and crew made little complaint, as each stood to profit from Woolfolk's transactions in human property. Franklin and Armfield, the firm that supplanted Woolfolk in the 1830s, rationalized coastal slave trading through vertical integration. The firm purchased its own dedicated ships primarily manufactured in places like Haddam, Connecticut, and sailed on a regularized schedule. In addition to moving people, these ships moved currency, transporting banknotes back to their point of origin on the eastern seaboard and cycling funds generated in the New Orleans slave market back to Maryland and Virginia to purchase yet more slaves. By the 1850s, the largest coastal slaving vessels were the steamships plying the Gulf of Mexico owned by Charles Morgan, Henry R. Morgan, and Israel C. Harris of New York. These massive ships carried first-class passengers, the U.S. mail, and slaves between New Orleans and Texas, generating revenue for an international transportation conglomerate. National institutions and natural boundaries. The institutional supports of economic development were planted in the nation's universities, legal culture, and political parties. A new institutional history now highlights the importance of the state in 19th-century American history. Questions of national policy and regulation were inevitably assessed for their bearing on the legitimacy of slave property, a fact not lost on the Whig politicians, whose American system was predicated on national economic integration. As the sons of the South pursued their education in New Haven, and as institutions like Brown University furnished Southern universities with their first faculties and presidents, the development of human capital through higher education marks a further component to national integration. Likewise, core educational, religious, and charity organizations in the American North rested on the generosity of wealthy donors, many of whom had accumulated much of their wealth through their involvement in the slave economies of the South and the Caribbean. If American capitalism depended on specific policies and the emergence of cultural norms to legitimate market engagement, then the relationship of slavery to national institutions is essential to the larger history of capitalism. The final essays in this volume explore these connections. 36. Craig Stephen Wilder reveals that the 18th and 19th century version of human capital property rights in enslaved human beings helped facilitate the more salutary sense of human capital as a society's commitment to the education of its population in the name of economic growth. Embedding American higher education in the wealth and white supremacy that Atlantic slavery produced, Wilder narrates the founding of Georgetown College, an institution intended to educate prosperous Catholics whose wealth could not initially overcome sectarian hostility to provide full integration into American society. As other denominations developed campuses in British North America, colonial Catholics relied on wealth drawn from slave ownership to travel abroad for education. The War of Independence raised the status of American Catholics and allowed for the 1789 creation of the first American diocese in Baltimore and the establishment of a new college at Georgetown and a seminary at St. Mary's. Attaining legal incorporation in Maryland in 1792, the Corporation of the Roman Catholic Clergy supported the campuses with the enslaved workers and plantation lands it owned. Slave labor helped keep Georgetown tuition-free for its first 40 years. The students who passed through its gates were, unlike many of their fathers and grandfathers, in possession of civic equality and deeply integrated into the social and economic elite of the nation. It is in this respect that one form of human capital begot another. Andrew Shankman offers a political biography to convey the importance of slavery to the high politics of the early republic. If a transition from republicanism to liberalism characterized early national political economy, it was Matthew Carey who best articulated the possibilities and perils of this reorientation. Carey's Jeffersonian predilections could scarcely survive the 1810s, challenged as it was by the disunionism of New England Federalists, the political tensions of Missouri statehood, and the economic dislocations of the nation's first financial panic in 1819. Eager to preserve national unity while protecting the rough equality of white men and avoiding the kinds of political and economic inequalities of European society, Carey stressed the importance of a domestic market. Rather than a neo-mercantilist orientation toward Atlantic commerce, Carey envisioned the economic integration of North, South, and West into something that would eventually come to be known as the American system. Slavery was taken as a given in this national economy. For Carey, the Empire of Liberty called for integrating plantation and manufacturing economies, drawing on slave-grown agricultural commodities and a market created by slave masters. There was an unintended consequence. Carey's political economy required the stewardship of the national government, a deployment of implied powers that caused alarm among slaveholders fearing that a federal government capable of imposing tariffs or chartering corporations could ultimately claim the power to emancipate slaves. Carey devoted increasing energy to convincing Northern allies that slavery was essential to their financial futures, while assuring planters that they were better off within a strong developmental regime. Ultimately, these arguments required defenses of slavery and black inferiority, both being for Carey the necessary, if regrettable, costs of promoting American nationalism and white equality. Most explicitly, Carey sought to quell unrest over Missouri statehood by contending that the peace and prosperity of 8 millions of freemen and Christians may not rightfully be sacrificed to promote the welfare of 1.5 million slaves. For the United States to avoid the fate of a proletarianizing Europe, it would have to deny freedom to its black inhabitants. One result of the decades of historiography focused on the relationship of capitalism to anti-slavery and on the anti-capitalist arguments of pro-slavery ideologues is that we have missed the reinforcing tendencies of slavery and capitalism in the national legal culture. In that culture, argues Alfred L. Brophy, there was far more consensus than conflict. Antebellum America privileged the rule of law, an ideological support for the status quo, property rights, and the legitimacy of federal and state legislation upholding slavery. Literary addresses delivered at Northern colleges, for example, frequently espoused hostility to reform as a worthwhile pursuit. Meanwhile, the dominant ideas in the United States were of classical liberalism, with a particular emphasis on economic progress. Southern jurisprudence was anything but hostile to market competition, as appellate courts favored the protection of the market and its utility instead of the fate of slaves. Jurists like Thomas Ruffin and Joseph Henry Lumpkin privileged utility over abstract morality and sentiment, sometimes acknowledging such a conflict in their decisions but ultimately choosing a pro-slavery instrumentalism. Most important, this jurisprudence embraced the rights of corporations. For all the scorn that pro-slavery ideologues heaped on Northern capitalism for treating workers as disposable, Southern jurists just as quickly upheld a fellow servant rule to protect corporations from liability in the event of workplace accidents. Ultimately, the law supported slavery, as it went hand in hand with judges' desire to stabilize property. The consideration of law as a technology as a vehicle for achieving mastery over nature and other human beings reinforces the themes of earlier chapters on accounting practices, plantation management, and agricultural machinery. Antebellum politicians and political economists argued vigorously over the natural boundaries of slavery. Presumably human bondage required environmental, social, and political preconditions in order to flourish, and the absence or presence of these demarcated the free North from the slave South. How, then, asks John Majewski, are we to make sense of a thriving slave-holding region whose environmental, social, and political endowments were virtually indistinguishable from those of neighboring free regions? The limestone South, defined by its soil type, extended from northern Virginia to Kentucky's Bluegrass region and Tennessee's Nashville Basin. By any number of measures, this zone had rates of urbanization and population density that rivaled those of Ohio and Illinois, as well as a comparable development of civic culture, as measured by public libraries, and nationalism, as measured by such leaders as Henry Clay and Andrew Jackson. As slavery flourished in the diversified economy of the limestone South, its further expansion north was not unimaginable. With no inherent differences between the limestone South and the American Midwest, it proves difficult to declare slavery inherently incompatible with economic progress. Put differently, if slaveholders in the Bluegrass region could expropriate the labor of tens of thousands of slaves, there was no climatic, geographic, or environmental reason why Ohioans could not. Only political choices could police the boundary between slavery and freedom, and were it not for the Northwest Ordinance, there is no reason to expect that an Ohio, an Indiana, or an Illinois would not have developed into a thriving slave state. Ultimately, it was a particular iteration of capitalism, as conceptualized by the emergent Republican Party of the 1850s, that saw slavery as a problem. Gesturing to the Civil War, Majewski proposes an answer to the paradox of why a political party representing the interests of capitalism so ardently opposed slavery, even though slavery was in many ways foundational to the 19th century economy. Recognizing slavery's capitalism. In the decades between the American Revolution and the Civil War, slavery as a source of the cotton that fed Rhode Island's mills, as a source of the wealth that filled New York's banks, as a source of the markets that inspired Massachusetts manufacturers proved indispensable to national economic development. Slave-grown cotton was the most valuable export of the United States and one of the few American-made goods that attracted specie into the nation's financial system. Cotton also offered a reason for entrepreneurs and inventors to build manufactories in such places as Lowell, Pawtucket, and Paterson, thereby connecting New England's Industrial Revolution to the advancing plantation frontier of the Deep South. And financing cotton growing, as well as marketing and transporting the crop, was a source of great wealth for the nation's merchants and bankers. When Charles Sumner decried the alliance of the Lords of the Lash and the Lords of the Loom, he highlighted only one of the interregional dependencies that powered the nation's economic takeoff in the decades between the American Revolution and the Civil War. New York shippers, insurers, bankers, and dry goods wholesalers had as great an investment in the price of cotton as did any Mississippi planter, while Massachusetts entrepreneurs found prosperity in making brogans, shirts, and shovels for Southern slaves to wear and use. Institutions such as universities, churches, and hospitals benefited from donations that originated in profits from slavery. The importance of slavery to the national economy was not only an abolitionist talking point or exclusively a retort offered by aggrieved proto-Confederates, it was also a reflection of the nation's political economy as it had unfolded in the 7 decades before the Civil War. By juxtaposing the stories of New York financiers, Virginia slaves, Connecticut shipbuilders, and Mississippi land speculators, the chapters that follow make a claim for slavery's national economic importance. In an age of industry predicated on the transformation of slave-grown cotton into textiles, the plantation and the factory must necessarily be discussed together rather than separately. In the blur of commodities and capital that flowed between regions, the sectional categories that organize so much 19th century American scholarship begin to crumble, rendering an unclear line of demarcation between a capitalist North and a slave South, with consequences for how we understand North and South as discrete economies and whether we should do so in the first place. The issue is not whether slavery itself was or was not capitalist, an older debate, but rather the impossibility of understanding the nation's spectacular pattern of economic development without situating slavery front and center. To foreground slavery in the story of the American economic takeoff offers a radical reconsideration of not merely the national past but also the history of capitalism more generally, intertwining the North's industrialization and the concurrent expansion of plantation slavery across the landscape of the South. Yet because the economic integration of North and South flowed in so many different directions, the research of multiple scholars is necessary to tell this story in its entirety. This book marks a beginning. Part I. Plantation Technologies. Chapter 1. Toward a Political Economy of Slave Labor. Hands, Whipping Machines, and Modern Power. Edward E. Baptist. Charles Ball had been a family man, a skilled worker. From his cabin on Maryland's eastern shore, he had seen a brighter future. True, he was enslaved, like his wife and children. Yet in 1805, men with his intelligence and drive were finding ways to buy their freedom from enslavers in Maryland's tobacco districts. But on this morning, when a blaring horn jerked him out of sleep before dawn, he sat up in a loft bed at the top of a cabin 500 miles to the southwest, and he was no longer who he had been. In fact, he was not even by some reckonings a whole body anymore. A few weeks earlier, Ball had been bought by a slave trader who purchased men, women, and children in the Upper South, so that he could march them south and west and sell them to the cotton planters who were pushing the frontier of that commodity south and west into the Carolina and Georgia backcountry. Ball had carried iron chains on his wrists and neck for 500 miles to a new owner's slave labor camp on the Congaree River in South Carolina. One Now more than ever the appendage to another man's dreams, Ball looked down from his loft bed, remade at modernity's dawn, not into an insect like Gregor Samsa but into something just as strange as a fly on a Prague ceiling. He was a hand. Though historians have written tens of thousands of pages on the enslavement of people like Charles Ball, relatively few of those pages have considered the specific labor he was about to do in Wade Hampton's cotton fields. That is odd, for within a few short years from 1805, cotton made by enslaved African Americans not only accounted for the majority of U.S. exports, but also helped to generate a transformation unprecedented in human history. In the years between the late 18th century and the early 20th century, Western societies achieved rates of sustained economic growth and transformation that had never been seen before. These gave the West extraordinary power over other societies and their peoples. Industrial transformation, virtually all accounts agree, emerged in northwestern Europe. More specifically, almost all agree that it proceeded from England, and most concede that it proceeded specifically from northwest England's cotton textile industry, from the late 18th century on. All human societies today ride on a trajectory of growth and innovation, of creation and destruction, launched from Manchester Point 2. Since this initial acceleration out of the Malthusian world's gravity well shapes us all, a little more every day, I will use the first person plural in the next paragraph or two. We historians have been trying to explain the causes of this transformation ever since. In many ways, explaining it has been, along with hymning the nation, our main alibi for existence. And we've collectively offered a great many explanations for this set of changes. We've said that industrialization was written in the book of fate long before, because of a specific market orientation encoded in the genes of Western culture. We've argued that an existing technological lead was transformed by a burst of innovation in machine and other technologies in 18th century Britain. We've argued that legal and other fundamental rules were changed to open up the British market for land and labor, making wage labor manufacturing employment and a true credit market possible. We've read that the Puritan sensibility pushed Western capitalists to accumulate well beyond their needs, rather than wasting their profits in display. We've even heard, though this idea has often been flatly dismissed by those who see capitalism as a purely Western creation, that primitive accumulation in the course of early imperial conquest, the Atlantic slave trade, and the sugar plantations of the British and French West Indies provided the basis for the Industrial Revolution. For all that arguing, we historians have spent relatively few pages on the connection between the South's cotton fields and the cotton textile industry, an oversight especially noteworthy in light of how direct that connection was. And we certainly haven't argued that all that came from modernization and modernity was impossible without the cotton field work of hands, to use the body part by which enslavers described whole people like Charles Ball. Above all, we haven't argued that the character of that labor was quintessentially modern, and particularly important for creating the modern world economy. Point 3. Indeed, we have done the opposite. True, the history of cotton slavery is usually told as that of a pivot on a machine, the cotton gin, for which Eli Whitney claimed credit. Every high school history student hears that the gin broke the processing bottleneck. But there the story is dropped. After all, the remainder of the labor that began with clearing a densely forested South Carolina or Alabama acre and ended at the steamboat landing with the delivery of a cotton bale 400-odd pounds of clean fiber ready for the spinning machines on the far side of the Atlantic was hand labor. Enslaved African Americans did it, and they did it unaided by machine. Yet the invention of the cotton gin still left two significant choke points in the production of raw cotton. This meant, therefore, two bottlenecks for the nascent textile industry as well, and here they were, growing the plants and harvesting their fiber. Over a relatively short period of time, enslavers in the United States managed to break them. Within 2 decades of Charles Ball's first morning in the cotton fields, American planter entrepreneurs would deliver for sale enough cotton to dominate the world market in this, the Industrial Revolution's most essential commodity. To do so they began by using political, military, and financial power to get more cotton land and labor, taking land from the Indians, developing a set of new slave trades to transport captives to the frontiers. After that, they forced transported captives to work, and to work in new ways. So when the overseer's horn blew a second time, propelling Charles Ball out into the pre-dawn humidity of a July morning, he was about to learn what we historians have not known, how enslavers were going to break that remaining bottleneck. Point 4. Ball's bare feet hit the dirt floor. He stumbled out of his hut and soon was marching behind the overseer, along with 170 other workers, into the fields. Point 5. When they came to the vast field in which they were to labor that day, cultivating the soil around the waist-high cotton plants to drive back the competing growth of weeds that migrated southwest with the monocrop system, the overseer portioned the laborers in dozens, each under a captain. And so Charles began to learn about a dynamic system of labor extraction designed by white people whom the enslaved identified as pushing men. 6. Pushing men like Ball's owner, whose right hand wrote out the instructions for the equally pushing overseer, deployed several innovative techniques of labor control to fill new fields with ever greater quantities of cotton. One such technique was that of forcing fast workers like Ball's captain, a man named Simon, to carry the four-row to work at top speed, and thus set a pace that the others had to match. By this means, Ball decided, the overseer had nothing to do but to keep Simon hard at work, and he was certain that all the others must work equally hard. 7. If not, their slowness would be visible as a break in the line of workers. In the vast fields in which cotton was being grown, such a technique allowed an overseer to surveil scores of workers simultaneously, alerting him to anyone who lagged behind the leaders, whom he was consciously pushing at higher and higher speed. Enslavers also eliminated customary breaks and meals, forcing slaves to eat huge breakfasts, passing out cold meals in the fields, and detailing one older slave to make suppers so that field workers could toil until full dark. 8. This system, implemented by pushing men, was new for those who had learned to labor in the task system of the rice swamps or cotton fields of the Carolina Lowcountry, where enslaved people had to furnish a fixed quantity of labor, set by custom, after which they might have some free time. In the Lowcountry, enslaved workers cultivated and harvested a specialized variant of cotton on the task system, sea island cotton, which generally grew only in coastal regions. These developments were also new for those who, like Ball, had grown up in the gang labor system of Chesapeake tobacco and wheat fields. In Virginia, Maryland, and much of North Carolina as well as Kentucky, settled by enslavers and enslaved from the Chesapeake, enslaved people usually toiled in small groups that worked at somewhat individualized paces, often supervised by enslaved drivers out of White's Vision. 9. A good part of our rows are 550 yards long, wrote one Tennessee cotton planter in the 1820s. Not only had he created a kind of space where he could easily identify stragglers, he could also use it as a stage on which to inflict immediate and exemplary punishment in front of a large audience. In Mississippi, Allen Sidney saw a man who had fallen behind the four-row fight back against a black driver who tried to whip him up to pace. The white overseer spurred up, pulled out his pistol, and shot the prone man dead. None of the other slaves, Sidney claimed, said a word or turned their heads. They kept on hoeing as if nothing had happened. 10 enslaved migrants in new cotton fields quickly discovered that they had to adapt to what pushing men demanded, or face ruthless violence. And like many other forced migrants, Charles Ball insisted that the violence used on slavery's commodity frontier was of a greater order of magnitude. Even the whip was different. Here it was a lead-loaded handle from which snaked a 10-foot lash of heavy plated cowskin, whose tip ripped open the air with a sonic boom. Many other migrants, including some white ones, reported Ball's feeling of shocked discovery at their first witness of the new lash in use. The shock of the whip made bales of cotton, to borrow words from a Mississippi overseer. 11. Enslavers used whatever violence was necessary to make forced migrants accept the elimination of both the low-country task system and other customs of slavery developed in the early modern Southeast. Part of this violence was the forcible disruption of people's lives by forced migration and separation from community and family. Like Ball, other survivors in their accounts repeatedly tell us that in their minds and memories they constructed the passage into the southwest of the expanding United States as a moment of transformation of the self, though not self-transformation. The experience of that forced migration was a huge one, in time or space or on any other scale. Over 70 years, from the signing of the Constitution, in 1787, to the start of the Civil War, enslavers turned a vast area of 800,000 square miles, as big as Saudi Arabia and inhabited almost exclusively by about 50,000 Native Americans, into a subcontinent of slavery. Enslavers and their allies dispossessed 2 European empires, 2 post-colonial states, and 6 Native American nations. They moved 1 million forced migrants to the new territory. Within a single lifetime, the entrepreneurs who masterminded this process had created a complex that produced 80% of the cotton sold in Britain, the world's central market. Cotton made by people enslaved on the United States southwestern frontier was both the world's most widely traded commodity and its most crucial industrial raw material. 12. Indeed, each year the cotton country cycled through its channels and pipes a good part of the English-speaking world's most high-velocity money, the commercial credit backed by quasi-national banks in Britain and the United States and deployed by the world's most innovative merchant firms. And why not? The cotton region was a massive sink of collateral in the form of commodified human beings who generated massive revenues. Creditors around the Western world liked to lend money with slaves as collateral. An active domestic slave trade meant that in normal times, one could always recoup one's losses on a mortgage that went bad by foreclosing and selling the man, woman, or child treated as property. Enslaved people could be sold so readily that in almost any year they constituted in their bodies almost 1/5 of all national accounting wealth, and a far higher proportion of its liquid wealth. In enslaved people, the world's money worked, usually generating high returns at low risks. Of course, the essential interweaving of enslaved people and their labor product into the financial patterns of the United States and of the Atlantic nations in general meant that any credit crisis for Southern cotton planters would automatically lead to a worldwide credit crunch. Dynamic, creative destructive cycles of boom and bust followed the succession of international financial relationships linking the cotton frontier to world markets for cotton, credit, textiles, and textile labor. Still, by 1860, 5 of the 6 states in the Union with the highest average white income were in the belt that cotton entrepreneurs wrapped across the South. The region would have been among the world's 10 largest economies, and by one accounting its 4th most prosperous one. The 3 million white people in the cotton states were per capita the richest people in the United States, and probably the richest group of people of that size in the world. 13. That was the macro scale. But Charles Ball lived his life at the micro level. In this experience, which would be repeated a million times over, the unwilling migrant would inevitably be forced down a thermocline of brutal learning. In their narratives, formerly enslaved people repeatedly allegorize this process in this fashion: it happened on the first day in the new fields. Or they realized the nature of the new labor the first moment they stepped across the first cotton row. Such a pattern, imposed on experience, can surely play a major role in any construction of self-analysis if cultural historians and others who analyze the texts of ex-slaves focus closely on the gigantic forced migration that made the South. The scale and significance of this process are force multipliers for the weight of any analysis that can explain it. Understanding how enslaved people constructed and reconstructed their own analyses of their internal worlds, under conditions of extreme stress, is an important task. But the same trope in the sources also tells us that on slavery's cotton frontier, enslaved migrants recognized in the world around them a new system of power emerging, being imposed on them through new modes of labor extraction. Charles Ball was now going to have to contend with that power. There are several ways to talk about the history and nature of power, but over the last 4 decades of historical study, one of the most influential has been the set of ideas about power associated with post-structuralism. This genealogy of modern power was inspired, directly or indirectly, by Marx, Freud, and Nietzsche, those whom Paul Ricoeur famously identified as masters of suspicion for their efforts to demystify emergent modernity's pieties. Yet their late 20th century successors associated the acolytes of the first 2 thinkers in particular with other kinds of systematization and coercion that were reproduced in the master narratives of those who attacked the triumphant bourgeois. Post-structuralists writing between the 60s and the 90s carried the flag of the assault on the logos, the Western idea, gifted from Neoplatonism and other deep sources, that a unified system of universal knowledge was possible. In Foucault, its most cogent and systematizing exemplar, this post-structuralist approach leads to a map of history in which the way to obtain and hold power is to construct epistemes or grids of power justifying knowledge. Power knowledge is a will that aims to convince every object of rule that it is exactly what the grids map it as being. These epistemes emerged in the ways that the state categorized and counted people, in the way that sex became a problem to be regulated and that psychological and other discourses named the abnormal. The real work of modernity and modernization was the project of convincing modern citizens to see disciplining the self as a crucial project, one in which they should participate. 14. At the same time, in Foucault's scholarship, in his own personal activism, and in the performativity of his life, he insisted that every power creates a resistant counterpower. Every decree creates an opportunity, every attempt at normalization creates an opportunity for resistant transgression. Modernity made and was made by discourses of power, but everywhere that the state and society tried to enact those discourses, people pushed back against the disciplining grid. 15. Those who have written histories of culture and the self in the years since Foucault have sometimes seen their project as championing people who fashion alternative identities. Such histories are in turn obviously linked to the liberatory projects for which millions of people have struggled, individually and collectively, in the decades since the watershed of 1968. But this history of power cannot fully address the kinds of power that wrecked Charles Ball's life. Nor, as should now be all too painfully clear, does the project of universal demystification and deconstruction by itself do much to reshape the devastations that are the obverse face of globalizing modernization and commodified modernity. We shall see those devastations all too clearly as we follow Ball's story and that of a million others, and shall see how they were not accidental but constitutive. Instead, before Charles Ball entered the cotton fields of Congaree, we could map the relationships between the rulers and the ruled in the world along two axes of power. James Scott calls these axes domination and resistance, the power of the powerful versus the weapons of the weak. Here's an illumination: the theologian Robert Farrar Capon, revising Martin Luther, calls the first of these right-handed power, the strength to intervene directly to force an outcome. Capon writes about right-handed power when he critiques the idea of God held by many believers of many religions, a deity working in straight-line ways, exerting crushing force, throwing the wicked into the flames, drowning the sinful earth. Right-handed power is the power of domination, kings, weapons, the letter of the law. It is the power of God, and God's, the Father, of just because and in the beginning. 16. On the other hand, according to Capon, are the parabolic arts of resistance that have been deployed ever since the first peasant slowed down her work when out of sight of the first mud pyramid god king. Her knowledge, her craft is left-handed power, the strength of the poor and the weak, of secret ways of seemingly passive resistance to evil. For Capon, this is the power of life through death, the seed in the dark earth and the stone the builder rejected. Long before Paul or Isaiah, even before Moses fled Pharaoh's house as a fugitive from a cop murder charge, those compelled to knuckle under to right-handed power in traditional societies, serfs, peasants, women, and slaves, had been using the arts of secret resistance to undermine the sway of the dominant. They slowed down the pace of work when out of sight of overseers. They broke employers' tools, lied, played dumb to lords, escaped from masters. They learned the path of the trickster. They left signals at its every crossing to guide those who came after them, secret signs in stories for children and older people, two folk tales that around the world follow the same 10,000 plot types. 17. Over the 10,000 years since agricultural civilization emerged and quickly developed significant internal distinctions of wealth and power, the left hand had developed vast resources with which to resist, with which to claim terrains of independent thought, critique, creativity. One concrete example of what left-handed power could force right-handed power to yield was the task system that had developed in the South Carolina Low Country. The bargains that limited the amount of labor in rice or Sea Island cotton that could be extracted in a day were the product of a history of negotiations between the power of the masters and the cunning of the enslaved. They allowed many enslaved people to finish their task before dark, which in turn meant that they could tend their own gardens and take care of their family and fellows. At the same time, enslavers also benefited. The bargains lessened the cost of supervision, damped down resistance, cut the cost of rations to the bone, and allowed the wealthiest whites to spend much of their time away from the malarial swamplands where enslaved people toiled. 18. One could identify similar bargains in the narrow opportunities for advancement built into the job structures of the Caribbean sugar complex's boiling houses, or the layers of skill and administration that allowed a strong Maryland worker like Charles Ball to think that he could become an enslaved overseer or even a free man. But by 1805, the nature of right-handed power was already changing in the West. In the early 19th century, those societies and individuals who were winning in the sorting out of power and status progressed to higher stages of right-handed power. As economic systems expanded in complexity and reach in the era of merchant capital leading up to 1800, this meant some men and women could move goods and profits and peoples at rates and distances of time and space that had once been reserved for pharaohs and the like. These beneficiaries got more guns and bullets, more soldiers, the ability to knock down other people's defenses and force them to trade on the terms most favorable to the West. They got more political rights as citizens, bourgeois ones, anyway, and claimed the right to rule themselves, as sovereigns equal to each other. In the first half of the 19th century, the societies that most dramatically increased their quotient of right-handed power came to dominate other peoples to a degree unprecedented in human history. And within those victorious new modernized nations, right-handed power was increasingly distributed in a lopsided fashion. Apparatuses and systems of power that could be extended and multiplied much higher than in previous eras meant that more people could get what they wanted by direct, or direct seeming, Action. Even though the effects of entrepreneurs' decisions sometimes played out a long way from the places where the decisions were made, they were still straight-line, right-handed effects. The letter is written in New Orleans and sent by ship bound out through the mouth of the Mississippi. The Maryland trading partner receives it, reads it, deposits the enclosed bill of exchange in a Baltimore bank. He rides across the worn-out soil of Eastern Shore tobacco country to the probate auction at a county seat. He buys a woman advertised as a house servant and takes her to the next Louisiana-bound vessel. The turning circles of the cotton economy, wrote one white man, to whom Louisiana success, he said, had given a new sense of independence. Put it in your power, into your hands, he told his Virginia relative, to enrich yourself. 19 And when eager participants talked about using the new possibilities of the global economy that had begun to emerge by the time Charles Ball was dragged to Congaree, it was hard to tell whether they understood that the networks and tools that gave them unprecedented economic leverage were not part of their own bodies and a specific part, in fact. They wrote notes and letters that informed their correspondents that they held slaves on hand and money in hand. Important letters came to hand. They got cotton off their hands and into the market. Waiting for prices to rise, John Richards offered the Bank of the State of Mississippi a note to ensure he would not yet have to sell the cotton that I now have in hand. Individual bills of exchange that drew on credit with other merchants were notes of hand 20. So press a button, with the index finger of your right hand, on the machine of the trading world, and things happen to benefit the man with sterling bills, a huge pile of cotton, a long roster of slaves, abundant credit that allows him to extend his reach across time and space. The emerging modern world offered those people whose right hand it strengthened the opportunity to make everything new and different, to shape it along the lines of their desires. Like the domestic slave trade, which sold hands as commodified extensions of purchasers' power into the market for which hands would produce, the system that pushing men used to increase the number of cotton plants that enslaved people planted and cultivated was a direct application of right-handed power as a technique for organizing and controlling human behaviors. In fact, it was probably a spin-off of one of the techniques Western states developed to help them exert power over other societies, by first exerting it over the bodies of its own soldiers. Over the preceding century, Western European armies had implemented a new kind of battlefield organization. In this military drill, soldiers advanced across the battlefield in even line, matching their steady pace and keeping in file with sergeants and junior officers. The lockstep march exposed soldiers to a lengthy time of vulnerability as they marched against their enemies, but the payoff came in their disciplined ability to cow and ultimately crush the other side. 21. Between 1790 and 1860, more land, a vast and highly capitalized slave trade, punishment, increased surveillance, decreased breaks, and lockstep labor, all the innovative violence and right-handed power of the pushing men system, let's call it the pushing system, made possible a vast increase in the number of cotton plants being tended in the United States. The amount of cotton produced in the United States grew from 20 million pounds around 1805, when Charles Ball reached South Carolina, to over 2 billion pounds of cotton in 1860, an increase of 10,000%. In the same time, the number of slaves in cotton specializing areas grew from about 50,000 to 2 million, or by 4,000%. By the 1820s, the United States had achieved dominance over a rapidly expanding international market, controlling about 80% of the world's most widely traded commodity in its most important markets. It rose from irrelevance in the world cotton market to a dominant position. 22. The flood of cleaned cotton fiber reshaped the economy of the Atlantic and then of the globe. Indeed, slave-made cotton may have been the sine qua non of the greatest revolution in human material circumstances since the domestication of food crops 10 millennia before. 23. Kenneth Pomeranz argues that in the late 18th century, the developing Western European economy faced a Malthusian resource cul-de-sac that limited the scope of development and raised the price of key inputs. But Europe escaped. The millions of acres taken from Native Americans and planted by enslaved migrants like Ball were that many acres that Britain would not have to devote to the production of raw fiber. Indeed, it could not have afforded to do so. 24 To replace the fiber it imported from American slave labor camps with the same amount of wool, Britain would in 1830 have had to devote 23 million acres to sheep pasture, more than all the island's agricultural land. 25 The rise of the Lancashire textile industry, which in turn drove a chain of other changes in the Western world, could not have occurred without an escape from these Malthusian constraints. What Pomeranz calls the ghost acres of the expanding cotton South were the way out of the cul-de-sac. 26 Yet it was not foreordained that the United States would be able to produce the ever-increasing quantities of cotton that the world's growing textile industry and textile consumers demanded. Or that the United States would harvest those quantities more cheaply than competitors like India, Brazil, or China. The cotton gin and the pushing system opened two choke points in the production flow. But the most difficult clog remained in place. On an early morning at the beginning of September, the overseer ordered the enslaved people at Congaree back into fields, where the cotton was now open in a blaze of white fiber. He gave each man, woman, and child a long bag and ordered them to take a row and start picking. Bending to his new task, Ball quickly found that picking required sharp eyes and good coordination. Slip up, and the hand clutched a leaf, or fingers were pricked by the hard points of the drying square at the base of the bowl. Grab too much, and a mess of fiber and stem sprang loose in one's hand. Grab too little and the fingers twisted only a few strands. Finally, at the end of his first row, Ball saw women and even children speeding past him in the neighboring rows, their hands blurs, and not just their right hands but, in the fastest cases, their left as well. Some demon seemed to pursue them, but Ball didn't yet know where the secret of their fear was hidden. All day, as the sun crawled in a slow parabola, the sound of click, click, click rose from the almost silent fields as nails tapped on hard pods. The only other sound was the occasional hoarse cry of water, water, as children ran back and forth. Buckets rested on their heads, where within a few weeks a circle of hair would wear off and stay bald until February. There was no singing. 27 A man who has arrived at the age of 25, before he sees a cotton field, Ball decided, will never, in the language of the overseers, become a crack picker. 28 Yet many millions of enslaved people did become crack pickers. The amount of cotton enslaved people harvested increased dramatically over time. In 1801, 28 pounds per day per picker was the average in the South Carolina labor camps for which we have records. In 1846, the hands on a Mississippi labor camp averaged 341 pounds each on a good day, and in the next decade averages climbed higher still. 29 A study of planter account books that recorded daily picking totals for individual enslaved people on labor camps across the South finds a growth in daily picking averages of some 400% between 1800 and 1860, or a 2.1% growth in productivity each year. 30 The increase in the efficiency of cotton picking was extremely high, comparable in magnitude to key measures of growing efficiency in the British textile factory, the breeding ground of the factory system's technological innovations. From 1819 to 1860, the productivity of workers in Manchester spinning mills increased by a little less than 400%, while those in weaving mills improved by over 600%. 31 Yet until very recently, most historians missed the increase in cotton picking efficiency. And this means they missed a secret at the heart of the modern world's emergence. 32 Recently, however, two economists who noticed the increase and confirmed it by creating a massive database from the thousands of daily cotton weigh-ins recorded in enslavers' cotton picking ledgers tried to offer an explanation. They rejected the idea that enslavers implemented a new labor system to extract continual gains in cotton picking, or that enslaved people worked faster and with greater efficiency. Instead, they postulated that a crucial shift in planter-directed biotechnology, new varieties of short staple cotton seeds, especially, from the 1820s on, a breed called Petit Gulf, adapted for heavy growth and pickability, was responsible for transforming the efficiency of cotton harvesting. 33 But their argument cannot explain all the available facts. The inadequacies of the economist's explanation emerge as soon as one begins to look at the very cotton record books on which the claim for pickability is based. These records measure nothing about seeds and everything about the performance of individual laborers. Yet to explain the performance thus recorded, the economists uncritically reproduce the seeds-did-it assertion from the claims of planters who dabbled in seed dealing. 34 Self-advertisement usually does not make the most objective of sources about products, as other cotton planters who were skeptical about such claims often pointed out. 35 The economists also make a series of logical errors in their attempt to draw the conclusion that seeds, and not an increased intensity of labor or new systems of labor, led to the rise in cotton picking rates. 36 In the absence of the kind of slavery into which Ball had been sold, seeds seem to have been incapable of driving picking efficiency increases. From the 1830s on, British officials and entrepreneurs repeatedly tried to resuscitate the Indian export cotton sector, which had been crushed by its peasant producers' inability to compete with the continually falling real price of cotton produced by enslaved African Americans. They imported North American planters' seeds, North American cotton planters' gins, and even North American planters themselves, all to help them to learn how to produce cotton of the high quality and low price that, shipped from New Orleans to Liverpool, dominated the world market. But the British didn't import North American slavery, and without it, these attempts to compete with the U.S. South's enslaved cotton pickers always failed. 37 Meanwhile, back in the United States, after slavery ended in 1865, picking rates appear to have stopped increasing, and may have even declined. 38 Perhaps some change in the nature of cotton DNA meant that seeds, by a remarkable coincidence, stopped driving increases in picking rates right at the time when slavery ended. But this would be strange, because the late 19th and early 20th centuries were exactly when the United States saw the emergence of a new scientific research complex in higher education, industry, and government, much of it devoted to agricultural innovation. Yet with the end of slavery's systems of labor extraction, the Cotton South experienced a systemic decline in productivity from which it never fully recovered. 39 Any persuasive explanation for the rise in picking efficiency must take seriously something that the economists in question admit they never considered. Those who survived this incredible increase in labor efficiency knew that something well, however, and focus on it in the testimony they left for history. Using their testimony, I will explain why picking totals actually rose, and what that meant. First, however, I want to consider why the astonishing dynamic increase in the efficiency of slave labor has remained largely unknown to history. Historians model for economic modernization, the constant process of seeking greater efficiencies, is the industrial transition from hand labor to machine technology, from human or animal power to water and then steam power. This archetype comes, in other words, from the textile mills of Manchester in Britain, and Lowell in Massachusetts, which wove the cotton picked by Ball and his successors into cloth in ever more mechanized and efficient ways. 40 In contrast, the attempts of Adam Smith and virtually all his successor political economists to classify slave labor have usually proceeded from 2 points of dogma. The first point of departure is the belief that slave labor was a pre-modern excrescence, a baroquely grown cul-de-sac off the road to modernity. Such accounts are typically written in the mode of telos. Generation after generation have found new reasons why slavery in the United States, for instance, could not have persisted for long after 1865, even if there had been no civil war. This belief in predestination is the Calvinism, the Puritan ethic underlying the historiography of capitalism. In such accounts, slave labor is antithetical to modernity, industrialization, and capitalism in every sense, and so would have inevitably faded. It denies the rights of free contract that are the alibi for a society whose wage-labor relations produce unequal outcomes while also founding political stability on representative politics structured by Republican or natural rights claims. Slave labor is antithetical to the sense of progress that is meant to justify the destruction of tradition and the disruption of human relationships that comes with rapid economic transformation. And slave labor is thus depicted as something that will be or would have been inevitably destroyed by some action of advancing modernity. Sometimes the nature and mechanism of that action are spelled out and sometimes they are not. But usually, we assume that we truly modern people would have chosen the more efficient and productive path. For the second axiom is this: ever since Adam Smith, it has been assumed that slave labor is inherently inefficient because the laborer has no incentive. The work done by free men comes cheaper in the end than the work performed by slaves. Whatever work he does, beyond what is sufficient to purchase his own maintenance, can be squeezed out of him by violence only, and not by any interest of his own. 41. Not only does the slave laborer's lack of incentives imply shoddy work in this view, it also implies unchanging productivity, doing things the same way, over and over again, for centuries. The laborer has no incentive to increase his or her industriousness. She or he has no incentive to create innovations of time and motion use or of tool invention. The enslaver has no incentive to introduce mechanical inventions that will create more output for a given set of inputs of time, labor, or raw materials. Why? Well, for one thing, the enslaver already has one massive capital investment, and supposedly has no incentive to render it less significant on the scale of social power. Let us also bracket, but hang on to, another assumption, that increases in the efficiency of hand labor are always limited by hard physical barriers or limitations, compared to the supposedly unending possibilities of productivity increase available with machine technology and inorganic sources of power. 42. There is also an assumption that enslavers are or become different, that they are not like moderns, that they do not seek efficiencies because they do not have to do. But above all, slave labor does not become more efficient, we are also told, because one cannot introduce machines. Slaves break machines they have no incentive not to do otherwise, and besides, they unsurprisingly resent those who steal from them. Without machine technology, we are told, natural limits to already disincentivized hand labor render slave labor uncompetitive in an industrializing, free labor-focused modern world. And certainly the Whitehall reformers who helped end slavery in the British Empire in the 1830s promised sugar cultivated by free labor would be cheaper than that cultivated by the enslaved. Likewise, the Liberty Party critics who in the early 1840s launched the political economic critique of U.S. slavery that would eventually find a home in the Republican platform believed that the post-1837 financial crisis in the United States revealed that slave labor in cotton was inefficient. Most white abolitionists already shared this point of view. Their critique was taken up in the 1850s by Frederick Law Olmsted. It was retailed as gospel by many of the contractors who leased Concord plantations from the federal government in 1861 and after. Free laborers would work harder and more efficiently than the enslaved. 43. Hidden within the second axiom is a further assumption that is used to explain why slavery sometimes appeared to be more successful than free labor as a system of production. The costs of direct supervision in slavery societies would eventually be too high to justify slavery as a labor system in a world where markets were steadily becoming more competitive and interlinked. However, at certain places and in certain times, slavery or its cousin, serfdom could, in early capitalist economies, be profitable. The Manchurian economist F.Z. Domar, translating older Russian scholarship, argued that where and when land was abundant there would be no opportunity to persuade free laborers to work at unpleasant resource extraction processes for someone else. Thus forced labor would become relatively profitable despite the cost of supervision, and thus we see the expansion of slavery in the New World after 1492, and of serfdom at the same time in Europe's eastern regions. 44. Yet the Domar thesis is a variation on the teleology, or so it has been read. Typically appended to it are variations on one of these two further theses. The first is the Prussian road argument, identified with Barrington Moore and mid-career Eugene Genovese. This holds that the political economic formations that build development on forced labor sacrifice social and cultural freedom. Prohibitions against internal criticism make them unpleasant places for many creative personalities, and the resistance to external criticism leads them into fights they cannot win. Hence the Civil War and World War I, both of which the thesis attributes to Prussian decision-making. Such political economic formations also suffer from constraints imposed by path dependence on the economic sectors controlled by slave masters or serf lords. And because they depend on slave labor, these economic sectors are not susceptible to technological innovations or sustained productivity increases. 45. If you do not swallow the Prussian road argument, if, for instance, you doubt its assumptions of cultural uniformity and centralized decision-making, you could also turn to the second thesis, the energy poverty argument. This thesis accounts for the persistent inability of some oil-rich nations. Venezuela and Nigeria are favored examples to deliver sustained economic growth to a majority of their citizens by arguing that the early profitability of extracting a single natural resource produces lasting patterns of bad governance and non-existent transparency. Because of the profitability of political control of the key resource, the stakes of political power are very high. Unscrupulous strongmen and their cliques set aside rules to gain and retain power. Competitive economics, contract enforcement, transparency in allocating business, all of these things become irrelevant. The society becomes both structurally and culturally incapable of carrying out the modern business practices needed to develop a complex, diversified economy. The prescription is simple: eliminate corrupt government, impose consistent legal processes and enforcement of contracts, allocate capital based on efficiency, and so on. While contemporary oil-rich nations are one group of proof texts, accounts such as that of Darren Acemoglu and James Robinson cite slavery as a classic case of the long-term negative effects of resource extraction economies. Slavery, of course, institutionalized violence and the unequal enforcement of contracts, and created hypertrophied single sectors that dominated entire political economic formations. 46. Yet all of these accounts return to their foundational assumption that production by the enslaved was essentially inefficient and less productive than what could be achieved over the long run by the more iconic techniques of modernity, machine technology, free wage labor, incentives internalized by choice or by Foucauldian structures of power that impose on us a way of knowing that permits only participation in the ebb and flow of market society. Certainly, Charles Ball would have agreed with Adam Smith and others that slavery was wasteful. Slavery's captives knew that slavery wasted the days and years extorted from them. The first day Ball spent in the cotton fields was of no use to him as a human being whose life mattered. He made nothing of it for himself except, as we will see, to begin to develop a new power in his hands that he would be forced to turn against himself. But the manual cotton labor of hands in the field was anything but resistant to increases in productivity, as the numbers reveal, and when his first day of picking closed, Ball was about to learn where the secret resided. When the sun finally settled on the white glow of the cotton field, the exhausted people in it heft their cotton baskets and carried them to the shed where the owner kept his cotton gin. In a semicircle, they put down their load and waited while the drivers hung each basket, one, by its handles on a steel yard, a balance beam scale. The overseer took down each number in chalk by the picker's name on the slate held in his hand. When Ball's turn came, he had only 38 pounds. Most of the other men in his field had picked 50 to 60 pounds. Ball would soon learn that even some of the faster pickers would be beaten for not picking enough. 47. 20 years after Ball's first day of picking, Israel Campbell went through his own first season of this kind of work at a Mississippi slave labor camp. The planter and his Irish overseer had told the young man that his daily minimum would be 100 pounds. Both owner and overseer had told him that he would have as many lashes as there were pounds short. The overseer had his slate and list of names ready, on which he recorded each draft of cotton. A draft was a check that paid off a debt, in the commercial lingo of the time. At the end of the day, Campbell knew that he had been able to pick no more than 90 pounds between first light and full dark. When he brought his basket up to the cotton yard, Campbell, desperate to avoid the reconciliation of his negative balance, silently set his basket down and slipped away. He hid in a hut, but then the door opened. Looming on the threshold was the planter Belfer, a lantern in one hand, and a bullwhip and 4 stakes in the other. "Well, Israel, is that you?" The Irishman had weighed the basket. The account was short. I will settle with you now, Belfer said, adding an oath for emphasis. 48. A system of measurement, accounting, and torture was used to coerce enslaved people to pick large amounts of cotton. People who were enslaved reported it again and again. 49. Of course, some readers may wonder whether or not people who had once been enslaved told the truth about this. And a few critics will inevitably suggest that survivors of slavery were charlatans, or too illiterate to speak for themselves, or that they catered to the whims of white abolitionist editors who were dogmatically intent on depicting slavery as a parade of cruelties. Such critiques have been made since at least the late 1830s, when the first African American autobiographies began to appear in significant number as part of the emergent North American abolitionist anti-slavery movement. Enslavers launched every one of those critiques against Charles Ball, Frederick Douglass, and many others. Today, criticisms, sometimes identical ones, still appear. When they do, they usually take no account of the tremendous amount of work done by scholars of slavery's history and survivors' culture to authenticate, assess, and understand the testimony that has survived. 50. Whether we are talking about autobiographies and memoirs created by 19th-century escapees from enslavement or interviews done in the 1930s with elderly formerly enslaved people, these ex-slave narratives are, in the end, sources like other sources. 51. They have their flaws, as do all sources. They need to be interpreted, as must other sources. They need to be weighed and tested. One must understand when the interests of the people involved in creating these sources were served and when they were not. All that is exactly what we must do with all sources. Of course, all too often scholars have been willing to let enslavers' accounts of slavery, including their claims about cotton seeds, escape such scrutiny. When we do serious interpretive work with the narratives and interviews left behind by slavery's survivors, we find that what people who picked cotton said about picking cotton was probably derived from their own experience. The white abolitionists who were involved in the editing and publication of many of the 19th-century narratives did not ask for it. They were not interested in hearing about slave labor as an efficient system of production. Most were ideologically committed to the position that slave labor was inefficient. We can document the fact that white abolitionist audiences took slave labor's inefficiency as a given and often didn't even ask about it. 52. The fact that survivors of cotton frontier slavery depicted that system as one that compelled intensively measured labor that, we now know, grew more efficient over time thus appears likely to have been included in texts by the choice of the survivors. Nor were such depictions of cotton labor exceptional or isolated. In fact, virtually every 19th-century narrator who had spent time in a cotton field, about 20 individuals in all, depicted a similar system of pushing, quotas, and whipping for those whose end-of-day accounting came up short. Did these survivors lie? If so, they must have all agreed to tell the same lies, and to tell them for a century, and to do so without thereby gaining any apparent benefits for themselves. The fact that their testimony so often agrees with the testimony of 1930s interviewees, whose interlocutors were often Southern whites deeply embedded in the system of segregation, further verifies this evidence. 53. Indeed, when those interviewed in the 1930s spoke about the process of cotton picking or about cotton weighing, they too appear to have done so by their own choice. Lists of questions generated by the national and state bureaucrats who directed the 1930s interviews usually do not mention these aspects of slavery. Certainly those survivors interviewed by Southern whites deeply embedded in Jim Crow power structures, which is to say, most of the 1930s interviewees do not appear to have been prodded by their interlocutors to speak of whippings and theft of labor, or to have been encouraged to speak of enslavers as exploiters. 54. And yet approximately 30 of them chose to talk about quotas and whipping. 55. Together, then, 50-odd survivors testified directly to the existence and characteristics of the dynamic system of labor extraction with whose 1805 version Charles Ball was trying to grapple on that late summer evening in South Carolina. 56. These sources cannot be dismissed or disregarded, despite the many inconvenient truths they tell about how the modern world emerged. Last-ditch attempts to dismiss these sources still occur, of course. And the language and character of attempts to dismiss these sources often reveal an issue that is deeply embedded in US and Western public and private culture, but which also has not been rooted out from the world and words of scholars. That is the persistent unwillingness of many white readers and listeners to accept black testimony about black life or death as legitimate. Point 57. It would be hard to think of more legitimate sources for helping one understand how cotton picking worked than those who picked cotton. Then again, those who prefer sources from Southern whites will be interested to learn that they too testify to the existence of this incentive system structured by whip, scale, and ledger, and not only by the existence of thousands of pages of daily cotton picking records. You are mistaken when you say your Negroes are ignorant of the proper way of working, wrote Robert Beverly, handling a new crew transported from Virginia to Alabama. They only require to be made to do it, by flogging, and that quite often. Meanwhile, here's a Natchez doctor. In 1835, the overseer meets all hands at the scales, with lamp, scales, and whip. Each basket is carefully weighed, and the net weight of cotton set down upon the slate, opposite the name of the picker. The countenance of an idler may be seen to fall, for the penalty for failure to meet his or her quota was coming out of their back. Or, as travelers less friendly to the enslavers report hearing, "So many pounds short," cries the overseer, and takes up his whip, exclaiming, "Step this way, you damn lazy scoundrel. Short pounds, you bitch." 58. Charles Ball understood that his first day total on the slate would be his new individual minimum. He also understood that if he failed the next day to pick at least 38 pounds, it would go hard with me. I knew that the lash of the overseer would become familiar with my back. This was not a task system like that of the South Carolina rice swamps and Sea Island cotton plantations. Point 59. Here, on the cotton frontier, enslaved people picked from first light till dark. They did not get to stop, even if they had made their quota. Here, each person was given an individual quota rather than a limit of work fixed by custom. Those who picked more found themselves saddled with a higher quota. They were also subject to whippings, just like the slower ones perhaps. In some cases, they were in even greater danger. Finally, once enslaved people learned how to meet the quota consistently, the enslaver erased his chalk and wrote a higher quota on the slate for the next day. Point 60. Over time, quotas climbed, and so, in general, did the quantity picked by each enslaved person on each day. We know from enslavers' cotton picking books that the average amount picked per day by enslaved picker rose by 400% from 1800 to 1860, in a steady curve. When we map the quotas reported by survivors of the enslaved, we find they report that daily requirements rose in the same pattern. Point 61. Survivors report that enslavers raised enslaved people's personal quotas, or stints, as they were sometimes called. Sometimes this was done by simply measuring the amount that enslaved people, desperate to avoid the whip, had picked over their stint, and adding that to the old quota to make a new, higher one. 62. In other cases, enslavers used positive incentives to get people to pick faster, setting up races between individuals with prizes like a cup of sugar, a hat, or a small amount of money. 63. But such speed ups shouldn't be seen simply as attempts to import positive incentives into a system dominated by negative ones. They were also tricks, designed to get enslaved people to reveal capacities they were hiding. In Georgia, John Brown's enslaver Thomas Stevens would pick out 2 or more of the strongest and sturdiest, and excite them to a race at hoeing or picking, for an old hat, or something of the sort. He would stand with his watch in his hand, observing their movements, whilst they hoed or picked across a certain space he had marked out. The man who won the prize set the standard for the rest. Whatever he did, within a given time, would be multiplied by a certain rule, for the day's work. 64. But enslavers also whipped greater picking speed out of enslaved people in the field itself, forcing their targets to devote sustained attention and unrelenting effort to their speed and accuracy, less leaves, dirt, trash, etc. in the picked fibers. This kind of invigilation reveals yet again the major differences between the labor system used on the cotton frontier and that used in the low country. It also reveals the essence of the enslaver's plan, to force enslaved people to show their left hands. Here, on the cotton frontier, enslavers whipped up enslaved people to force them to reveal capacities they were hiding, or that had not yet been created. As I picked so well at first, remember John Brown, more was exacted of me, and if I flagged a minute the whip was applied liberally to keep me up to my mark. By being driven in this way, I at last got to pick 160 pounds a day, after starting at a minimum requirement of 100.65. Old man Jonas watched us children and kept us divin' for that cotton all day long, remembered Irella Battle Walker, and us wish him dead many a time. 66. At the end of the day came the weighing, and then, for those not up to the task, the whipping. Sometimes they locked people in metal boxes overnight instead, or beat them with hand saws, or locked them in stocks. But the whip was the most typical. The master had a black snake, some called it a bullwhip, remembered Austin Grant. He cut the blood out of the grown ones, right on your naked back. They said your clothes wouldn't grow but your hide would. 67. Some tried to run as the dusk fell, but, as Williamson Pease remembered, they caught him, beat him in the head with the handle of the strap. They stripped him naked. I saw it done. I was looking through the palings. Then they whipped him with a piece of white oak made limber. I saw his back and it was all raw. The man was sent to work next day, but he gave out, and was laid up, until the cotton had been picked over 3 times. That wasn't what mattered was they caught him, and showed no mercy, and above all, that I saw it done. 68. Whether the next day or a month later, when the victims of these brutal assaults went back into the field with their shirts stuck to bloody cuts, they'd be an example as well. Quotas rose. Planters and overseers consulted the cotton-picking books to see who was falling off from previous days and previous years' quotas. What else are the hundreds of cotton-picking books kept by enslavers but guides to whipping? Whips rose and fell. And cotton-picking rates rose inexorably, sometimes picker after picker, but always the average across the expanding South's expanding slave labor camps rose, year after year after year. The whip made cotton. And whip made increases in the efficiency of picking had global significance. They pushed down the real price of cotton, which by 1860 had fallen to 1/4 of its 1,800 price, even as demand had increased many times over. U.S. cotton producers effectively set the world price for this all-important commodity. So efficiency gains in picking created a pie from which many could take a slice. Lower raw material costs meant more capital could be invested in creating better machines, higher wages for mill workers, revenue for enslavers, and of course benefits passed on to the consumers of cloth, as most of the world eventually acquired clothes made in the industrial sectors of the West from cotton grown and picked in the U.S. South. Consumers were among those who benefited most from the ever more efficient production of the enslaved. In Western countries, and soon around the world, people had access to a much greater variety of light, adaptable, printable textiles. An astonishing variety of clothes became accessible to a much higher percentage over the world population. Bourgeois and, eventually, proletarian houses would acquire a new kind of room, the closet, to store the sudden variety. One of the greatest problems for the entire chain of those actors who profited financially from the labor of slaves in U.S. cotton fields became that of convincing consumers that they needed even more clothes, to soak up the endless flood of fiber spilling out of the sacks and baskets of enslaved people. Fashion magazines with illustrations, research on what cloth was desired in markets as distant as East Africa, so was born modern marketing as a process of simultaneously responding to consumers' wants and endlessly stimulating new ones with new forms of media. And so, in lurches and starts, consumption broadened and deepened across class and geography, staving off the beast of overproduction more often than not. 69. The fluctuations in cotton supply and demand drove many of the ups and downs of the wider global economy. In part this was because cotton was an essential input of the global supply chain for the first and most important factory-made good, cotton textiles, and in part because so much of the world's financial capital was invested in making this crop. Of course, the interlinking of daily picking totals with the dynamic ongoing transformation and modernization of world commodity and capital markets ran both ways. World demand for cotton shaped the demands of enslavers and the responses of the enslaved. 70. This particular new constellation of power was not confined to the United States. Even as slavery made cotton from the southern United States became the most widely traded commodity in the world, the radical, dynamic, and continuous transformations that began with slave labor were shaping two other major societies in the New World, Cuba and southeastern Brazil. Each region produced a commodity that also became a key component of industrial transformation. And just as with cotton, the processes in these two societies not only drove economic modernization but also partook of the creative destruction of economic modernity. Finally, just as in the U.S. cotton states, the 19th century saw a massive increase in the number of enslaved people who lived and toiled and died in the Cuban and Brazilian zones where new commodities were being made. After 1807, the United States and Britain banned their citizens from participating in the Atlantic slave trade. Over the next 50 years, most Western nation-states also signed treaties banning the international slave trade. But despite the optimistic hopes of some reformers, the reality that followed these slave trade abolitions was quite different. Between 1808 and the start of the U.S. Civil War, more than 2.7 million people were moved by force from Africa to the New World, most of them to Cuba and Brazil. This was more than during any other half-century of the Atlantic slave trade, save the 3.4 million toll of the 1750 to 1800 period. This was also more than the total number of free immigrants who moved to the United States between the time of the Revolution and 1850.71. Thus, slave trades continued after 1807, especially to rapidly growing commodity-producing zones. U.S. citizens were deeply involved in both the Brazilian and Cuban slave trades, as well as in the sugar plantation zone of Cuba, as owners, technicians, and investors. And while the post-1807 illegal slave trade to the United States itself was minuscule, the internal slave trade was not. In this same time period, more than 1 million enslaved African Americans were moved from the older states of the South to the newer ones in the Mississippi Valley. Their experience was also one of absolute displacement and an introduction to new levels of violence, and so was not so different from those who went through the Middle Passage. When we add those 1 million people to the 2.7 million of the post-1807 Atlantic slave trade, we find that the 50 years that preceded Lincoln's election were actually the highest point so far of the long-distance slave trade to the commodity-producing regions of the Americas. More than 4 million enslaved people had been moved by brutal processes of forced migration into New World slavery's most profitable zones. And despite the emancipations of all slaves in the British Empire, and of most of the enslaved people in the newly independent states of Spanish-speaking Latin America, the total number of enslaved people in the New World had increased dramatically, from about 5 million to about 7 million. The millions of acres taken from Native Americans and cleared, planted, and harvested by enslaved migrants from the Chesapeake and the Carolinas were an ecological windfall for the industrializing West, absolutely crucial for escaping older economies' Malthusian constraints. So too were the new, modernized sugar plantations of Cuba and the coffee estates of the Brazilian frontier. By 1850, as British working-class factory towns swelled with millions of factory workers, that island's changing agricultural sector struggled to keep up with all the new mouths to feed. Much as with cotton, by the 1830s and 1840s, innovations in Cuban sugar production processes permitted individual Cuban slave labor camps to produce 4 times as much sugar as 18th-century predecessors. From 16,000 metric tons in 1800, just 5% of world production, Cuba rapidly scaled up its production to 500,000 metric tons by the 1850s, 50% of all the sugar made in the world. As the price of sugar fell, British and North American cuisines came up with more and more ways to deliver its cheap calories to the urban masses. By 1860, British workers consumed 10 to 20% of their daily calories in the form of sugar inserted in jam, as sweetener for tea and other drinks, and in baked goods. Eventually sugar became a key component of far more processed foods than we even now realize. This was crucial to industrialization. Western societies experienced a measurable average adult height decline in the 19th century. This was probably attributable to the new dietary restrictions imposed by the new increase in geographic and social distance from sources of food supply. Without the cheap calories provided by sugar, the general health deficit this decline signals could have been significantly worse. 72. Meanwhile, in Brazil, where the sugar industry had grown decrepit, enslavers opened a vast new hinterland in the interior of Rio de Janeiro state and São Paulo state. In the 1700s this region had been a backwater. By the early 21st century, it was the core of one of the most rapidly growing economies in the world. And it started with coffee. In 1800 Brazil exported only 580 tons of coffee. By 1860 that number was 800,000 tons. By the late 19th century, 80% of world coffee exports came from Brazil. While to say coffee was a major factor of industrialized, capitalist production might sound like a joke, it really isn't. The shift from old ways to a world of constant innovation, from an agricultural and religious calendar to one of the clock and non-stop work and business, was as much a cultural shift as it was a shift from wood to iron. Coffee replaced alcohol as the beverage of the work break, especially in the United States. Around 1800, U.S. workers drank immense quantities of alcohol, especially during the workday. One can imagine the effects this had on labor discipline and efficiency. In contrast, coffee stimulated, delivered sugar, gave energy for work, and did all this without intoxication and alcohol's other effects. Along with a massive campaign of religious revival and reform, the availability of coffee is the major reason why the average consumption of alcohol dropped dramatically from a peak of 7.1 annual gallons of absolute alcohol per capita early in the 19th century to well under 3 gallons by the Civil War decades. 73. In both these other two new regimes, sugar and coffee, labor productivity grew continuously throughout the 19th century. In Cuba, a series of innovations in the chemistry, machine technology, and production process organization was what made the Cuban sugar planters so efficient. They broke the bottleneck in sugar production, which was, as of 1800, not in planting or cutting but in grinding and refining sugar cane into juice and juice into sugar and molasses. Of course, these improvements, steam-driven mills, vacuum pans, centrifuges, continuous flow processing, careful organization of the space and sequence of harvesting stole the last remaining secrets and skills from the left hands and right brains of enslaved African and Creole Cubans. The sons of enslaved sugar refiners went out into the fields as cane cutters. The secrets now rested inside the machines, in the control of the white technicians, who increasingly were the ones who ran them. The technology, and the more rapid pace of production overall, led to a machine-geared speed-up for the slaves who cut cane by hand. 74. Machine technology was a big part of the dominance of Cuban sugar. The success of Brazilian coffee, on the other hand, was built to a large extent on pure hand labor, sped up by a process much like that occurring in the cotton fields. The bottleneck in production here was picking. Coffee planters in the Paraba Valley created new processes of driving enslaved pickers across hillsides of bushes, and then of measuring their output. Just like cotton planters, coffee barons and their minions weighed daily picking totals and balanced accounts, whipping those who defaulted on the debts imposed by their quotas. And just like coffee planters, the coffee entrepreneurs increased their prices over time, extracting by the late 19th century daily picking totals that were 200 to 300% of those gathered early in the century. 75. The disruption of enslaved people's lives and the measurement, surveillance, and violent coercion of enslaved people's labor were key components in the massive efficiency increases that made the Industrial Revolution possible. This history, once we know it, demands that we give up truisms of choice and incentive, pre-modern versus modern, or hand versus machine. But how, then, are we to understand and explain the kinds of labor that transformed the world during the 19th century, and the kinds of power that emerged? Maybe we could start by looking at how the gains of 19th century slave labor were extracted. Cotton productivity grew because pickers themselves were forced to pick faster, better, more efficiently. Clever entrepreneurs extorted the benefit of new gains they themselves could not imagine. To do so, they did not have to be scientists of motion or choreographers of efficiency. But they did have to press the most skillful hands ever harder. Seeds were surely part of this story. But every time seeds got better, enslaved people did not find their work got easier. Instead, they were pressed to their new maximum, and beyond, forced to become better, faster pickers. 76 Ultimately, it was calibrated torture, not the seed selecting of science-minded planters, that became the technology that kept the Industrial Revolution fed with cheap, high-quality cotton, that broke through the resource constraints that had imprisoned previous civilizations in a Malthusian cul-de-sac. Torture is not a word we use often in the study of slavery's history, much less that of capitalism. We see torture as inherently inefficient, not something that a professor could put on the chalkboard as a variable in an equation or a graph. T stands for torture, one component of S, or supply. But understanding torture as a technology, a means of accomplishing what the philosopher Martin Heidegger called the challenging force of nature, putting nature, the nature of human beings and the second nature they have developed in their embodied culture, to the test and making it yield all that it can. This helps incorporate the astonishing increases in productivity in both field and factory into the story of the rise of the modern world. Here's an illuminating metaphor for the process, one offered by a man named Henry Clay. Born into slavery in the Carolinas, he was moved west as a boy, and 70 years after slavery ended he recalled that his Louisiana owner had once possessed a machine that by his account made cotton cultivation and harvesting mechanical, rapid, and efficient. This contraption was a big wooden wheel with a treadle to it, and when you tromp the treadle the big wheel go round. On that wheel was 4 or 5 leather straps with holes cut in them to make blisters, and you lay the Negro down on his face on a bench and tie him to it. When the operator pumped the treadle to turn the wheel, the straps thrashed the back of the man or woman tied to the bench into blistered, bloody jelly. According to Clay, the mere threat of the whipping machine was enough to speed his own hands and hoe. 77. The contraption may have actually existed. I think, however, that it was not a material thing of wood and leather but instead, Clay's telling tale. It tells us that we could see the scientific principle of every cotton labor camp ever carved out of the southwestern woods as a metaphorical whipping machine, a technology for controlling and exploiting human beings, calibrating increments of torture to extract both efficient production of pounds of cotton and endless, dynamic improvements to that efficiency. They measured the increments with steel yard scales, and by then checking totals against the cotton picking accounts they kept on slates and then copied into ledgers. These books had no purpose besides that of measuring cotton pickers and holding them responsible for exceeding their previous gains. Hundreds of these cotton-picking ledgers survive. They are the most numerous artifacts, and once we understand why they existed, they are also the most overwhelming evidence of both the function and the functionality of enslavers' whipping machines. In fact, the whole vast archipelago of slave labor camps that eventually stretched from western South Carolina into Texas, extracting from the hands of the enslaved an unprecedented level and quality of field labor, was a dynamically evolving technology of measurement, torture, and forced innovation, a whipping machine writ large and built full scale. This whipping machine challenged enslaved people every day to exceed yesterday's gains in production and profit. The whipping machine also challenges historians' willingness to adopt, from the powers that be and have been, definitions that implicitly distinguish torture from discipline. Historians of torture have defined the term as extreme torment that is part of a judicial or inquisitorial procedure. Torture, in this view, might give psychological rewards to sadistic torturers, but the key feature that distinguishes it from mere brutal torment is that it aims to extract truth. Instead, we see the whipping of slaves as either psychopathy or as part of an archaic structure of power and labor discipline that is in nature no more efficient at creating true work efficiency than the beating of children and domestic servants is at creating true love. 78. The whipping machine did, in fact, continually extract a truth, the maximum poundage that a man, woman, or child could pick. Once the victim surrendered to that fact, the torturer then challenged the enslaved person's reason again, to force the creation of and then extract from his hands a new truth, an even greater capacity to pick. As we know, torture can create new truths. How did enslaved people create a truth that answered the ever higher demands? Some tried to fool the weight and cheat the whip, hiding rocks, dirt, or melons in their baskets to make them heavier. George Womble remembered that cotton pickers tried to sprinkle white sand on the dew-wet cotton as they put it in their bags in the first hours of the long day. 79. But overseers were selected for hardness. They inflicted severe punishment on enslaved people caught trying to cheat the scales on daily cotton debts. The steady upward curve of efficiency proves that overseers and enslavers usually won that struggle. And every forced adaptation made to survive defeat added more revenue for enslavers. Thomas Cole recalled that small children who picked were allowed to add the cotton to their parents' baskets, another way to use family ties and parental authority to support planter profits. In general, enslavers opposed cooperation, preferring the leverage that individual measurement gave them. In the opposite of cooperation, remembered Austin Grant, some enslaved people stole cotton from each other's baskets to add it to their own. Instead, most enslaved people had to train their forces of individual innovation. Fearing punishment or even death, minds scrambled to come up with ways to speed their own hands as minimums increased. Parents and elders taught children to pick faster. Grant's grandfather would tell us things, to keep the whip off our backs. He would say, "Chillin', work, work and work hard. You know how you hate to be whipped, so work hard." They taught individual adaptation in a world of perpetual vulnerability to violence, and sometimes themselves used violence to prepare their own children for the picking season. Barry Smith's mother beat him, took a pole to me if I didn't do it, pick cotton right. 80. Looking at the dramatic increase over time in the quantity picked, one must concede that above all, enslaved people succeeded in picking more cotton. But it is interesting that enslavers' language, with its assumption that some human beings could be reduced to the hands, the appendages of others, was in its way the mirror of the words enslaved people used to describe the experience of picking cotton. To pick it well, the way that cotton entrepreneurs needed it to be done so that they could make calculations about a harvest's profit into reality, one had to disembody oneself, to separate the mind from the hand, to become for a time, in fact, little more than a hand. Or two hands. While novice Solomon Northup, for instance, lurched down his row, his neighbor Patsy worked both sides of her row in perpetual motion, picking with both hands, moving like a dancer in an unconscious rhythm, though one of dissociation rather than of pleasure. Like a pianist, both her hands, right and left, did their own separate thinking. 81. Symmetry can be beautiful to witness. In laboratory tests, people are consistently attracted to more symmetrical faces and bodies. But human beings are in crucial ways asymmetrical. For most people, however, the left hand did not want to do its own thinking. And they did not want to make it, or make the right hand, if they were left-handed. Most of us prefer to use the right hand for most tasks. Virtually all of us are handed, preferring one hand over another. Consciousness and handedness are intertwined. So are handedness and selfhood. Many of us are aware that the left side of the brain generally controls the right hand, and vice versa. In fact, in both language and work with one's hands, each side of the brain plays a different role, and thus so does each hand. We write, we touch, we gesture, we take more with one hand than another. We work with one hand more than another. Our strong hand, whether we are right or left-handed, is the dexterous partner of our conscious, planning mind. In the skilled tasks that Charles Ball could perform, or those of any enslaved person coming from older regions of the South and older systems of labor, one hand was always the leader. And such tasks in which one hand was the leader, the mind at work, could be an expression of the self even if it was forced, even if the product was stolen. 82. People could move faster and faster. They could get up early and sneak out to the fields and pick by moonlight to meet their unusually high quotas, like a Georgia woman named Nancy. 83. But as time went on, more and more enslaved people had to figure out how to use each hand equally. As stints increased, many were only able to meet their picking quotas by learning how to unhook their non-dominant hand from the tethers of bodily asymmetry and brain architecture founded in human anatomy and genetics and built on over the course of a lifetime. The whipping machine continually demanded that they come up with ways to pick more cotton, by watching or talking to others and learning from their speed, by creating new efficiencies that would shorten the path of hand from plant to sack and back again in both space and time. And above all, by shutting down some pathways in the brain so that the body could pick with the left hand as well as the right, and thus dance like a patsy, becoming, for a time, the disembodied hands of enslavers. Fantastic language. Some hands can't get the sleight of it, said a white man who had tried to whip a young woman to make her a hand at cotton picking. Sleight means left, but also craft, cunning, a special knack or trick. There is something left-handed about the word, something distinct from right-handed force. We think of sleight of hand as something employed by pickpockets, magicians, three-card Monte dealers. Sleight is an art of resistance, play against right-handed power. This sleight of hands was different. It was required, extracted by power that compelled, exposed, and commodified hidden, individual capacities. Torture. The whipping machine as a whole, in fact, was cunning. In its design was embedded a secret as consequential as the secrets of capital that Marx believed he exposed when he peered beneath the veil of the working day. The technology of torture required the use of a creativity that would generate new tricks and knacks, but not for the service of the trickster him or herself. It then measured left-handed power, the safeguard for millennia of the poor and the less powerful against the domination of the great. And then it turned the sleight and creativity of left-handed power against the self, forcing from enslaved hands skillful but endless and depersonalizing labor. 84. For those who succeeded in developing the sleight of hands did so by achieving a kind of detachment from their own consciousness. Patsy was impressive as she moved, even beautiful. That sense drips out of Northup's description of her performance between the rows, but her achievement was also a thing of horror. She had become not just a person forced to toil in a hot field, but one of the hands sketched in words written down on paper by men sitting in cool dark offices. Sometimes, especially once they achieved freedom, the formerly enslaved talked about how this process felt. The repetitiveness, and above all the demand that one become a different person, or not even a whole person, but a hand, or be tortured, these things made cotton picking horrible. It was irksome, fatiguing. I was never thoroughly reconciled to it. It never felt like one's own work or one's own body, because it wasn't, not in the same way that felling trees or threshing wheat or topping tobacco was one's work, however stolen. The psychological torment of alienating one's own hands from the old integuments that tied them to one part of the mind or another and rewiring them in different ways for someone else took a tremendous and painful effort. This effort, and the torture that drove it, left their mark on the body, but perhaps even more indelibly on the mind. As late as the 1930s, an elderly woman named Adeline Hodges, who had learned to pick cotton in Alabama in the 1850s, couldn't stand to watch clerks weighing her food at the grocery store, cause I remember so well that each day that the slaves was given a certain number of pounds to pick. When weighing up time come and you didn't have the number of pounds set aside, you may be sure that you was going to be whipped. 85. Only something more violent than the forced self-rewiring of the body could have carried hands through the deepest, thickest layers of the cotton bottleneck, and she was still traumatized from that torture a lifetime later. Thus, another way to tell the story of how the modern world came to pass is to tell it as one in which left-handed power was exposed, commandeered, turned against its possessors and built into something much different. At the heart of that process are the experiences, day after day, of 1 million people like Charles Ball. The work of hands and enslaved people's creative, exploited minds, a work driven by the measured creaking of the whipping machine, seems the opposite of what is modern, industrial, technological. Yet the data reveal that those in the cotton fields were not only absolutely necessary to the developments on the factory floor but in dynamic efficiency were their equals. And it will not take us long to draw links between the whipping machine and the entrepreneurial history of slavery's expansion in the 19th century United States in general and our own world. 86 These are links of resonance, and even of direct causation. This isn't just Charles Ball's story. We are part of it as well. Chapter 2. Slavery's Scientific Management. Masters and Managers. Caitlin Rosenthal. On Monday, October 10, 1842, a beautiful day on Pleasant Hill Plantation in Amite County, Mississippi, Eli J. Cable noted the precise amount of cotton picked by each of his 15 slaves. Every hand, including the enslaved overseer, Tone, picked at least 100 pounds, and Cable's top pickers, Terry, Isaac, and Peter, exceeded 200 pounds apiece. All told, they had brought in 2,545 pounds, the best ever done here in one day. One Cable knew that the day was remarkable because he was in the habit of keeping diligent records. He kept a yearly plantation journal that tracked his output, and his records show that over the coming decades, he would repeat the achievement of that October day many times. As he increased the size of his workforce and improved his management methods, he pushed the daily picking totals ever higher. Cable and other book farmers of the American South paid close attention to how efficiently enslaved men and women picked cotton, frequently experimenting with new methods for maximizing output. They recorded and analyzed data diligently and precisely, keeping accounts and comparing them year after year. Their efforts, as well as those of planters growing sugar, rice, wheat, and other staples, were remarkably sophisticated for their time. Planters paid more attention to labor productivity than many northern manufacturers, foreshadowing the rise of scientific management in the 1880s and beyond. They excelled in determining the most labor their slaves could do, and in pushing them to attain that maximum. Most historians of management have overlooked these skilled calculations, beginning their research instead in the factories of England and New England. In his classic study of American business, Alfred Chandler described plantations as a fundamentally ancient form of production. Acknowledging that the plantation overseer was the first salaried manager in the country, he nonetheless concluded that slave plantations were more like feudal estates than modern factories. 2 The meticulously kept ledgers and careful calculations of the most sophisticated planters complicate this view, which Bill Cook has called the denial of slavery in management studies. 3 Historians are currently working to integrate the South more fully into the story of American capitalism. New research describes a vigorous, violent system where innovation and brutality went hand in hand. 4 Understanding the connection between slavery and business innovation is the subject of this chapter. Sophisticated accounting techniques were not incidental to plantation slavery. The power of masters gave them power as managers. Instead of attracting and retaining labor, planters acquired it and accelerated it, aided by the threat of violence. They subjected enslaved men and women to experiments, allocating and reallocating labor from task to task, planning meals and lodging, and measuring and monitoring productivity and reproductivity. To be sure, slaves resisted planters' efforts, but a combination of calculation and control constrained their attempts. Slavery became a laboratory for the use of accounting because neat columns of numbers more closely matched the reality of life on plantations than in many other early American enterprises. Put differently, the commoditization and capitalization of lives made it easier to put numbers to work. Innovation was, in a sense, a byproduct of bondage. I begin by describing accounting practices, particularly Thomas Affleck's popular plantation record books. From here I explore the ways planters used accounting to increase their profits, first by pushing up the pace of work, next by standardizing labor using units such as the prime hand, and finally by optimizing their investments in human capital. Plantation accounts. Eli Capel took over the management of Pleasant Hill Plantation after the death of his father, Littleton Capel, in the 1830s. Under his direction the plantation thrived, expanding from a small farm of 6 quarter sections into a plantation of 2,500 acres worked by a force of 80 slaves. 5 Capel recorded his progress in a series of detailed journals stretching from 1842 to 1867. In the earliest of these records, he experimented with a variety of differently formatted diaries and blank books, but none suited his needs. On days when he attempted to record every slave's individual picking, his calculations spilled into the margins. 6 In 1850, he remedied the problem by adopting Affleck's preprinted plantation record and account book. Affleck's journal was an all-in-one account book designed to facilitate plantation management, and among an array of different forms it included specially lined forms for recording cotton picking. 7. Thomas Affleck worked as a planter and gardener in the small town of Washington, Mississippi, about 50 miles west of Capel's plantation in Amite County. Born and educated in Scotland, he had migrated to the United States in 1832, moving from the East Coast to Ohio before relocating to Mississippi, where he began to plant cotton. His background combined experience in finance, scientific agriculture, and publishing. In Edinburgh, he had worked as a bookkeeper for the Bank of Scotland, and he boasted in his correspondence that the experience had accustomed him to the strictest business habits. 8. When he arrived in Mississippi, Affleck found that although some of his neighbors had kept regular plantation books for many years, their records varied dramatically, lacking the uniformity and regularity that would enable comparisons across plantations. In response, Affleck prepared 2 books with the pen, giving one to each of his overseers. 9 After testing the journal and revising it, he published his first plantation account book. 10 Affleck's plantation record and account book provided a preprinted, all-in-one system for planters wishing to improve their accounting practices. As his advertisements boasted, his journal combined day book, journal, stock book, ledger and daily record all in one large folio volume. 11 In all, the cotton journals included 15 different forms, labeled A through O, Table 2.1, and the sugar journals included 21 forms, labeled A through U. Each form addressed a different aspect of plantation production. Affleck instructed planters to fill in some of the forms every day, including the record of activities and the record of cotton picked. Other pages in the journal, including the inventories of tools, supplies, and the slaves themselves, were completed only quarterly or annually. 12. The many forms in Affleck's journal composed an interlocking system that enabled planters to make sophisticated comparisons and calculations. Several forms offered different ways to calculate the same total, providing opportunities to cross-check information. For example, on Form H, the overseer recorded the weight of every bale of cotton, the total of which should match the total on Form M, where the owner weighed the bales as they were sold. These checks helped planters monitor the honesty of the overseer and of the slaves. The journal culminated in Form O, an end-of-year balance sheet on which planters could calculate their yearly profits. This balance sheet ensured that every cost and revenue was tallied up, drawing inputs from 5 different forms elsewhere in the book. Capital costs, including those for land, slaves, tools, and stock, were charged at a recommended interest rate of 6%, and any change in the value of capital was methodically recorded. By consulting the balance sheet and comparing it with prior years, planters could assess their overall profitability and identify the cause of their success or failure, improvements made to their property, sales of cotton, or changes in the value of slaves. Planters and overseers very rarely completed all of these forms, more often they selected what they found most useful and ignored the rest. 13. Despite their complexity, the journals required very little specialized knowledge of bookkeeping. As Affleck explained in an 1860 advertisement, the plan of the book is so simple, and yet complete, that any man who can write at all legibly, whether or not he has any knowledge of the principles and practice of bookkeeping, is capable of making his entries correctly. The detailed instructions and fill-in-the-blanks balance sheet meant that only basic addition and subtraction were required to strike a true balance and to determine whether the year's labors have resulted in profit or loss. 14. This relative simplicity made Affleck's journals ideal for monitoring overseers, who rarely had any skill in bookkeeping. When James Henry Hammond complained to Affleck that he had no hope of ever getting an overseer who will or can keep such a book in South Carolina, Affleck wrote that in Mississippi there were many such men. He recommended making the completion of the books a stipulation of their contracts, giving newly hired overseers little choice in the matter. 15. Affleck hoped that his forms would spare the non-resident planter much vexation and loss and the overseer undeserved blame. 16. Affleck published his journal in 6 different versions, specialized by crop and plantation size. Figure 2.1.17. Eli Cable originally used Affleck's smallest book, designed for cotton plantations with 40 or fewer slaves, but by the late 1850s his operations had outgrown this volume, and he purchased the Cotton Plantation Record and Account Book No. 2, for plantations with up to 80 hands. 18. Affleck offered an even larger edition, with space to record the work of as many as 120 working hands, and by 1860 he had published a 4th edition, for up to 160 working hands. He also offered 2 volumes for sugar plantations with 80 and 120 working hands. Because many enslaved men and women were too young or infirm to labor in the fields, these largest books targeted elite planters whose holdings could reach as high as 200 or even 300 total slaves. The smallest journal sold for $2, and the prices of the larger editions increased in increments of 50 cents. These prices were higher than those for other blank books but were nonetheless affordable, relative to the total investment involved in operating a large plantation. 19. Affleck's journals appear to have sold well, remaining in print until the Civil War and running to 8 editions. 20. Although it is difficult to verify their circulation, Affleck claimed annual sales of 2,000 and believed that he could reach 5,000 if production were managed efficiently. 21. He applied the same entrepreneurial calculations to his publishing business that he instructed planters to use with their crops. In a letter to a potential partner, he described his business plan in great detail. Figure 2.1. Advertisement for Thomas Affleck's account books. Thomas Affleck Papers, MSS 3, 1263, Louisiana and Lower Mississippi Valley Collections, Louisiana State University Libraries, Baton Rouge. Courtesy of Special Collections, LSU Libraries, Louisiana State University. The ACCT books can be got out at 60C to 70C p copy, say an average of 75C. Weld writes me he has got over $650 of advertisements for this coming edition. I feel confident that 5,000 copies of all the editions, sugar and cotton, can be sold per annum, at an average retail price of $3, netting $2, counting freight and losses. $500 can be had for adverts, reducing the cost of the books 10c p copy. I am keeping a long way within bounds. Say 5,000 copies net $1.35 each equals $6,750.22. In practice, Affleck appears to have had difficulty realizing his projections, not because of lack of demand but because of difficulty finding and maintaining a dependable printer. Over the run of the journal, Affleck employed several printers, at least one of whom absquatulated, leaving Affleck with neither the funds nor the volumes for several months. 23. Competitors peddled systems similar to Affleck's, taking advantage of the popularity of his accounting system. Affleck railed against these texts, considering them inferior substitutes for his own. In 1854 he requested a copy of one bastard account book from bookseller B. M. Norman. 24. A year later, when a friend alerted him to a copycat book being sold by a Mr. Bland, he exclaimed in reply that such plagiarism was quite common, complaining of an almost literal reprint of my books but with the part of Hamlet omitted. Most shabbily gotten up and some of the most important records left out. 25. Still, improving planters were a minority among slave holders. In 1860, more than 20,000 cotton planters owned more than 30 slaves. Even if Affleck's most hyperbolic sales figures were correct, he would not have reached more than a quarter of all larger planters. Still, they were a vocal, highly articulate minority that evangelized their practices through fairs, newspapers, and the Southern agricultural press. 26 Large planters had disproportionate influence and produced disproportionate amounts of cotton. Only a small proportion of planters had holdings sufficient to warrant using one of Affleck's books. However, these large plantations produced the vast majority of all cotton. 27. Though Thomas Affleck's were the most popular plantation blanks, they were not the first. A number of preprinted books preceded Affleck's, and the variety of these texts suggests that the formatted ledger was a well-developed genre of job printing in the South. By the time he corresponded with Affleck, James Henry Hammond had already experimented with several different books on his Sugar Bluff plantation. 28 One of the books used by Hammond appears to have circulated widely. By 1840, Andrew Flynn of Mississippi was using an identical or nearly identical book. These ledgers contain two varieties of printed pages: first, an upfront inventory of animals and equipment, and second, a series of pages listing activity by day of the month. 29 In 1835, a Florida planter named Farquhar McRae wrote to Edmund Ruffin's Farmers Register to recommend that planters adopt a new system of bookkeeping. McRae sent Ruffin an essay on accounting, along with a diagram of his proposed system. The forms began with a section for documenting the daily activities of the workforce and also provided space for recording any increase or decrease in the number of slaves and cattle, the planting of fields, the harvest of various crops, and a number of other metrics. McRae proposed to sell bound volumes of these forms, but he may or may not have attempted the venture. 30. Most surviving formatted ledgers for North American plantations date from after 1830, but scattered documents survive from significantly earlier. Earlier plantation texts circulated in the British West Indies, particularly in Jamaica, Barbados, and British Guiana, where preformatted ledgers were distributed and completed as early as the 1780s. 31 In contrast to the North, where most accounts were kept in custom-lined ledgers with little formatting, pre-lined plantation books enabled a remarkable level of complexity and standardization. Some pre-lined books were available for northern factories, however, they differed in both complexity and focus from manuals like Affleck's. For example, a pocket-sized workman's account book, copyrighted in the late 1820s, was designed to help employers keep track of wages. It consisted of a single table reprinted on each of the book's 24 pages, and appears to have been used primarily for recording incidental labor in quarter or half-day increments. 32 Unlike picking records, books like this did not venture into the terrain of productivity. A few preprinted ledgers, like Scotsman David Young's Farmer's Account Book of 1788, provided space for tracking farm produce, sales, and the weather, but ignored labor. 33 Northern entrepreneurs wanting to keep more detailed payroll and wage records would have needed to have them custom-lined by a stationer. Among books available at the time, only plantation journals contained complete systems designed to help capitalists manage labor and monitor their profits. 34 Putting numbers to work. Tracking information was only the first step for planters. They also put their data to work, analyzing it to increase the productivity of their operations. Relentlessly efficient overseers distinguished themselves by determining the maximum sustainable pace of labor and driving slaves to achieve that maximum. Virginia wheat planter Pleasant Suit urged his overseers to use every means in their power to understand what is a day's work for a hand in every variety of plantation business. Suit recommended an array of strategies, including calculation, trials, and inquiries of experienced persons. 35. Among the details meticulously recorded and analyzed by planters, the most important track slaves' daily cotton picking. In Affleck's books, Form C, the record of cotton picked, tracked the pounds of cotton each slave picked every day, figure 2.2. 36 The first column on Form C noted the names of each slave, and to the right of this list were columns for each day of the week, Monday through Saturday. These columns could be tallied to determine the daily picking, which could be summed for a weekly total. In 1854, Affleck added a space for a running total, so that the sum from the prior page could be brought forward to find the total picking thus far in the year. 37 Completing Form C required the overseer or planter to weigh and record hundreds of data points over the course of a week, and many thousands over the course of a season. After emancipation, the minister and former slave Charles Thompson recollected the basic process of picking, weighing, and accounting for cotton. As he wrote, each picker had a stint or daily task to perform, that is, each of them was required to pick so many pounds of cotton. Thompson, high up in the internal hierarchy of the plantation's enslaved workforce, was placed over the hands as boss and cotton weigher. To monitor the picking of the slaves under him, Thompson weighed their picking 3 times each day. In this way, throughout the day, the slaves, armed with knowledge of their progress, could be induced to strive toward their assigned task. Ironically, Thompson, who could add and write, was forced to conceal his numerical abilities because of laws against educating slaves. But this did not stop his owner from benefiting from his numeracy. He kept the weights of each hand separate and correctly in my mind and reported them to the overseer each night. 38. Some planters used incentives to accelerate picking, relying on the use of precise calculation. After his escape from slavery, Henry Bibb described the use of contests to speed up the pace of labor. As he explained, instead of extorting picking from their slaves by the lash, some planters would deceive them by giving small prizes. An overseer began by dividing the hands off in 3 classes by skill, and offering a prize to the one who will pick out the most cotton in each of the classes. By this means, the slaves of every level increased their pace in pursuit of the prizes. After repeating such challenges several times and weighing what cotton they pick every night, the overseer could tell just how much every hand can pick. After giving the small reward to the winners, he then required them to pick just as much afterward or be flogged. 39. Figure 2.2. Form C, Record of Cotton Picked. Eustacia Plantation Account Book, 1861. Ohio Historical Society, Columbus. Courtesy of the Ohio History Connection, Volume 649. The most complex incentive system stretched over the course of the year. In 1851, a Mississippi planter who owned 49 slaves explained his scheme. As he wrote, "I pay them money at the end of the year. The amount given to all depends on the crop and the price, the amount to each one upon his good behavior, his activity, obedience, and efficiency during the year. He allocated the payment by class. The Negro who has discharged all his duties through the year most faithfully is put in the first class. As many as deserve it are put there and all get the largest and same amount of money. The amount paid them is lessened as they fall into lower classes. Slaves could draw on their accounts throughout the year, and the planter furnished any extra clothing that any of them may want, charging their accounts, and at payday, as they call it, it is brought up against them 40. Record keeping could make punishment just as calculating as payment. Although some book farmers advocated more humane treatment, others translated data into violence. They meted out lashes in precise relation to picking, whipping slaves as many strokes as the number of pounds they fell short of their daily or weekly tasks. In the 1840s, Henry Watson described a state of almost constant terror on the plantation where he labored. As Watson wrote, each individual having a stated number of pounds of cotton to pick, the deficit of which was made up by as many lashes being applied to the poor slave's back. 41 John Brown described the same cruel system. For every pound that is found short of the task, the punishment is 1 stroke of the bullwhip. Though Brown himself never got flogged for short weight, many others did, and dreadful was the punishment they received. 42. Even when slaves avoided punishment, the weighing of cotton could be harrowing. Solomon Northup's 1855 slave narrative described the fear that motivated him to accelerate his work. As Northup wrote, "A slave never approaches the gin house with his basket of cotton but with fear. If it falls short in weight, if he has not performed the full task appointed him, he knows that he must suffer. But the cost of success was high. As Northup reflected, if he has exceeded it by 10 or 20 pounds, in all probability his master will measure the next day's task accordingly. So, whether he has too little or too much, his approach to the gin house is always with fear and trembling. 43 John Brown also described how his task was pushed progressively upward from 100 pounds per week to 160 pounds. On the plantation where he labored, the rule for a new picker was 100 pounds for each hand, but on the first day, he picked 5 pounds over this quantity. Much to his sorrow, Brown found that because he had picked so well at first, more was exacted of me, and if I flagged a minute, the whip was liberally applied to keep me up to the mark. By constant driving, the overseer gradually pushed Brown's task higher until he at last got to pick 160 pounds a day. 44. Enslaved men and women recognized the high stakes of tactics designed to reveal their maximum picking rates. Many saw prizes and payments for what they often were a temporary ruse that masters could discontinue once they knew what work could be performed. And they responded with subtle modes of resistance. Frederick Law Olmsted described enslaved men's and women's attempts to slow down plantation speed-ups in the Cotton Kingdom. As he explained, slaves very frequently cannot be made to do their master's will. They did not directly refuse to obey orders but rebelled more subtly, undertaking their tasks in such a way that the desired result is sure not to be accomplished. Olmsted labeled this behavior sogging, a term he had defined approximately a decade earlier when describing the slow pace of work on a packet ship in England. Sogging, he wrote, is pretending to work, and accomplishing as little as possible. The management scholar Bill Cook has traced sogging to the same root as Frederick Winslow Taylor's soldiering, also meaning to shirk, or to pretend to work in order to obscure one's true ability. 45. Planters used accounting and measurement to uncover slaves' resistance. Israel Campbell, a slave who struggled repeatedly to meet his task, described hiding a good-sized melon in his basket before it was weighed. The possibility of discovery terrified him, but he knew that otherwise a whipping was sure. At first, Campbell thought himself pretty smart to play such a trick, but a day of reckoning was to come. Before the cotton was sold, it had to be ginned. As they always put down the amount picked, allowing so much for waste, they could calculate very nearly the amount it ought to make. Comparing these weights revealed a shortfall, and though the overseer never implicated Campbell, he could not repeat the trick. 46. Planters used incentive schemes to hold all accountable for such deceptions. In 1842, a planter and minister from Virginia described a particularly complex scheme that he used to enforce slaves' honesty. Every year, he gave each laboring hand a barrel of corn, or its equivalent in money, to be settled at Christmas. If any theft or depredation is committed, no matter by whom, my Negroes are responsible for it, and double its value is deducted from the Christmas present. However, if the thief is given up, the whole responsibility rests on him. Thus, he explained, a few barrels of corn are made the means of saving my property to perhaps 10 times the amount the whole year. 47. This scheme resembled the fidelity funds that companies like the Singer Sewing Machine Corporation would adopt to prevent embezzlement in the coming decades. 48. The many surviving account books from southern plantations suggest that by the early to mid-19th century, sophisticated accounting practices were relatively widespread. Amid the destruction of the Civil War, it is remarkable how many volumes were preserved. And these records, typically the most formal elements of plantation accounting, only scratch the surface of the ways in which numbers were used on plantations. Beyond bound books, there would have been loose paper notations, and still more impermanent slates that were filled and erased daily. Only traces of these more informal technologies are visible in account books. In September 1852, the column for Monday, September 13, has no data, reading instead today's picking was rubbed off the slate. 49. In several narratives, enslaved authors recall overseers setting down the weights of cotton on slates. Like progress reports tacked to the walls of modern corporations, These constant notations made the data of plantation operations daily visible. 50. Sophisticated management practices paid large dividends for planters. In recent work, the economists Alan Olmsted and Paul Rode have analyzed cotton picking records, many of them affixed, to show the tremendous increase in productivity during the 60 years preceding the Civil War. Between 1801 and 1860, the average amount of cotton picked per slave per day increased about fourfold, or 2.3% per year. Olmsted and Rhodes show that much of this gain results from the adoption of new strains of cotton. The historian Edward Baptist rejects this explanation, placing violence at the center of the picture. And Walter Johnson's recent River of Dark Dreams emphasizes both new varieties of cotton and violence. 51 Plantation account books show how these multiple causes operated in connection with each other. In a sense, accounting practices knit innovation and violence together. New strains of cotton resulted in higher yields in part because planters could calculate and enforce new picking targets. 52. Accounting became a broader language that helped planters reap productivity gains from all kinds of other sources. Thomas Affleck himself was not just an accountant, he was also a nurseryman, and he would have recognized that keeping detailed accounts helped him learn from his agricultural experiments. Profit calculations helped planters quantify and compare the benefits of new types of soil, manure, and seed. Balance sheets enabled them to sift through the boosterism of seed peddlers and decide when to purchase new products and adopt new practices. Similarly, accounting helped planters recalibrate their benchmarks after adopting new innovations. When planters adopted easier to pick strains of Mexican cotton, daily picking records would have enabled them to set new targets, thereby extracting higher output from their slaves. The language of accounts facilitated the implementation and dissemination of other innovations. 53. When he first published his account book, Affleck touted both its benefits for individual planters and the salutary influences he expected them to have on agriculture across the South. As he exclaimed to Hammond in a letter recommending the books, "Think of the advantage to both planters and overseers, of even 1,000 books written from day-to-day experience, scattered over the country. 54 such books, kept in a standardized format, would enable precise comparisons, turning the full community of Southern book farmers into a vast laboratory for agricultural improvement." Prime hands. Sharing and comparing data required the adoption of standardized metrics. In the 1850s, railroads across the nation would begin to develop comparable measures of productivity, such as the cost per ton mile. Their innovations have been heralded as important milestones in the coming of modern management. 55 Like railroad superintendents, early 19th century planters devised a unit of analysis that enabled comparisons across the infinite diversity of the men and women they enslaved. A prime field hand was an enslaved man or woman whose productivity was among the maximum that could be expected from a single individual. All other slaves were measured against this ideal, their value denominated in fractions of a hand. When he prepared an 1841 slave list for planters Edward Frost and Thomas Horry, overseer and Thomas first listed the plantation's 40 full hands. Then he went on to name 58 hands that were not full, labeling their value in quarter-hand increments. He rated Affa at 3/4 of a hand, Sam the carpenter at half of a hand, and Cripple Sissy at 0.56. In his various accounts of Southern life, Frederick Law Olmsted described similar practices on several plantations. On one, there were 135 slaves, big and little, of which 67 went to field regularly, equal, the overseer thought, to fully 60 prime hands. There were also a number of highly skilled hands, including a blacksmith, a carpenter, a wheelwright, and a nurse, who would be worth more, if they were for sale, the overseer said, than the best field hands. 57 A contributor to the Southern Cultivator wrote in with a comparison of profits from 1844 and 1845. The author, Alexander McDonald of Alabama, owned 13 hands, mostly boys and women, but for the purpose of analysis, these could be counted at only 10 good hands. He calculated that the value of these hands was $5,800 and added it to his other capital costs, charging the total sum at 8% interest. 58. Planters' calculations rendered slaves not as individuals but as abstract, commoditized units of labor, many of which could be combined to make a whole. The number of hand equivalents on a large plantation rarely exceeded half the number of enslaved men and women. On a rice plantation in North Carolina, the whole number of Negroes was 200, reckoned to be equal to about 100 prime hands. By the overseer's assessment, this was an unusual strength for that number of all classes. 59. However, a lower ratio of prime hands to total hands might not necessarily be a sign of weakness. Another planter, who described his whole force as having a proportion, somewhat smaller than usual, explained that it was not the result of infirmity or weakness among his workers. Rather, his women were uncommonly good breeders. He had never heard of babies coming so fast as they did on his plantation. 60. The hand was the basis for an array of calculations. In Issaquena County north of Affleck and Capel, along the Mississippi River, overseer George R. Clark of Eustacia Plantation diligently completed one of Affleck's account books. Each week he wrote the names of each hand who went into the fields, and every day he recorded the cotton they brought back. He tallied up the daily picking, adding the days to find the weekly picking, and combining that total with the prior week's amounts to derive the running total for the season. After calculating this total, either Clark or the planter who employed him set aside his pen and picked up a pencil to analyze his data. Each week he divided the running total by the total number of pounds he believed a prime field hand could pick during a week. Over time, he tried 1,400 pounds, 1,300 pounds, and 1,350 pounds. The resulting quantity was the number of prime hand weeks expended thus far in the picking of cotton. 61. Planters shared their calculations in the Southern Agricultural Press, using hand equivalents to facilitate comparisons. Alexander McDonald, an Alabama planter, sent the Southern Cultivator an account of his profits from 1844 and 1845. He owned 13 hands, mostly boys and women, and for the purposes of his analysis, these were counted at only 10 good hands. McDonald valued these hands at $5,800 and added it to his capital costs, charging the total sum at 8% interest. 62. A few years later, another contributor tabulated the results of his efforts at growing cotton between 1830 and 1847. He reported his results in 3 columns: yield of cotton per acre, average price per pound, and net proceeds per hand. 63. From the hand, planters also developed other comparative metrics. For example, the task acre was a unit of land measure that varied according to what a prime hand could accomplish. 64. Agricultural journals printed and reprinted data and essays from Southern planters, circulating information throughout the South. At various times, Eli Capel subscribed to the American Agriculturist, the American Cotton Planter, the Cultivator, the Soil of the South, the Southern Agriculturist, the Southern Cultivator, the Horticulturist, and the Horticultural Review and Botanical Magazine. He also took the New Orleans Picayune. 65. Affleck's almanacs and account books sometimes advertised for these journals. One of the cotton books listed an array of magazines, including 18 agricultural journals, 7 of which were published in the South. 66. In August 1857, DeBow's Review, whose motto was "Commerce is King," published a description of Texas based on Frederick Law Olmsted's travel writing. Though the essay argued at length against elements of Olmsted's abolition-inflected depiction, it nonetheless found much worth repeating. Among the details reproduced from Olmsted's account was a comparison of profits between cotton on a large scale and sheep on a large scale. In the pro forma calculations for the cotton plantation, Olmsted listed all the investments necessary to run a plantation. Among these were 50 prime field hands, 50 half hands, and 50 quarter hands. 67. The language planters used to describe their efforts to improve labor productivity bears a striking resemblance to the late 19th century language of scientific management. In his 1911 classic, The Principles of Scientific Management, Frederick Winslow Taylor described the goals of his experiments in labor productivity. As he wrote, Our endeavor was to learn what really constituted a full day's work for a first-class man, the best day's work that a man could properly do year in and year out and still thrive under. 68 More than half a century earlier, the South Carolina planter Plowden C.J. Weston had described the fundamental maxim of good management in almost identical terms. As he instructed his overseers, in nothing does a good manager so much excel a bad, as in being able to discern what a hand is capable of doing and in never attempting to make him do more. 69. The fundamental aim of scientific management was to discern and extract the maximum amount of labor from workers. This required managers and owners to think about men and women as inputs of production that could be adjusted and improved in the same manner as machines and trained and rewarded like animals learning new tricks. When Taylor described the ideal profile of a pig iron handler, he revealed this mindset. Those who were fit to handle pig iron as a regular occupation should be so stupid and so phlegmatic that their mental capacity more nearly resembles the ox than any other type. 70 The circumstances of slavery lent themselves to a similar mode of thinking. Taylor's first-class men were very much like the prime hands who labored in the cotton fields. Taylor and the college men whom he hired to follow them and study their motions thought of them as first class only in their ability to perform physical work. 71. In exceptional cases, the level of observation planters applied to their slaves approached the time and motion studies of scientific management. One particularly striking contribution to the Southern agricultural press came from a planter writing under the proto-Taylorist pseudonym One Who Follows His Hands. In 1848, this unnamed planter wrote 2 essays titled A Day's Work. The articles enumerated exactly how much work a prime field hand could complete across an array of tasks. He could plow 20 to 24 miles, with allowances for turning the plow and team, open furrows for sowing 12 acres of cotton, drop cotton seed across 7 to 10 acres, and haul out 600 to 800 yards, and 3 good fellows could make a ditch 3 feet wide at top, 2 feet deep, and 2 wide at bottom 220 yards long. The author continued in this vein, specifying what constituted a day's work across dozens of tasks. Throughout his experiments he claimed literally to follow his hands, requiring that every hand be closely observed, for unless he is watched he will not do it. 72. The essayist appears at first to be prone to exaggeration, and perhaps he was. Still, readers took him seriously enough to respond in detail and on his terms. One skeptical reply contributed by a voice from the seaboard responded by precisely analyzing his calculations. Really, Mr. Editor, he wrote, let us take his example in ditching, under the most favorable circumstances. He says 3 good fellows, somewhat versed in spade and sea can make a ditch 3 feet wide at top, 2 feet deep, and 2 feet wide at bottom, 220 yards long in a day in old land. Or 3,300 cubic feet, being 1,100 cubic feet apiece. What sort of hands has he? 73. Planters' most sophisticated experiments extended beyond setting daily tasks to smoothing labor over the long term. Because planters controlled the activities of their slaves year-round, they developed methods for staggering labor requirements seasonally. The best-known example of seasonal management involved the planting of cotton and corn, the labor requirements of which were anti-cyclical, allowing planters to allocate time in the off-season to grow corn to feed their slaves, and their hogs, which in turn provided meat for the plantation. 74 George Washington proposed growing wheat of different varieties in order to stagger the harvest. This would have obviated hiring additional labor to assist his slaves. As he wrote in his diary, if wheat of different kinds are sowed so as to prevent the harvest coming on at once, it is my opinion that hirelings of any kinds may be dispensed with. 75. Planters also considered the impact of nutrition and medicine on productivity. On sugar plantations, centralized kitchens spared prime hands the need to cook during periods of peak labor. Cooking facilities also enabled overseers and planters to monitor slaves' diets during times when maximum effort was required. 76 They debated slaves' consumption in much the same way they considered the addition of marl or guano to southern soils, hypothesizing about what foods and beverages might expedite their slaves' labor. One writer to an agricultural periodical proposed serving coffee with lots of sugar during the winter month 77, while another recommended refreshing slaves with a blend of water, ginger, and molasses as they toiled in the fields. 78 Thomas Affleck, posing as the expert in nutrition and reproduction as well as plantation accounting, even offered recommendations on how long mothers should be allowed to suckle their children. 79 Scientific agriculture shaped even the most intimate aspects of slaves' lives. Human capital. Perhaps the most remarkable element of plantation accounting can be found in Planter's analysis of depreciation. Widely regarded by accounting historians as a landmark in the advancement of management practices, depreciation involves allocating capital costs over the useful lifetime of an asset. Thomas Affleck included instructions for calculating depreciation from the first edition of his Plantation Journal. In his directions to overseers, Affleck specified that a balance sheet is chargeable, with any depreciation in the value of the Negroes, occasioned by overwork and improper management. He also explained that the balance sheet could be improved by appreciation of the slaves. For example, should the number of children have greatly increased, the strength and usefulness of the old been sustained by kind treatment and care, the youngsters taught to be useful, and perhaps some of the men instructed in trades, and the women in house manufactures, the increased value of the entire force will form a handsome addition to the side of profits. 80. To help planters assess the appreciation and depreciation of the men and women they owned, Thomas Affleck provided Form I, which fed into the final balance sheet for the year. On Form I, planters listed each slave by name, occupation, age, and current price, figure 2.3. They could then tally up the price of every slave to determine the total value of their human capital. For example, in 1861 John H. Gibson used this form to value the slaves on Malvern Hill Plantation. He priced the foreman, Hercules, age 48, at $500, he valued Middleton, a prime field hand of 26, at $1,500, and he rated young George Washington, a 9-month-old infant, at $150. Planters could repeat this process at the end of the year, adjusting the values of slaves to reflect any changes in their health, skills, or temperament, as well as variations in market prices. The increase or decrease in price over the course of the year became appreciation or depreciation on the final balance sheet. 81. Despite Affleck's simple process for calculating depreciation, the management implications of appreciation and depreciation were far from simple. In 1850 Eli Capel completed every form in Affleck's journal, including the balance sheet. At the end of the year, his calculations showed a profit of approximately $10,000. But much of this profit reflected appreciation in the value of slaves and stock, not the sale of cotton. And with no intention to sell his slaves or tools, this surplus was deceptive. Perhaps Capel could have used it to secure a loan, but otherwise the profits he realized on paper did not match his cash in hand. As a result, the next year he used the book more selectively. Capel still recorded the value of the men and women he enslaved on Form I, and he always completed Form C, the record of cotton picked. But at the end of the year he did not return to Form I to calculate the change in price of his human chattel, figure 2.4. He cared about value of his human capital, but he focused more attention on what he could profit from in the shorter term, day-to-day productivity. 82. Figure 2.3. Form I, Inventory of Negroes, 1850. Capel Family Papers, MSS 56, 257, 1751, ETAL, Louisiana and Lower Mississippi Valley Collections, Louisiana State University Libraries, Baton Rouge. Courtesy of Special Collections, LSU Libraries, Louisiana State University. Figure 2.4. Form I, Inventory of Negroes, 1851. Capel Family Papers, MSS 56, 257, 1751, ETAL, Louisiana and Lower Mississippi Valley Collections, Louisiana State University Libraries, Baton Rouge. Courtesy of Special Collections, LSU Libraries, Louisiana State University. Plantation accounting practices shaped slaveholders' practices on multiple time scales. Picking records influenced day-to-day activities, and outside of basic daybooks and ledgers, these were the most common type of account kept by planters. By contrast, calculations of appreciation or depreciation of the enslaved, and the balance sheets these numbers fed into, influenced longer-term choices about capital investment. Thomas Jefferson described the appreciation of slaves as a silent profit of between 5 and 10% annually, and he advised friends to invest accordingly. He estimated that the enslaved population would increase at approximately 4% per year, and that this increase, combined with rising prices, would result in a large profit beyond what was earned in the sale of commodities. 83 Likewise, Cable appears to have found it valuable to record the evolving value of his property intermittently, but not to use it in calculations of profit on an annual basis. 84. Historians of accounting have given a number of explanations for the emergence of depreciation as an accounting technique. Though an earlier generation of scholars dated the practice to the late 19th century, most now hold that the concept was understood in America by the early 1830s, when the state of Massachusetts required corporations to provide estimates of the value of real and personal corporate property. On issuing stock, corporations had to revalue this property. Thus, those with large investments in machinery, primarily textile mills, occasionally estimated depreciation. However, these calculations were not performed annually, nor did they regularly appear on balance sheets when proprietors bothered to compile them. Similarly, accounting textbooks did not usually mention depreciation until the late 19th century. 85 Affleck's instructions and the ways in which they were used by a wide array of planters reflect a remarkably high level of standardization and sophistication for the period. 86. The search for precedents aside, what is most striking is the parallel logic that animated the adoption of depreciation on slave plantations and in northern industries. Historians most often connect the emergence of depreciation to investment in complex, long-lived assets, such as railroad cars and tracks. The high capital costs of these investments required managers to allocate costs over time in order to accurately calculate profits and set prices. Planters assessing the profitability of their operations saw slaves in similar terms. As human capital, slaves' value evolved over the course of their lifetimes, making them as important a source of profit or loss as the commodities they grew. Children's value increased as they approached adulthood, and the value of the elderly diminished with sickness and frailty. Most striking, women of childbearing age had not only productive potential but reproductive as well. Ownership over the entirety of slaves' productive potential from day to day, season to season, year to year, and mother to child made depreciation useful. That is, encountering slaves as expensive, complex, long-lived assets made owners aware of the complexity of measuring their value. Like railroad managers, planters began to speak in the language of depreciation. 87. The valuation of slaves vividly displays their dual status as humans and as saleable commodities that could be reduced to a price. On annual inventories like the one recommended by Affleck, planters and overseers only rarely valued their slaves at less than $50 or $100. Even infants and the very elderly were assigned some value. Occasionally, however, in preparation for sale, slaves were valued at $0 or below. A slave list prepared by Duncan Clinch in 1859 gives the prices of slaves sorted into lots of between 2 slaves and 10 slaves, presumably from family groups. In lot number 27, Katie is valued at $100, her cost deducted from the value of Cato, Hagar, Frank, Saturn, James, Margaret, and Will. In lot number 44, Old Betty and Philip are valued at $50 each, their cost offset by the value of Betsy, Bella, and an unnamed infant. 88 In the language of the market, these slaves became less than worthless, the cost of their upkeep exceeding their value. Losing control. After emancipation, Eli Capel contracted with his former slaves to continue their work. At first, most remained on the plantation, laboring in freedom much as they had under slavery. But the regularity of Capel's precise operations soon gave way to disorder. In July 1865, Capel signed contracts with his slaves, and work proceeded as usual until almost the end of the year. After Christmas, however, the freedmen refused to resume work. Only at the end of January did he manage to sign contracts for 1,866, and at the end of 1,866, confusion erupted anew. On Christmas Day, the plantation remained very quiet, but less than a week later there was a great confusion in the country among the whites and blacks as regarding for next year. Capel, accustomed to almost complete control over the details of labor, felt perfectly disgusted with free Negroes. He described them as roving all over the country, showing very little sense. After another week, there was still nothing doing on my place, Negroes very unsettled and won't say what they are going to do. I never saw such a state of things. 89. Emancipation broke down the systematic processes that had enabled disciplined agricultural experimentation. Freed people might offer their labor for wages, but they did it on their own terms. Planters like Capel could no longer allocate and reallocate freed people's time from task to task, experimenting freely with their diet and lodging to maximize output and minimize expense. Even running experiments with new fertilizers and crop varieties could be stymied in an environment of labor uncertainty. Why devote resources to experimentation when hands might not be available to harvest the results? The relative simplicity of organizing labor under slavery had enabled planters to think complexly about an array of problems, sharing and comparing their results with others in near identical circumstances. Experimentation became far more difficult when the design of experiments and the collection of data were complicated by the uncertainty of hiring and retaining suitable labor. Account books provided planters with an opportunity to imagine, commodify, and organize the world around them. Thomas Affleck's accounts, for all their complexity, were also extraordinarily simple in many ways. Aside from the purchase of slaves and the final sale of cotton, almost none of the important decisions in running a plantation involved markets or contracts. Under the threat of violence, slaves allowed masters to direct and redirect their activities at will. To be sure, enslaved men and women had resisted discipline in myriad ways, but their inability to quit constrained the scope of their resistance. After emancipation, they could exercise their freedom, and planters like Affleck had to find new ways to organize labor. On the eve of the war, Affleck had relocated to Brenham, Texas, where he opened a nursery and established Glen Blythe Plantation. In 1865 and 1866, frustrated by his loss of control, he joined in a scheme for securing industrious laborers for Texas from Scotland. In order to entice migration, Affleck and a group of other planters established an agency that offered loans for purchasing land and aid in finding work. 90. Accounting for control. By the standards of modern management accounting, typical plantation account books exceeded many northern ledgers in both precision and sophistication. Although the North advanced ahead of the South in general business education, its textbooks merely popularized techniques that had existed for hundreds of years. In contrast, Southern blanks spread innovative, comprehensive accounting systems. Thomas Affleck's texts and others like them were remarkably precise and specialized, and they appear to have been effective in both ensuring the honesty of overseers and extracting maximum effort from slaves. There are a number of plausible explanations for the sophistication of Southern techniques. Most basically, a large number of cotton plantations conducted similar business and thus could benefit from similar kinds of records. What worked for one planter might also meet the needs of another. However, something more specific to slavery also spurred the development of plantation accounting. Slavery became a laboratory for the development of new types of accounting, in part because the control drawn on paper more closely matched the reality of the plantation than that of other early American business enterprises. The power of planters over their slaves also gave them power as managers. The control of slavery contributed to the development of the metrics that would later be called management controls. The soft power of quantification complemented the driving force of the whip. Systematic accounting practices thrived on slave plantations not despite the chattel principle but because of it. Planters used their control to drive up the pace of labor, conduct experiments, distribute incentives, and mete out punishment. The incredible power of masters over their slaves transformed slaves into interchangeable inputs of production. This transformation was never complete. The complexity and humanity of individual lives constantly subverted full commodification. But slaves' tenacious resistance and subtle soldiering could only partially constrain their masters' control. Through accounting, human figures became figures on paper, and human beings appeared as no more than hands. Chapter 3. An International Harvest. The Second Slavery, the Virginia-Brazil Connection, and the Development of the McCormick Reaper. Daniel B. Rood. A memorable image from one of America's most frequently rendered patriotic songs, Amber Waves of Grain, holds a special place in the nation's understanding of itself. The planting of the prairies after 1850, the story goes, benefited American citizens as well as the people of the world, ushering in modernity and providing a livelihood for countless impoverished European immigrants. As the labor-saving device that enabled the settlement and cultivation of millions of acres, the McCormick Reaper plays a starring role in the story of freedom's dominion spreading west. Yet this most successful of automatic harvesters was invented on a slave plantation in Virginia. In the following pages, I suggest that we reimagine the McCormick Reaper, this quintessentially American machine, as a Creole artifact, a tropical technology, and, more than anything, a product of Atlantic slavery. For the Reaper is the product of counterintuitive connections between faraway places that shared a dedication to bondage, Richmond, Virginia, and Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. In the 30 years before the Civil War, Brazil became the #1 export market for the wheat flour of the United States. And no city in the nation sold as many barrels of flour to Brazil as Richmond. Of a total of about 2.6 million barrels of wheat flour exported by the United States annually in the mid-1850s, approximately 400,000 barrels went to South America from Richmond and Baltimore combined. This means that more than 15% of total U.S. flour exports went from the slave-exploiting zones of the Upper South to the slave society of southeastern Brazil. This single destination in turn dominated the balance sheets of Richmond milling firms. For the 3-year period of 1858, 1859, and 1860, Richmond sent 87% of its total flour exports to South America. 1. The sudden rise of the Midwestern wheat-growing states in the antebellum decades encouraged this binodal trade pattern. While other traditional wheat producers, such as New York, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, saw their yields fall when canals and railroads began bringing millions of bushels of cheap Western grain to eastern cities, Virginia was able to continue expanding its own wheat flour industry by intensifying already existing ties to its counterpart slave society in Brazil. Virginia traders were largely successful in this venture as a result of new patterns of Brazilian bread consumption and the type of product Virginians were able to supply. 2. Rio's bakers preferred Virginia flour for a variety of reasons. The soft red winter wheat grown in Virginia, containing more gluten and less water than northern wheat varieties, was widely thought to be less vulnerable to rotting on the lengthy and humid trip over the equator. Moreover, being easier to grind than hard wheats, the bran of each grain did not fracture and speck the flour. Southern flour came out of the mill looking especially white. 3 However, the bakers of southeastern Brazil went a step further than demanding flour made from southern wheat. Finding the flour of particular industrial mills such as Haxal, Crenshaw or Gallego to be finer, whiter, and more resistant to rot than the products of other southern U.S. cities or even of less well-known milling firms within Virginia itself, the urban bread baking industry in southeastern Brazil showed clear brand preferences, consistently paying top dollar for the most expensive barrels of imported flour held in Rio's warehouses. As vertically integrated firms, Richmond's well-known companies had the capital to maintain their own clipper ships for the Brazil voyages, to hire the most skilled millers, and to invest in the best automated drying machines, barrel packing apparatus, and smut machines, which scrape the grains clean of mold or fungus before grinding. The city's millers were recognized throughout the Atlantic world as standard setters, their product the high water mark of fine, consistent, and durable flour, especially fit for tropical climes. 4 The brand recognition these firms enjoyed in Brazil is one major reason for the atypical concentration of Richmond's milling industry. The selectivity of southeastern Brazilian bread makers, then, was one of the foundations for large-scale, centralized flour milling in Richmond, an industry whose firms were national leaders in the vertical integration and automation of grain processing. While their milling technologies and shipping facilities were surely important, sourcing well-cleaned, promptly delivered wheat from nearby farms was probably the pivotal factor ensuring their capture of the high end of Brazil's flour market. For this supply, millers turned to inland Virginia planters who had formerly ground their grains locally and shipped them coastward as flour. The new Atlantic political economy linking slavery, mechanization, and middle-class consumption habits involved the transformation of daily production on the plantations of Virginia. The rise of a geographically centralized flour milling industry in Richmond spelled doom for the thousands of small-time country grist mills scattered across the state while encouraging the intensification of wheat production in those same neighborhoods. An uneven geographic development in the state as a whole ensued. Wheat-growing zones tended toward a concentration of land holdings and slave holding and away from diversified agricultural production for local consumption. In other words, large portions of Piedmont and Shenandoah Valley of Virginia shifted toward plantation societies as the industrial phases of production shifted to urban areas such as Richmond. 5. Planters responding to the demand of Richmond's export mills led efforts to revitalize Atlantic seaboard agriculture through frequent experimentation with new techniques, new crop varieties, and new machines, as well as new ways of organizing and coercing laborers. 6 With 5 new railroad lines acting as commodity highways to the state capital, growing export markets for Virginia flour would encourage the widespread employment of homegrown agricultural technologies such as steam-driven threshing machines in parts of the state tributary to Richmond. More general improvements included the limitation of acreage, 5 field rotation systems, marling, and the use of imported guano from South America. Such efforts paid off in increased yields of wheat per acre, from an average of 4 bushels in 1840 to 25 bushels per acre by 1860.7. Giving further impetus to the reform of market-oriented plantation production was Edmund Ruffin, one of the nation's best-known advocates of agricultural improvement. Dubbed by later observers the father of soil chemistry, Ruffin was a planter who lived in Petersburg, Virginia, and marketed upward of 5,000 bushels of wheat annually. 8. The Shenandoah Valley, and in particular McCormick's home counties of Augusta and Rockbridge, also boasted dynamic iron industries. 9 The geographic intersection of agricultural improvement, wheat boom, and iron working skills cross-fertilized in the Piedmont and Shenandoah Valley regions of Virginia, creating an experimental milieu whose residents at once understood the major challenges of extensive wheat planting and had the requisite machinist know-how to develop a workable solution to the problem of harvesting large fields of wheat faster and more thoroughly. Many of the residents who possessed this sort of knowledge, of course, were enslaved. Captive blacksmiths, cradlers, and field workers appear to have played important if hard to detect roles in the experimental development of the automatic harvester. 10. The conjunction of wheat boom, iron-making skill, and a deindustrializing hinterland reshaped in accord with Brazilian demand drove the simultaneous investment in farm mechanization and slaves we see in McCormick's Virginia. This conjunction made Richmond's hinterland a nexus for real-time experiments taking place within the intensified labor and management experience of the brief wheat harvest. Scores of experiments, it turned out, were necessary. A decade of improvements, alterations, and an embarrassing failure or two stood between McCormick's original model and the wide sales it would achieve by the mid-1840s. 11. From today's perspective, it is clear that the invention of the reaper was an extended stop-and-start, trial and error, piecemeal, collaborative process that took place over several years. Even though the time required for this piecemeal evolution was extended, the space of invention was compressed. While Obed Hussey, McCormick's main competitor, traveled from Ohio to New York and beyond to develop a reputation for his machine, McCormick stayed right at home in the Valley. 12 Between the first trial run in 1831 and the beginning of large-scale marketing in 1843, all of the experiments, all of the sales, and most of the publicity occurred within a 70-mile radius of the McCormick's Walnut Grove plantation. 13 It is not without reason that when his machine achieved national and international fame and was being mass-produced with interchangeable parts in a factory in Chicago during the Civil War, McCormick made sure it was known as the Virginia Reaper. The brand name of the product suggests that its point of origin was not incidental but integral to its success. 14. This chapter does not make any claims regarding the comparative inventiveness or modernity of the Old South as a whole. Instead, it zooms in, to underscore that particular places and particular times in the history of capitalism have given rise to a sort of routinized innovation. The wheat-growing, flour milling region of Virginia, surprisingly, appears to have been such a place. 15 Plantation neighborhoods in this locale became crucial sites in the development of a key technology of capitalism. As such, the wheat flour industry between Virginia and Brazil in the antebellum period should be treated as an important piece of the 19th century world economy, particularly in its technological facets. Most important for our purposes, second slavery scholars have shown that dynamically expanding zones of slave-based production incorporated novel economies of scale and technologies of speed, such as steam-powered sugar mills, railroads, and telegraphs, which were adopted to keep a pace in a highly competitive global regime of free trade. 16 Since innovation and experiment arguably became a routine aspect of business during the second slavery, knowledge embedded in technologies, as well as the emergence of certain new forms of plantation expertise, must be seen as central to the story of slavery's capitalism in the 19th century. Yet the knowledge history of the second slavery remains to be written. This chapter represents an initial effort. 17. Commodity intersections, wheat, iron, and slaves. Perhaps no one quite embodied the synergy of wheat cultivation and iron working in Virginia as fully as Cyrus McCormick. The son of a wheat farmer and avid tinkerer, McCormick was raised in an area known both for its wealthy iron masters and for its large wheat planters. On the McCormick's estate, the flour mill and the blacksmith shop, both powered by water diverted from a nearby stream, stood side by side, an architectural reflection of the intertwined character of iron working, wheat planting, and flour milling. 18 In the autumns of his youth, moreover, when Valley of Virginia resident Cyrus McCormick loaded a wagon with farm produce and took the 7-day trip to Richmond, he would certainly have seen the multi-story flour mills rising along the banks of the lower James River in the early 1830s, which augured connections between improved wheat culture in the valley and the global milling industry of antebellum Richmond, figure 3.1.19. The McCormicks counted as friends nearby wheat planters, among them William Massey. Practicing what Lynn Nelson calls capitalist intensification, Massey imported new crop varieties and improved livestock breeds from abroad, while augmenting his soil fertility with high-powered fertilizers and using mechanized farm equipment to prepare and clear his fields. In general, Massey and other wealthy planters like him willingly sacrificed a locally grown, Jeffersonian ideal of independence to pursue larger fortunes on the global market. Massey also abandoned his flour and grist mills, exemplifying a new level of plantation specialization. 20 Countervailing forces therefore marked the Virginia countryside. On the one hand, there occurred a de-diversification of rural production as country folk depended increasingly on urban products brought in by out-of-town merchants, while planters focused insistently on wheat and tobacco farming. On the other hand, there also existed a large minority of improving, book-reading, scientific agriculturists in the valley who continued to engage in iron production and flour milling. 21. Figure 3.1. The wheat heartlands of antebellum Virginia. Zone 1 is the central Piedmont, Zone 2 is the northern Piedmont, and Zone 3 is the part of the Shenandoah Valley embracing Augusta, Rockbridge, Rockingham, Boudetort, Shenandoah, and Roanoke counties. McCormick hailed from Zone 3, the only one of the three wheat heartlands to have significant overlap with iron mines and blast furnaces. For the data on which the map is based, see Daniel Rood, Bogs of Death, Slavery, the Brazilian Flour Trade, and the Mystery of the Vanishing Millpond in Antebellum, Virginia, Journal of American History 101, 2014 19-43. Map created by Nick Champagne. Because of the money to be made in supplying Richmond's voracious mills with clean, dry grains, the logistical complexities of the wheat harvest captured the attention of this group of cultivators. The wheat crop had to be felled at just the right moment if it were not to become overripe. Once it was downed, either by scythe or by cradle, laborers had to work quickly. First they gathered and bound the crop into bundles of stalks known as sheaves. The sheaves were then propped against one another in groups of 3 or 4, with one sheaf laid over the top. This operation, called shocking, helped keep grains dry. Next, slaves took the sheaves to a horse or steam-powered threshing machine, which separated the grain from the rest of the plant, then a wheat fan separated the wheat from the chaff. While the norm in the South was to use livestock to thresh grain by walking over it on a threshing floor, this tended to soil the grain. Cleanliness was very important to the high-end Richmond millers, whose business depended largely on the pleasure of quality-conscious Brazilian bakers. Therefore, planters trying to win the patronage of these mills increasingly invested in the mechanization of threshing. 22 With the grain threshed, fanned, and packed in barrels, it was finally ready to be carted to the nearest railroad depot and sent on to Richmond. Because the entire process had to be completed within a week or so, mostly to avoid the blight, rust, or other pests that often ruined grain harvests, the pulse of daily life on the plantation picked up considerably at reaping time. 23. The accelerated pace of work during the wheat harvest was given further impetus in the antebellum period by new agricultural and marketing factors associated with this export-oriented enterprise. First of all, planters began harvesting the crop earlier in the summer. The pushing forward of reaping to a moment when the crop was not yet ripe, apparently widespread among Virginia planters, represented a subtle but significant change, linked to the market advantage for those who could get wheat to Richmond soonest. 24 The Piedmont planter and nationally known agricultural improver Edmund Ruffin had long advocated early reaping. He was thus pleased to note that, since 1821, a very general change has taken place, by somewhat advancing the time of reaping. He nevertheless urged farmers to gather their crops even earlier, observing that there are but few farmers who will venture to reap as soon as the time we advocated. Furthermore, new varieties of wheat, adopted in the mid-Atlantic region during the 19th century, added urgency. Some Upper South farmers chose a particular variety because it ripened early, even though the price it brought might be lower, showing how important timely delivery had become for the success of market-oriented wheat farmers in the relatively distant markets of Baltimore and Richmond. 25. An 1837 letter to the editor of the Richmond Enquirer helps explain the harrying pace of harvest time, and why planters were adopting various means to speed up the delivery of their goods. The writer, identified only as Agricola, was a self-professed advocate of the small farmer. He accused the Richmond millers of forming a combination that conspired to push prices down as the harvest season progressed, favoring those suppliers who could deliver early in the summer, when markets were bereft of fresh flour. In the days before preservatives, wheat flour had a shelf life of around 3 months. Meanwhile, the wheat which is sent in by that class of farmers who are obliged to carry their crops to market at a particular period, to wit, in August and September, is bought at a reduced price. 26 The earlier one got one's crop to market and the bigger the crop, Agricola claimed, the better the price one could expect. Big wheat suppliers to the Richmond mills held an advantage over smaller farmers, who had formerly had to compete only with other farms in the neighborhood of a local country mill. Railroads in particular fomented this broader integration of producers into a unified field, giving rise to a new dynamic within which large, concentrated, single or double crop farms from throughout Richmond's expanding wheatshed struggled over the patronage of a shrinking number of milling firms. The consolidation of wheat farming into larger, Specialized units mirrored the concentration of Richmond's giant mills preparing flour for Brazil's baking industry. Wheat is a particularly land-costly crop. Since only a tiny portion of each stalk of wheat actually went into white flour, it had to be planted in large fields to be worthwhile. While tobacco, with its delicate handling and high dollar value per plant, encouraged close supervision and limited acreage, wheat acreage, uneconomic in small batches, was restrained only by how much could be reaped in a week or two. Those who could afford extra laborers or time-saving machinery to expand acreage thus had a double advantage over their smaller competitors, and many local planters sought to press this advantage by investing in the development of new farm machines. 27. Pools of expertise and the plantation laboratory in Virginia. In the summer of 1831, on a wheat farm in Virginia's Shenandoah Valley, Cyrus H. McCormick carried out the first experimental run of his mechanized reaper. The moment was famously memorialized in an 1891 painting, after McCormick was renowned the world over for his mass-produced, labor-saving machine. In the image, a slave from a nearby farm operates the reaper as a mixed-race crowd looks on. There were many scenes like this one in the wheat-growing areas of Virginia in the 1830s and 1840s, the same areas that supplied Richmond's millers with so much of their wheat. These experiments show that the second slavery's plantation was an abode of knowledge production, not simply the application of existing knowledge of an agronomic or managerial sort, what I have elsewhere called the plantation laboratory. 28. As McCormick and his 2 or 3 competitors ran dozens of field tests on plantations through the 1830s and 1840s, they took their place in an existing Upper South tradition of plantation experiments. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, the Randolph family, and other members of the Virginia gentry were all agricultural improvers and experimenters of note in the early republic. John Taylor, author of an important 1813 farming manual and the dean of scientific planters until Edmund Ruffin successfully challenged some of his theories, continued their tradition. However, the antebellum period witnessed a shift in the class makeup of implement vendors and users. A colonial-era elite with what Peter McClelland calls idle time and abundant funds to investigate elaborate contrivances with questionable economic payoffs was joined in the antebellum period by pragmatic, improving agriculturalists desirous of spending a little money to increase profits with easy-to-use, dependable machines. 29. Planters looking for an advantage in the race to deliver clean wheat to Richmond at the earliest possible date took an interest in new machinery that might help them. Skeptical about the reaper at first, and unconvinced by the boosterism of farming journals and implement salesmen, Upper South wheat growers turned out in large numbers to watch practical field tests. 30. At a public exhibition of Hussey's reaper in Maryland, for example, several hundred persons, principally farmers, assembled to witness it, and express themselves highly satisfied with the result. 31. Such well-attended performances demonstrated new technologies to a broad spectrum of the population, enslaved as well as free, rich as well as poor. 32. Once planters became convinced of the potential of the invention, they often collaborated in its refinement by running field experiments and suggesting particular improvements. But they were not the only collaborators in the picture. In the Jim Crow-era depiction of the reaper's first run, the slaves appear overjoyed, slack-jawed. The painting tells a story of brute Uncle Toms liberated by the strange genius of white invention. The truth, however, was quite different. Enslaved workers played various parts in the development of the new harvesting machinery. Local historians in Augusta County even claim that much of the credit for the invention of the reaper may belong to a farm slave named Joe. A blacksmith on the plantation, Joe fashioned the first reciprocal cutting bars, which would in the end distinguish McCormick's reaper from those of his competitors by allowing damp and thick stands of wheat to be felled cleanly. 33. Joe's contribution should come as no surprise, since skilled slaves in the valley possessed a potent combination of iron-working expertise and a familiarity with the challenges of wheat farming. Slaves in Virginia built and operated grist mills, worked as plantation blacksmiths, fashioned shoes, and otherwise took charge of rural manufacturing and handicraft responsibilities. 34. When harvest time came around, moreover, many of these men laid down their blacksmith aprons and picked up wheat cradles, eager to make some cash during the hectic weeks of the harvest. In their roles as blacksmiths, mechanics, cradlers, teamsters, plowmen, and drivers, slaves were the indispensable technological brokers of the plantation system. For a new technology like the reaper to be incorporated into the flow of production on the plantation, and for the machine to be kept in working order, planters and overseers would submit to the skills and the hard-won practical knowledge of enslaved men. 35 As rival reaper entrepreneur Obed Hussey noted on his plantation visits, the farmer, as is often the case, depends entirely on his laborers to manage the machine. 36. Joe Anderson, for example, a slave of McCormick's who was interviewed in the 1880s, often worked as a raker in the early experiments, even assisting during the original 1831 trial at Steele's Tavern. 37 When it came to explaining the operation of the machine he had just delivered to William C. Peyton's Roanoke plantation in 1843, McCormick chose not to discuss technical matters with the machine's new owner. Instead, he sat down with the Negro mechanic, Edmund, to explain how the reaper worked, as well as, presumably, how best to repair it. Edmund must have been a quick study, for Peyton was soon boasting of the harvester's efficient clearing of his wheat fields. 38 In the same year, still unknown among the Tidewater elite, McCormick asked the wealthy planter Corbin Braxton to help him break into the Eastern Virginia sales market. Braxton assured him that his plantation carpenter would add the raker's seat improvement, the machine's newest feature, to those reapers if their owners requested it. 39. While slaves like Joe, Edmund, or Braxton's unnamed plantation carpenter often helped promote, disseminate, and refine new farm technologies, sometimes field workers saw their interests threatened by mechanization. Hazard Knowles, chief machinist of the U.S. Patent Office, made a reaper in 1837 that attracted the eye of a Shenandoah Valley farmer, who purchased the patent rights but abandoned the project in 1841, when laborers in his neighborhood threatened its destruction. 40 Another reaper inventor, frustrated with a failed experiment, complained darkly of the designed awkwardness of a class of cradlers, whose interest it is that the machine should fail. 41 These episodes of skilled workers, who could well have been enslaved or free, white or black, warily defending the limited prerogatives they gained during harvest season, present a starkly different picture from the 1891 painting. Whether active participants in the reaper's improvement or its determined foes, both enslaved and free agricultural laborers shaped the trajectories of farm mechanization. 42. Even when sales of his new reaper topped 100 per year in Virginia after 1842, McCormick's family and his enslaved workers continued to pound out the machines one by one at small smithies on the family farm. They found themselves overwhelmed, and agreed to farm out some of the manufacturing to nearby machinists. These individuals continued to tweak the design. J. M. Hyde, a contractor in Clark County, for example, added a wheeled platform on which the raker could stand while he gently swept the felled stalks from the platform, instead of walking alongside it all day. 43. McCormick's corner of the South was a reservoir of experienced manufacturers and adroit ironmongers. 44 Local metals industry competition in the valley was magnified by the rise of larger urban firms such as Richmond Plow Manufacturing, which built and marketed seed drills, harrows, and other farm machinery, in addition to the latest plow designs. 45 Increased demand for metal implements from improving wheat planters spurred growth in the agricultural tool manufacturing industry and the further multiplication of machine shop skill. Thus, when developing his reaper, McCormick could enlist the help of local artisans such as the well-known blacksmith John McCown, who used a water-powered tilt hammer to make important improvements to the cutting blade on McCormick's reaper during the 1830s. 46. The McCormick reaper, then, was not the product of an isolated genius whose only shortcoming was corrected when he relocated to Chicago in 1846. Rather, it was the product of a particular southern milieu characterized by the intersection of wheat cultivation, iron manufacture, and export-oriented, large-scale flour milling, all of which was molded along the finicky contours of mass consumer demand in southeastern Brazil. Plantation experiments. The ongoing, real-time field tests that gradually transformed the machine from the clunky beginnings of a hopeful idea to a useful harvesting aid helped bring wheat harvesting up to speed with the accelerated pace of wheat and wheat flour marketing necessitated by the seasonal calendar of Atlantic trade. Lords of lash, loom, and landscape. The new reaper technology matured in step with the seasonal rhythms governing life on the farm. Hurried experiments in the fields during harvest time were followed by a long winter of improvements based on observations gleaned from those tests. Much as in the case of plantation experiments taking place at the same time on Cuban sugar estates, the short harvest time of winter wheat imparted a sense of urgency to data-gathering activities. On-the-job experiments had to be conducted on actual wheat crops, from which farmers desperately needed to make money. 47. McCormick's rival inventor, Obed Hussey, noted the difficulty that the short harvests presented for the cycle of experimentation and improvement. That the question of his machine's usefulness is not so settled in many sections of the country, Hussey remarked, may be accounted for by the very short time it can be used in each year, and from the fact that, like all other machines, it must be tried, improved, and tried again. Hence the reaping machine requires more time to perfect it than those improvements which can be experimented with every day in the year. 48. To have more opportunities to test the reapers, experimenters sometimes ran them through rusted wheat or less valuable grains such as oats, but the knowledge gained was of limited use, since the physical properties of a harvest-ready wheat crop were unique. 49. As the planter William B. Harrison explained in 1841, so much depends on the locality, the length of the rows and the heaviness of the crop, that the time saved is constantly varying, and to approximate the truth, therefore, is as much as can be expected. 50. With the reaper experiments, therefore, there was no such thing as a rehearsal. Untested machines were tossed into the fray of an ongoing harvest and expected to stem the tide of inexorably ripening grain. Because of the irreducible singularity of a field of wheat, McCormick and his contemporaries were forced to fish data out of the uninterrupted flow of commodity production, itself happening within the compressed time frame of the harvest. 51. Men such as the wheat estate manager A. Nicole, an early adapter of the Hussey reaper who published an account of the 1841 harvest, could ill afford to assess the machine in the abstract, isolated from its surroundings, as one might ponder a blueprint. Instead, Nicole sought to mesh a hybrid labor force of slaves, hirelings, machinery, and environment, as well as the production of reliable data about how they all fit together. As a plantation administrator in the early phase of American farm mechanization, Nicole was neither simply a lord of the lash nor of the loom, he was a technocrat charged with managing the relationship between and among lash, loom, and landscape. In the midst of an unpredictable and ever-shifting set of conditions, he constantly tweaked the ratios in search of a golden mean that would yield an uninterrupted flow of grain. 52. On the first day of the 1841 harvest, concerns of over-ripening were exacerbated by rainfall, moving Nicole to transfer his plowing force of 15 hands, who had been tilling other parts of the farm, to cradling. Just as quickly, he instructed them to drop their cradles and help arrange the binds of wheat into shocks to avoid passing showers. After 3 more days of frustrating rain delays, the weather finally turned favorable for reaping, but then it became so hot that laborers suffered considerable inconvenience in consequence, for reapers became unwell and unable to work. 53. Under these harrying circumstances, conditions were unfavorable whether skies were overcast or clear, one can understand the pressure to adopt the automatic reaper. Nichols' employer, Robert Bolling, decided to give it a shot. On the morning of the 5th day of the harvest, an odd-looking contraption appeared at the end of the field, together with a stranger in a suit fiddling nervously with its undercarriage. Obed Hussey and his reaper had arrived, and after some little delay it was got into operation. After a short trial and some experience on the part of the laborers and teams employed, Nicole exclaimed, "The reaper performed its work beautifully." For the estate manager, incorporating the machine into a pre-existing work routine was the paramount challenge. He emphasized how the time savings achievable with the machine were a matter of training. The awkwardness of the hands employed, Nicole noted, caused several delays. Once the proper dexterity was achieved and the machine operation was brought up to speed, however, all the operations connected with reaping it performed infinitely better than that done by the cradles 54. Yet July's urgency was barely mitigated by the arrival of the reaper. "Our harvest operations are now hastily drawing to a close," Nicole reported on the 1st of the month. Hussey's reaping machine was again started this morning so soon as the dew had dried off, and after some little delay, caused by a bolt becoming loose and dropping out, performed admirably. In a business in which delays were not acceptable, this day's challenges suggest, Hussey's clunky reaper could add to the difficulties. On July 2nd, Nicole increased the number of cradles to 38. And luckily so, as the reaper's large propelling wheel became loose and shifted its position, and before it could be again put to rights, caused the loss of a half-day's work. Nicole, his enthusiasm now somewhat tempered, opined that Hussey's machine performed well when not in need of repair. 55 Then, on July 3, came the harvest time's crescendo at Sandy Point. An expanded workforce of 42 cradles swept the remainder of the standing wheat into sheaves, while 1 acre seems to have been politely left for reaping with Hussey's reaper 56. Finally exhaling that evening, Nicole sat down to write in his journal. "Our harvest operations may now be considered as nearly completed. The laborers, including hirelings, have wrought well and cheerfully. In Nichols' experiment-derived estimation, the reaper required 3 horses, 1 driver, 1 raker, and 8 binders to harvest 1 acre per hour. Focusing again on the importance of labor discipline to the success of the machine, he thought that the reaper would be capable of performing from 1/3 to 1/2 more, as the laborers become more efficient, that is, if they were willing to do so." Nicole added an unsettling afterthought about the laborers who had made up for the reaper's shortcomings, as was to be expected. Amongst so many Negroes, frequent reproofs and admonitions were necessary. It is, however, a gratifying retrospect that in no instance was corporeal punishment deemed necessary, or inflicted. Nichols' language makes clear that the withholding of the lash was exceptional enough to merit a mention, which means the threat of physical violence operated silently, hovering over the fields of wheat like a menacing fog. The invisible hand of the implied lash pushed the workers onward, as important an element of the harvest operations as the tallow greasing the wheels of Hussey's machine. 57. On the large-scale plantations of the Upper South wheat belt, the automatic reaper had to be incorporated into a complex, shifting, and highly organized mode of production during the short harvest. The hardware of gears, wheels, belts, cradles, and twine was to be meshed with the software of incentive and threat more traditionally utilized on antebellum plantations. So, while enslaved blacksmiths like Joe or Edmund may have maintained and even improved the machines, experts in the technologies of coercion like Nicole would be in charge of incorporating it efficiently into the hierarchical organization of harvest labor. The whip, the watch, and the automatic reaper were all parts of his calculus, and the harvest time plantation experiments were the context in which the equations were worked out. Fractures in the tyranny of routine, the experiments heralded the rise of a flexible regime of coercion reigning on the large-scale antebellum wheat plantation, a context in which the production of knowledge could be blended into the ongoing production of commodities. The many field tests of the automatic reaper reveal a critical attribute of the capitalist plantation during the second slavery. Plantation technocrats like Nicole folded into and concealed within the uninterrupted flow of farm work a complicated process of knowledge production, temporarily transforming the plantation into a laboratory for technical innovation as well as a source of empirical data. Contexts of mechanization. The extensive, specialized character of wheat farming in antebellum Virginia gave rise to an especially significant and almost entirely overlooked chapter in the technological history of the reaper. Not designed for frequent turnarounds or changes in direction, McCormick's contraption was an economy of scale technology ineffective in small batches. The reaper was first designed for use in uninterrupted fields of grain amid a surplus of workers. The traditional view is that the abundance of captive labor under a slave regime obviated the pursuit of labor-saving innovations. 58 But this machine was developed not to save labor but to save time. When later operated on the western prairies, it is true, the reaper became a labor-saving device, a different technology, in a way. The raker attachment and McCormick's reaper binder were invented after McCormick departed for Chicago in 1846 and marketed his products to labor-poor Midwestern farmers. These inventions were clearly driven by the need to save on labor, allowing the farmer, and perhaps one assistant, to handle the harvest operation single-handedly. On the Virginia slave plantation, however, the reaper was aimed at accelerating the pace of production, both so that more acreage could be harvested before over-ripening and because of the marketing advantages associated with early delivery. In fact, early experimenters noted that the incorporation of the automatic reaper into the flow of the harvest, far from saving labor, brought increased drudgery upon the heads of enslaved field workers. The laborers working as binders and pickers up found it nearly impossible to keep up with the accelerated pace, and often had to be increased in number. As opposed to simply reducing the need for manual labor, the planter William B. Harrison discovered, early models of the automatic reaper transformed the ratios of different harvest time tasks. Like A. Nicole of neighboring Sandy Point Estate, Harrison found that using the automatic reaper did in fact save laborers engaged directly in reaping, but at the same time created the need for more binders to keep up with the reaper. These workers had to be drawn from the cradling force, giving the observer the false impression that the number of total workers had been reduced. Harrison worried not only about the number of cradlers he might lose but also about having to give up his best cradlers to tend the reaper. While good policy would always suggest the propriety of stopping the worst of the workers, he also wanted his most trusted slaves to handle the expensive machine. The simple addition and subtraction of commensurable units of labor power would not do in Harrison's case. On the contrary, the skill of individual workers had to be included in any accurate cost-benefit analysis. Still other variables had to be factored into the equation in order to determine precisely the time saved. Wringing dependable measurements out of an actual harvest, he was forced to acknowledge, represented a daunting transformation of plantation norms of management and record-keeping. 59. He also learned by hard experience that when the weather did not cooperate and the wheat got damp, Hussey's reaper became ineffective. In such an unfortunate situation, Harrison informed readers, the hands that tend the machine have to be employed in some other way, and moving from one kind of work to another is always attended with more or less loss of time. 61 can almost see the labor supply curves dancing in Harrison's head. His technocratic prose evoked both the imperious caprices of nature and procedural concerns with the judicious expenditure of labor power across time and space, seemingly distinct preoccupations that nevertheless combined for many antebellum planters. Much like his technocratic descendant Frederick Winslow Taylor, Harrison was particularly vexed by the loss of time occasioned by workers' transition between tasks. 61 Since Harrison always used the same horses and hands to run the machine in order to avoid investing time in training different shifts of workers, the unavoidable refueling of his one and only machine-tending workforce was a source of frustrating delay. Eventually, however, when the horses and hands can be conveniently changed, so as to lose no time in feeding, the amount of work will no doubt be much greater, because a relief team could take over the reaper while the first team ate. 62. Meals of the enslaved members of Harrison's plantation family were thus folded unthinkingly into a survey of management logistics. Indeed, he wrote of the enslaved as loads on a circuit, sources of friction that had to be smoothed over to achieve continuous operation of the automatic reaper. Such bloodless administrative challenges dragged to the surface of Harrison's prose the realities of slavery lurking just below the sun-dappled surfaces of antebellum paternalism. Neither the fulminations of the pro-slavery fire-eater nor the smug diagnoses of the northern abolitionist laid bare the functional equivalence of slave, animal, and machine under capitalist slavery as clearly as the measured estimations of the plantation technocrat confronted with the harvest timetable. These remarkable plantation experiments, an early form of Taylorist time motion studies, Harrison had been timing these machines repeatedly during the harvest, were aimed at figuring out how to insert the machine into the flow of production on the plantation. Point 63 The finer points of this insertion required concentric circles of management vis-a-vis the machine management at different scales of removal from actual work. Harrison the planter was out in the fields, watching over the whole man-animal machine landscape system, while his overseer dealt with the machine up close. My overseer, Mr. Adams, who superintended the machines. Point 64 So slaves tended the machine, the overseer superintended, and the planter managed the system. If we zoom out from the plantation level, the concentric circles of management continue to replicate. During the wheat harvest, for example, large planters in a given neighborhood would gather local slaves, tenants, and hirelings and allocate the group estate by estate, depending on whose crop ripened first. Point 65 Wheat planters thus integrated management across properties, cobbling together a sequential geography of labor exchange. This complex of labor machine landscape management was then linked by a growing system of railroads and canals to the big Richmond flour mills, which shipped the product to Rio, where it was baked into crusty white loaves by large baking firms. Conclusion. Of course, some of this is the stuff of fantasy. The writings these planters and managers left behind provide reliable pictures only of their ambitions, and we can merely speculate on the degree to which the architectures of power and efficiency they sketched out in their prose fairly reflected reality on the plantation. Taking into account the actions of slaves like Joe and Edmund, as well as those workers who uttered admonitions of their own to the erstwhile Shenandoah Valley planter entrepreneur, we can treat with skepticism Nichols' picture of an enslaved workforce eminently relocatable, reticent, and ready. Nevertheless, it was this fantasy of a scientific, collectivist, and technocratic approach to labor management that McCormick took with him to Chicago, where he became a pioneer of assembly line techniques in the 1860s, renaming his company International Harvester. Once the technology had been considerably refined, it is true, McCormick saw greater potential in the rising nature's metropolis of Chicago. For the early phases of the reaper's technical development, however, no other region of the country combined the requisite characteristics of accelerated grain harvesting, iron working skill, and mass labor control as well as the Piedmont and Valley regions of Virginia. The automatic reaper gradually and painstakingly emerged from an agricultural milieu in which the close accounting of labor expenditure on a mass scale was customary, in which experimentation had become a routine part of plantation business, in which expertise in iron and wheat industries coexisted, and finally, in which the harried exigencies of Virginia's export economy spurred innovation. The lone prairie farmer in the Western Territories, bereft of labor, could not share McCormick's proto-Taylorist approach to farm management. Without this nurturing environment, it is hard to imagine McCormick's Virginia Reaper having developed in the way that it did, at the time that it did, and playing as important a role for the post-1850 Midwestern grain economy as Whitney's cotton gin had half a century earlier for the cotton kingdom of the Southwest. It was both the automated, industrial-scale Richmond mills and the demand issuing from the slave society of Brazil that pushed this technology regime forward. Thus, some of the technologies crucial to the rise of the U.S. Midwest as the world's leading exporter of grain were already in place by the 1850s, developed in Virginia slave country. The Southern, slavery-centered history of wheat flour that I have exhumed in this chapter has long been hidden in the shadow of King Cotton, as well as the monumental growth of the world's breadbasket on the North American plains, but deserves recognition as the indispensable preamble to Middle America and its amber waves of grain. That Atlantic slavery was at one time a centerpiece of this vision of American exceptionalism might be quite unsettling to such a narrative. All the more reason to tell the story. Part 2. Slavery and Finance. Chapter 4. Neighbor-to-neighbor capitalism. Local credit networks and the mortgaging of slaves. Bonnie Martin. On July 11, 1803, Armand Duplantier sold 3 enslaved women to Juan Bautista Massey, a free mulatto, in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. They were Helena and her daughter, Marietta, and Clara, an unrelated 13-year-old girl. The price quoted was 1,800 hard pesos, the silver coins minted in Mexico and a premier form of currency, but no cash changed hands. It was a credit sale, 100% leveraged. Massey did provide collateral. He gave Duplantier 2 mortgages, one on the 3 slaves being purchased and a second on 5 slaves he already owned, 2 men, Pedro and Francisco, 1 woman, Mary, and Mary's unnamed daughter and son. Another clause in the contract further assured Duplantier that he would receive full payment. Massey expressed his intention to free 2 of the females, Helena and Marietta. He did not identify them as his wife and child, but most likely there was some family relationship. From Duplantier's point of view, Massey's personal interest in Helena and Marietta was an additional guarantee that the 1,800 pesos would be paid on time, because if they were not, Helena and Marietta could be repossessed and sold. 1. Research into agreements like that between Massey and Duplantier provides many fresh insights into slavery's capitalism. We are quite familiar with the capitalistic exploitation of slave laborers producing staple crops, but only recently have turned our attention to slavery as a system of finance. 2 European colonists had used slaves to secure loans in their earliest settlements, those in the Caribbean, South America, and South Africa, and later in North America. Whether to establish the 16th century sugar centers in the Caribbean and Brazil or to finance the 19th century cotton boom in Louisiana, slaves were used to support the loans necessary to raise development capital for colonial expansion. Slaves were excellent collateral on agricultural frontiers because they were in great demand and reasonably fungible. If a borrower failed to repay, the slaves could be seized and sold. In financial terms, slave property was valuable and highly liquid, that is, easily turned into cash. The data compiled and described below indicate that there were thousands of transactions similar to the one between Armand Duplantier and Juan Bautista Massey, and suggest the importance of slave mortgaging to the economic development of the 18th and 19th century North American South. 3. This chapter draws on data collected from more than 10,000 Virginia, South Carolina, and Louisiana loans in which slaves served as collateral. 4 Slave owners worked their slaves financially as well as physically from colonial days until emancipation. While the recent research of Edward Baptist has highlighted human collateral in transatlantic financial networks, it was ordinary Southerners, not international bankers, who made the most of this fiscal strategy. 5 Local planters, small farmers, and ordinary craftsmen mortgaged their slaves and other property to each other, and they raised a large amount of capital locally. As neighbors borrowed from neighbors, they spun nets of local credit that helped to circulate resources and encourage economic development in their communities. The matrix of overlapping local credit networks they created across the South provided pools of community credit that proved resilient in times when national and international credit contracted severely. Although the use of slaves as collateral varied over time and region, the data presented below show that the amount of capital raised was impressive, ranging from 20% of the value of the staples produced by slave economies to over 175% in a given year. We therefore need to see the financial history of slavery as an integral part of the social history of ordinary people, the neighbors who lent to their neighbors, along with the enslaved men, women, and children who were trapped in the credit web of slavery's capitalism. Turning slaves into collateral. How were slaves worked as collateral in regional networks? Like Duplantier and Massey, thousands of Southerners sold and bought slaves on installment plans secured by mortgages. 6 It was a tradition of credit financing that included slave holders of every economic rank. The parties to these contracts publicly recorded them with notaries, clerks of court, and even military commanders. They did so thousands of times during the 18th and 19th centuries and across the southern regions sampled for this chapter. The earliest slave mortgages in Louisiana date from the French period, at least as early as 1738. On March 4 of that year in New Orleans, Antoine Patton bought Yama, a high-quality male slave, from Jean Robinette and his wife, Parenzide Genovie Lacostet, for 1,500 livres. In a contract similar to the 1803 bargain between Duplantier and Massey, Patton gave the sellers a mortgage on Yama and on another slave that he already owned to guarantee payment. 7 Virginia colonists also were mortgaging slaves in the 1730s. For example, William Chamberlain's 1734 loan of £18 to his neighbor, William Maynard, was secured by mortgage on a Negro man-slave named Caesar and a 200-acre plantation in Goochland County. 8 Farther south, Carolina settlers continued the Barbadian tradition of mortgaging enslaved people to help finance their agricultural expansion. 9 Enormous reservoirs of county-level data documenting such transactions remain unexamined in courthouses and public archives. Exploring these sources can help us better understand the ways credit was extended on slaves, land, and other property, how this credit accelerated the growth of slave societies, how it shaped the way slaveholders and enslaved people saw one another, and how all these factors affected enslaved families. The Duplantier-Massey contract exemplifies each of these uses of human collateral. Massey was using the credit system of slavery's capitalism to free two women and possibly reunite his family, but he also used it to buy the labor, profit, and appreciation potential of another young girl. What promised a brighter future for Helena and Marietta increased the risks of displacement for Clara and the other 5 slaves who served as human collateral in the transaction. Pedro, Francisco, Mary, and Mary's children joined Clara as property that Massey could use in whatever way he deemed to be in his economic or emotional interest. Children, whose value was likely to increase over time, found themselves particularly susceptible to multiple mortgages. In St. Landry Parish, Louisiana, the planter Etienne Fuselier purchased an 8-year-old boy named Jacques in 1833 with 100% financing secured by a mortgage. Jacques was mortgaged 3 more times in the next 4 years, twice for quick cash, and finally when Fuselier sold Jacques to a neighbor. 10 Similarly, in September 1838, despite the tight credit climate following the Panic of 1837, Julie Marianne, a free woman of color living in New Orleans, mortgaged Sally, her 16-year-old slave, in order to borrow $200 from the widow Louise Marin. 11 When slave sellers like Duplantier accepted a purchase money mortgage on slaves like Helena, Marietta, and Clara from purchasers like Massey, they enlarged the field of potential slave buyers. The pool now stretched beyond those who could manage cash sales. Those who had slaves could sell them more quickly, and they could charge higher prices for their human property since the overall demand was not limited to those with ready money. On the other hand, slave buyers also benefited. Purchasers like Massey could offer slaves they already owned as collateral using an equity mortgage. These equity mortgages allowed them to stretch their cash and credit resources even further by reducing the size of down payments when they purchased new land and the additional slaves needed to work that land. Thus, slave seller Duplantier accessed the capital he had invested in his slaves by selling those he no longer needed or could afford to keep. Slave purchaser Massey also reached the capital stored in his slaves simply by mortgaging them. When slave owners mortgaged slaves instead of selling them, they retained the slave's labor, appreciation, and reproductive potential. Massey and owners like him could continue to work slaves physically, while also working them financially to obtain credit and quick cash. Courthouse records show that free people of color like Massey participated in the local credit networks that spread across Louisiana and the South and helped provide the capital needed to buy the slaves necessary for investment and development. For example, Pablo Rubin, also a free Negro, signed as guarantor of Massey's slave purchase. Now, in addition to the slaves that Massey mortgaged, Duplantier could look to another member of the local economic community for repayment. Rubin and Massey were members of a subsidiary system within the general credit market, one in which free people of color supported each other as they tried to work slavery's capitalistic opportunities. Sometimes this inner circle used mortgages on human property. At other times, as in the case of Pablo Rubin, a free person of color made a personal pledge to guarantee another's loan. 12 By using mortgages, all borrowers and lenders increased the circulation of cash, credit, and slaves in their communities. These resources were redistributed more rapidly, spurring the development of local agriculture and the slave trade itself in region upon region. To be sure, borrowers mortgaged land and other personal property such as equipment, livestock, and household furnishings, as well as slaves. Sometimes slaves were the only property offered as security, sometimes only land or personal property was used. At other times, however, lenders constructed packages of slaves, land, and other personal property. Reliance on slave collateral varied from region to region and over time, and the credit patterns in frontier settlements could look quite different from those in well-established districts. How much capital was raised by these thousands of small loans in overlapping, neighbor-to-neighbor credit networks? We can begin to estimate this by looking at the data on equity mortgages created in Virginia and Louisiana, that is, the mortgages that borrowers gave on property they already owned to encourage lenders to provide cash or credit, such as the mortgage Massey gave Duplantier on 5 other slaves to support his purchase of Helena, Marietta, and Clara. Of the total amount of capital raised by equity mortgages, the percentage of capital raised by those using human collateral was the same in both Virginia and Louisiana during their early frontier eras. In each colony, more than 2/3 of the capital lent was backed by a borrower pledging slaves as all or part of the security for the loan. There are, however, significant differences in the absolute amounts of capital raised and in the number of equity mortgage transactions recorded in colonial Virginia and Louisiana. In contracts using human collateral, Virginians raised just over $50 million, unless noted. All figures in this chapter are in 2015 U.S. dollar equivalents, as compared to $3.3 million in Louisiana. That is not a surprising result if we consider Virginia's larger and more densely settled population. The most striking contrast in the Virginia and Louisiana patterns of collateral use in equity mortgages emerged in the early national period. On the Louisiana cotton frontier in the 19th century, the colonial pattern of the high use of slaves as collateral in equity mortgages continued and even intensified, from 68% to 80%, involving more than $150 million. In the state of Virginia, however, there was a dramatic shift to other forms of collateral, mostly land. Loan contracts that included slaves as collateral dropped from 68% in the colonial era to only 33% during the 15 years sampled in the national era. While these contracts generated $60 million, compared to approximately $50 million in the colonial era, those using land and non-slave chattel raised just over $120 million. Why did slaves become less prevalent as collateral in equity loans compared to other kinds of property in early national Virginia? Slaves were clearly still viewed as attractive collateral, since mortgages involving them raised even more absolute dollars than in the colonial era. However, the Virginia population of free non-slave holders had continued to grow in the cities and the countryside. When in need of an equity-based loan, therefore, these Virginians had no choice but to mortgage other kinds of property as collateral. In addition, the change may simply also reflect the fact that land had appreciated, and resales of land had become more frequent, thus improving its liquidity. Point 13. We can analyze this latter point further by taking a closer look at the credit dynamics on frontiers versus those in established regions by comparing the equity mortgage activity in individual counties. For example, in the colonial period, Goochland County, located in the Piedmont region of Virginia, relied on slave collateral to generate the bulk of local capital, 73%, a rate only slightly higher than that for the colony as a whole. By the early national period, Goochland County had witnessed a strong rise in the percentage of capital raised by equity mortgages that did not use slaves as collateral. Slave-secured capital fell to only 18%. Well settled by the national period, it is quite likely that Goochland's land values had appreciated with population growth, and that, as competition for land increased, land became a more robust form of collateral. To contrast this, we can look at what happened in a more remote Virginia district, Lunenburg County, an agricultural frontier on the Virginia-North Carolina border. Here the use of slave collateral in equity mortgages actually increased by 9 percentage points, to 74%, in the early national period. the colonial pattern of reliance on slaves as collateral did not disappear. Indeed, collateral use in the backcountry regions of Virginia such as Lunenburg County mirrored patterns in other more remote locales such as St. Landry Parish, Louisiana, a frontier district west of Baton Rouge. As in Lunenburg, the percentage of capital raised in St. Landry by equity mortgages involving slaves increased in the national era, from 69% to 76%. Farmers in these more remote places, where land was lightly settled and relatively undeveloped, had to depend on other collateral to raise the investment capital they needed. Data from St. Landry Parish also provide an opportunity to compare the use of a different type of mortgage. In an equity mortgage, a buyer or borrower gave a seller or lender a loan secured by property he or she already owned, slaves, land, livestock, etc. Purchase money mortgages, on the other hand, were created when a buyer did not pay the full price for property in cash but rather in installments over time. The seller kept a mortgage on the property in case the buyer did not pay according to the contract. We recall here that Juan Bautista Massey gave Armand Duplantier both types of mortgage, a purchase money mortgage on Helena, Marietta, and Clara and an equity mortgage on the 5 slaves he already owned, Pablo, Francisco, Mary, and Mary's 2 children. Comparing the use of equity and purchase money mortgages in St. Landry Parish over time, we find that during the 18th century residents generated much more cash and credit using equity mortgages. More than 2/3 of the capital raised by these equity loans used slaves as all or part of the security. These contracts supplied $1.8 million, again, in 2015 U.S. dollar equivalents. In contrast, the purchase money mortgages raised only $165,000, with 64%, $105,000, coming from slave purchases. Local residents who used slaves as collateral were raising more than 17 times the capital with equity than with purchase money mortgages. Similarly, the equity mortgages secured by property other than slaves produced 14 times as much capital as the non-slave related purchase money mortgages, $832,000 versus $60,000. By the national era, however, mortgage patterns had shifted somewhat. The total amount of capital delivered by equity mortgages rose to $27 million, increasing by 7 percentage points, from 69% to 76%, of the combined equity plus purchase money mortgage totals. However, the percentage of purchase money mortgages involving slaves did the opposite, dropping 10 percentage points to 54%. Nevertheless, these purchase contracts produced a value of over $50 million, double that raised by equity mortgages. The explosion of purchase money mortgages on slaves among St. Landry neighbors, both in the number of contracts and in the amount of credit raised, was a natural result of the dramatic increase in the number of enslaved people trafficked into the region. Residents were eager to participate in the cotton boom, and the demand for slave labor was high. Louisiana's climate of easy credit facilitated mortgages on purchase of slaves. One characteristic of the local mortgage pattern remained consistent, however. Data from St. Landry Parish reinforce the activity pattern of the region's creditors, the evidence that lenders were much more likely to be fellow residents than institutions. Credit flowed from neighbor to neighbor in overlapping local and regional webs of borrowing and lending. The data show that the parties to the contracts were individuals acting in a private capacity, not as agents for institutions. In a 15-year sample of St. Landry credit relations, banks appeared as parties to purchase money and equity mortgages in only 2% of the total transactions, and these mortgages raised only slightly more than 5% of the total capital and accounted for only 10% of all the slaves used as collateral. There are similar results for merchants. Merchants were parties in another 6% of the mortgage transactions, which generated 4% of the total capital, exploiting only 7% of the slaves actually used as collateral in the parish. The corresponding data for South Carolina and Virginia, based on the sample of equity mortgages only, reveal that there were more institutional loans in the longer established East than on the cotton frontier. In South Carolina, equity mortgages with banks or merchants listed as contracting parties accounted for approximately 19% of the capital raised, with bank mortgages raising 14% and merchant contracts raising 5%. In Virginia, equity mortgages with banks or merchants as contracting parties represented approximately 18% of the capital raised, only 3% from banks and 15% from merchants. Unlike Louisiana settlers, Virginians and South Carolinians had regional economies with long-standing ties to national and foreign institutional financiers. 14 It is natural that the commercial lenders would represent a higher percentage of total lenders. Even in these regions, however, the vast majority of the sampled contracts did not involve banks or merchants. The ratio of capital raised through merchants or lending institutions in Louisiana, South Carolina, and Virginia shifted by region, but neighbor-to-neighbor transactions continued to make up more than 80% of the capital generated in each state. Moreover, the South Carolina and Virginia data show that the significance of human collateral was not limited to colonial and national frontiers. Mortgages on slaves were part of the financial fabric across the South in the 19th century. Neighbors lending to neighbors kept the flow of credit from completely drying up during the panics of the 19th century. Table 4.1 shows the total capital raised in 2015 U.S. dollar equivalents by local equity mortgages in South Carolina and Virginia in years sampled before, during, and after the onset of the panics of 1819, 1837, and 1857.15. Louisiana, owing to data limitations, is discussed separately below. Beginning with the Panic of 1819, the capital amassed by lending networks in South Carolina continued to edge slowly upward despite the crisis. The Virginia total dipped in the year of the panic but had rebounded strongly by 1821. In contrast, the reactions of the South Carolina networks to the 1837 panic showed a steady decline, but loan activity was still substantially strong, while Virginia capital rose out of a serious trough to almost recover to its 1821 peak by 1839. The years surrounding the 1857 panic contained large differences. In South Carolina, amounts dropped precipitously in 1857 and had not recovered by 1859, while in Virginia, amounts actually rose in 1857 and then dropped off thereafter. Nevertheless, given that, as we have seen, 80 to 90% of the amounts raised were local private loans from neighbor to neighbor, credit conditions would have been even more restricted if neighbor had not continued to lend to neighbor. While the Louisiana data are not yet complete for all three parishes in each of the sample years, it appears that the impacts of the panics were mixed. For example, the capital raised in Orleans Parish on both equity and purchase money mortgages from the notaries sampled dropped from the 1818 level of $17.3 million, in 2015 U.S. dollar equivalents, to $6.9 million in 1821. In St. Landry, however, the total rose from $2.80 to $3.6 million. Comparing 1835 and 1838, we see that mortgage-secured cash and credit in Orleans Parish dropped from $38 million to $29.4 million, while again St. Landry swelled from $2.3 million to $8.5 million. Finally, comparing 1855 to 1859, we find that Orleans and St. Landry both had tremendous increases, with Orleans rising from $11.3 million to $44.8 million and St. Landry from $14.4 million to $31.2 million. Neighbor-to-neighbor lending was especially vital in the backcountry of Virginia, South Carolina, and Louisiana during the national panics. Table 4.2 gives us a closer look at data from an agrarian district in each state. Louisiana St. Landry Parish had the most robust rebound in the post-panic years, whereas in Virginia and South Carolina the reverse was true in all but one period, Virginia around the 1837 panic. Nevertheless, local networks continued to operate at some level in Goochland and Fairfield as well. Thus, the documentary record shows that community networks remained active throughout the crises of the panics of 1819, 1837, and 1857, helping to fill voids left by bank closings and tighter lending restrictions. For example, while the Bank of the State of South Carolina approved equity loans totaling just over $9 million during the 15 years sampled in the 19th century, accepting 1,120 slaves as collateral, this represented only 9% of the slaves that appeared in the sampled South Carolina mortgages and only 7% of the capital raised by loans secured by human property. 16. Table 4.2. Capital raised by all mortgages sampled in selected counties. Note, values in 2015 US dollar equivalents. These numbers reflect the power of informal regional credit networks. What they do not easily convey, however, is the frenzied activity of the boom and bust times of the 1830s. Banks multiplied their risky loans, fed by eager speculators in the North as well as the South, all hoping to get their share of soaring profits on the cotton frontier. Also absent from the local mortgage data is the activity of the international financiers. In the 1830s, firms like Alexander Brown and Sons, the Barings, and the Rothschilds enabled cotton shipments to move from the piers of New Orleans, New York, Charleston, and Savannah to Liverpool and beyond. Yet the links between these local credit networks and the national and international systems are clear. For example, the credit market in Mississippi in the boom days before the Panic of 1837 was grossly inflated with bank loans as funds streamed into the state from around the country and around the world. 17 No doubt capital did pour in from the north and beyond, but the public mortgage records show that neighbor-to-neighbor lending operated concurrently with loans channeled through banks. Then, during the Depression and the severe contraction of bank credit, neighbors continued to lend to neighbors. Local loans offered second chances to many individuals and their communities. 18. The role of international finance also looks different when seen in the light of neighbor-to-neighbor lending. The impact of global capital is undeniable, but again, we should remember that foreign credit augmented powerful local lending pools, already established pools still available when the financial giants tried to shift from local purchasing relationships to the carrying trade and as providers of short-term credit for buyers and sellers of staples produced by slave labor. International power brokers like Brown and Sons and the Rothschilds actively tried to minimize their reliance on land and slave collateral and had begun to back away from slave-backed mortgages even before the 1837 collapse. Brown and Sons and the Rothschilds were made fiscally uncomfortable, and in the latter case perhaps were ethically repulsed, by collateral packages offering land and slaves in the South. After this shift in international fiscal policy, not many of the small planters or the holders of a few slaves would have been connected to this group for the operating credit they needed. The number of institutional lenders was decreasing before and after the panic, yet the data show that the neighbors in local credit networks continued to supply substantial amounts of capital. 19. The data on local lending networks reveal that perhaps the most consistent credit that allowed the slave economy of the United States to grow efficiently and rapidly was the amalgamation of the tens of thousands of quiet transactions between neighbors like Armand Duplantier and Juan Bautista Massey. The continuities in these practices over time are striking. The boom and bust decade of the 1830s was transformative both for regional and national banking and for international finance. In contrast, local credit networks in the South functioned in highly consistent ways to use slaves to finance their own purchase and that of additional enslaved workers, land, and personal property. We have seen that local networks used slave collateral to create streams of cash and credit, but what were the economic consequences of neighbor-to-neighbor lending? Although more research is needed, we still have reasonable options for evaluating whether mortgages using human collateral had a powerful impact on local, regional, and national economies. Projections from the data support the conclusion that the capital raised using human collateral was likely a major driver of economic development. One approach is to compare the amounts of capital generated by loans on slaves with the values of commodities produced by slaves in the same locales. Table 4.3 shows the average annual capital raised by equity mortgages on slaves as a percentage of the value of the three most valuable commodities harvested in various locations in 1860. But purchase money mortgages generally accounted for twice the capital generated by equity mortgages, and thus Table 4.3 also shows the projected amounts of capital raised on slaves by both types of mortgages. Point 20. Table 4.3. Average annual capital raised by mortgages using human collateral compared to values of commodities, selected counties, 1,860. Note, A. Average annual value, EMS, equity mortgages, EST, estimated value, N/A, not applicable, SMS, all slave mortgages. Dollar values rounded to nearest thousands. The three most profitable commodities harvested in Goochland County, Virginia, according to the 1860 census, were wheat, corn, and tobacco. Table 4.3 shows that the average value of capital raised by equity mortgages alone in Goochland County for 1860 was approximately 13% of the value of the wheat harvested. If we add the purchase money mortgage estimates to the equity mortgage amounts, we would project that the total value of mortgages, equity plus purchase money, using human collateral in 1860 equaled approximately 40% of the value of the wheat harvested, 47% of the corn crop, or 53% of the tobacco in this Piedmont County. The projected values for all mortgages using slaves as collateral in Fairfield County, South Carolina, and St. Landry Parish, Louisiana, reveal that human collateral also mattered significantly in cotton regions. In Fairfield County, due north of the state capital of Columbia, slave mortgages exceeded the total value of the 1860 wheat crop by more than 33% and reached 20% of the corn crop or 9% of the cotton baled. In St. Landry Parish, where a higher percentage of the slave population, more than 25%, was mortgaged, the amount of capital raised by both purchase money and equity mortgages in 1860 equaled 102% of the corn crop, 176% of the sugar crop, or 49% of the cotton crop. While the mortgage capital is significant in Goochland and Fairfield counties, the importance of slave collateral on the St. Landry cotton frontier is particularly impressive. Surprisingly, if we look at the data for a less agricultural parish, East Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the pattern holds and, in fact, intensifies. Point 21. In East Baton Rouge, where there was virtually no manufacturing, planters produced about half the cotton baled in St. Landry. Nevertheless, in 1860 Baton Rouge residents raised more than 4 times the capital with mortgages using human collateral than was raised by St. Landry planters. What the East Baton Rouge and St. Landry data confirm is that slaves were crucial for attracting capital on economic frontiers in the 19th century, whether those frontier zones remained heavily reliant on cash crops or had become more diversified. All of the counties and parishes sampled show that local capital was raised in economically significant amounts relative to the most valuable commodities produced locally. Whether on the southwestern frontier or in the more established Atlantic states, both the capital generated by mortgaging enslaved people and the crops produced through their labor expanded local economies and contributed to the growing prosperity of the nation. Conclusion. There is still much to discover about slavery's capitalism, yet all the chapters in this volume share an image of capitalistic sophistication that runs counter to the traditional assumptions about the economy of the South. Point 22. This frees us to reconceptualize the former, more rigid, North/South historiographical dichotomy. Rather than putting the South and North on a sliding scale that is preset to rank the North as the model of complex 19th century capitalism and the South as an inferior replica, it may be more useful to think of Northerners and Southerners as performing various social and economic experiments in capitalism. Looking beyond the Americas for comparisons, contemporaneous developments in Russia, for example, may help, too. When facing the challenges of financing their economy during industrialization in the 19th century, Russian financiers adapted the fiscal tool of mortgaging serfs as part of the modernization of banking in Russia, this at the same time that slaves were being mortgaged in the United States. Point 23. Another fresh interpretation comes from David Hancock, who has posited an unexpected relationship between local and international trade. Hancock found that small merchants in colonial North America developed direct relationships with clients across the Atlantic. The resulting networks resembled a spider's web more than the traditional hub-and-spoke model, with European merchant houses as the hubs. 24. This is another indication that we should be looking at the power of the local to create strong spurs to economic development. Point 25. With emancipation in the mid-19th century, the Southern economy collapsed. Among the many social and financial repercussions was that an enslaved labor force was no longer available as collateral. Over time, the northern and southern systems of capitalism began to look more similar. Memories of the days when slaves were mortgaged faded. Within a decade or so after the Civil War, the lawsuits tied to local credit webs were resolved. The threads attached to human collateral were reeled in and tightly wound, stored out of sight in the files of county courthouses. Historians have begun to unwind those long-forgotten contract strands and to use them to trace fresh connections between slavery and economic development. We have begun to plot the data points that we retrieve as on some vast pointillistic canvas. As we gather and examine more and more mortgages like that between Armand Duplantier and Juan Bautista Massey, the design will begin to emerge, and our view of slavery as a capitalist system will refocus to appreciate the large amount of capital raised through loans from neighbor to neighbor and supported by slave property. It will become as customary to envision slaves being worked in the financial arenas as collateral as it is now to picture them laboring in fields and foundries. We will learn more about how the use of slaves as collateral varied over time and region and how much capital was raised. We will have a clearer idea of the impacts of these loans on the growth of local, regional, and national economies. The scale of local mortgaging of slaves will adjust our traditional assumptions about the interplay between foreign financiers, northern institutional lenders, and the ordinary Southerners who made the most of this fiscal strategy. We will learn more about where and when the matrix of local credit networks spanning the South preserved the pools of community credit, which became even more important when national and international credit nearly evaporated. We will learn more about where and when slave collateral produced capital that rivaled the sales of rice, wheat, and cotton. Finally, we will learn more about how many of these mortgages were repaid. With that we will know more about how many families of enslaved people were shattered when borrowers defaulted and the collateral of fathers and mothers, daughters and sons like Helena, Marietta, Clara, Pedro, Francisco, Mary, and Mary's 2 children were seized by local sheriffs. We are recovering our national memory of mortgaging slaves, and with that knowledge we are beginning to paint a more complete picture of slavery's capitalism. Chapter 5. The Contours of Cotton Capitalism. Speculation, Slavery, and Economic Panic in Mississippi, 1832–1841. Joshua D. Rothman. As a young man, Jesse Mabry showed an enterprising spirit but little tendency toward extravagance. Born in South Carolina in 1791 or 1792, by 1810 Mabry had married a woman named Nancy and the couple had established an independent household in Union County, situated in the northwestern Piedmont section of the state. They did not own much and likely brought in some income by selling cloth that Nancy wove herself, but they amassed wealth slowly and steadily over time. Sometime around 1820, they left South Carolina to pursue new economic opportunities in Mississippi, and by 1830 Jesse Mabry had become a moderately prosperous man. Living in Wilkinson County below Natchez in the extreme southwestern corner of the state, Mabry was the father of 3 children, the owner of 11 slaves, and a partner in the newly founded mercantile firm of Ware and Mabry. 1. Being a merchant was a decent way to make a living in Mississippi, but serious money came from cotton planting, and in the spring of 1832 Jesse Mabry showed his aspirations when he made his first foray into that world. He used 7 slaves as collateral for a $1,500 loan from the Bank of Mississippi, took around $5,000 already in his possession, and pooled it all with the funds of a partner named Mason Saunders. Together, Mabry and Saunders bought 225 acres of land near the town of Pinckneyville, close to Mississippi's border with Louisiana along the Mississippi River, along with 4 slaves and all the livestock and farming utensils belonging to the land's previous owner. Mabry and Saunders then went to Natchez, where they purchased 16 more slaves from Isaac Franklin, partner in the largest slave trading firm in the South. By the end of April 1832, Mabry and Saunders owned a fully stocked cotton plantation with more than 25 bound laborers at their disposal. Point 2. But Mabry aborted this initial attempt to launch himself into the planter class. Perhaps he and Saunders reaped less of a profit than they had anticipated. Perhaps they thought or never intended their arrangement would be a lasting one. Whatever the case, in January 1833 the two sold their land and the slaves they had purchased from Franklin, and they went their separate ways. Mabry returned to the mercantile business in the Wilkinson County town of Woodville, partnering this time with a man named Austin, and the firm did quite well, selling $30,000 worth of merchandise in 1834. Mabry owned no land, but he still owned a number of slaves and was a trusted enough businessman that several individuals in nearby Louisiana parishes asked him to serve as their Mississippi agent on some economic dealings. Point 3. By the middle of the 1830s, then, Jesse Mabry was almost 45 years old and over the course of nearly 15 years in Mississippi had followed a relatively careful path to modest economic success. But in 1835 he finally saw the big chance to realize his ambitions beyond the retail world, and he was going all in. In January, the mercantile firm of Mabry and Austin dissolved. A few months later, Mabry went to Madison County, a booming center of cotton production around 150 miles northeast of his Woodville home. If the $30,000 he brought with him was not all the money he had in the world, it must have been nearly so. When he got to Madison, he put down that $30,000, took out a mortgage for another $180,000 from a planter named Mark Cockrell, and bought Cockrell's entire plantation, more than 1,700 acres of land near the Big Black River, along with 127 slaves and every horse, mule, cow, farming utensil, and piece of furniture Cockrell owned. Point 4. This was an exorbitant price for a cotton plantation, and assuming so much debt to pay, it was seemingly out of character for someone like Mabry, who owed what financial standing he had achieved largely to sensible prudence rather than excessive risk. But the economic environment of the 1830s had a way of tempting even cautious and patient men to adventurism. Historians have long observed the speculative bubble that characterized the U.S. economy during this era. As accelerated market development, infrastructural improvements, and the public sale of large swaths of expropriated Indian land converged with a dramatically increased money supply and federal policies that enabled growing numbers of state and local banks to unleash a deluge of cheap paper notes and liberal loans, Americans understood themselves to be living in an expansive moment when anything was possible for those willing to hustle. Easy credit could be leveraged into a staggering fortune, and a clever man acting quickly could borrow his way right to the top, transforming himself almost magically into a giant among his fellows. Indeed, Jesse Mabry had become the second largest slaveholder in Madison County with just one economic transaction. Point 5. Being in Mississippi in particular perfectly placed Mabry to find such an opportunity. During the 1830s, cotton was America's most important export, market prices for it kept rising, and the federal government made millions of acres of land where it might be profitably grown available for sale in the state. Capital accordingly poured into Mississippi, and the same scholars who describe the rage for speculation that swept the country during these flush times almost universally note that it was most furious in the nation's southwestern cotton belt. But only recently have scholars begun appreciating how extensively slaves and slavery inflated the bubble of the flush times, and how cotton capitalism rested on the capacity of the enslaved as both laborers and assets to underwrite what men like Jesse Mabry imagined for their futures. By 1835, Mabry had already used the enslaved to guarantee a loan with at least part of which he bought more slaves, who were then to produce the cotton that would let him repay that same loan. His purchase of Mark Cockrell's plantation, meanwhile, entailed assuming nearly $200,000 in debt, the largest portion of which paid for the coerced workforce that simultaneously became Mabry's most valuable property and the people through whose sweat he projected his dreams of being a planter. 6. Because there would be no cotton without slaves, the prospective success of the cotton economy in Mississippi was predicated ultimately on countless intertwined and multilayered loops of speculation in commoditized human beings like those into which Jesse Mabry inserted himself. Planters like Mabry knew that making this alchemy work required a property regime where their investments were secure and a labor regime effective enough to yield the cotton that paid their debts. But neither was assured, which exacerbated slavery's cruelty and created anxiety that could turn extraordinarily violent at the slightest provocation. And in the end, no amount of violence could deter the logic of economic contraction. When the Panic of 1837 came to the United States, it began in Mississippi, and as the shaky foundations of the state's economy collapsed, with reverberations felt across the country and around the world, the imbrication of slavery and capitalism was thrown into stark relief. Jesse Mabry would discover the consequences of that firsthand. So would the slaves who had made possible his illusory rise. Many observers noted that Americans in the 1830s enthusiastically engaged in money-making ventures of nearly any sort, no matter how questionable. With the number of banks in the United States and their cumulative capital more than doubling between 1830 and 1836, and with Andrew Jackson's withdrawal of federal deposits from the Second Bank of the United States effectively destroying whatever regulatory influence that institution had exercised over the broader economy, Americans loaded with cash and credit leapt at chances for putting their money into motion wherever they could find them. 7 Real estate schemes seemed particularly widespread. Newspapers across the country reported skyrocketing land prices that bore no plausible relation to their actual worth. Maine timber land purchased in the 1820s for $620 that sold for $180,000, town property in Louisville bought for $675 in 1815 that brought its owner an offer of $275,000, a remote river island in northwestern Ohio that cost $1,000 and sold less than 2 months later for $3,000, village lots along the Erie Canal whose buyers paid 10 times what the land had sold for 6 months earlier. One editor, astonished that men risk their thousands, and tens of thousands in the purchase of property, with less care and examination, than they would bestow on the purchase of a vest pattern of $1's value, concluded that the speculating fever in land amounted to a national mania. In the southwestern cotton belt, however, Americans built a culture of speculation unique in its abandon. Joseph Baldwin, a young Virginia lawyer who headed to the region in 1836, recalled literally sensing a shift in the economic environment as he rode into it. Contrasting the picayune standard of the East with the wild spendthriftism, the impetuous rush and the magnificent scale of operations of the southwestern cotton belt, Baldwin noted that the new country seemed to be a reservoir, and every road leading to it a vagrant stream of enterprise and adventure. None of the usual rules of business and finance appeared to apply. Money, or what passed for money, Baldwin remembered, was the only cheap thing to be had, and real estate costs rose like smoke. Lots in obscure villages were held at city prices, lands, bought at the minimum cost of government, were sold from $30 to $40 per acre, and considered dirt cheap at that. It all mystified Baldwin, who worried that fantasy had supplanted reason. Men accumulated paper fortunes and imagined instant riches at every crossroad and every avocation, but to Baldwin the Southwest was a hell carnival where avarice and hope joined partnership and everything stood on its head with its heels in the air. 9. Baldwin's accounts of the flush times in the Southwest were not published until years later, and in some measure he intended them as caricature. Contemporary evidence, however, suggests he exaggerated little. Baldwin's fellow Virginia lawyer Thomas Gray, for example, got thoroughly taken in by the region's infectious economic environment in 1835. Gray had only planned on passing through the southwestern cotton belt en route to Texas, where he was to act as land agent for some men from Washington, D.C. But on hearing of great speculations in lands, Gray stopped to do some business for himself. He spent days in the Southwest poring over maps and examining settlements where every parcel had been bought and sold as many as 4 times in 5 years at prices that spiraled higher and higher. Speed was critical. Gray met men who dropped tens of thousands of dollars on plantations without ever seeing the property, and others who came away disappointed because land they had been scouting got snatched out from under them before they could get back to a government land office to purchase it. But Gray was not dissuaded. The energy of the new world he had stumbled into was intoxicating. "I cannot help feeling the contagion," Gray wrote in his diary, "and want to be dealing in tens and hundreds of thousands." 10. Joseph Baldwin may have been dubious, but the frenzy he and Thomas Gray described was not hard to understand. The Southwest possessed the continent's most fertile soil for growing cotton, for which the demand from the domestic and British textile industries was insatiable. Though cotton was already vital to the American economy by the start of the 1830s, average New Orleans market prices for the crop increased by 80% in the first half of the decade, and by its end Southwestern growers had cemented cotton's place as the most significant commodity in the world. 11. Any number of figures might be mustered to demonstrate cotton's economic might and the Southwest's central role in its accretion. In 1831, the United States produced around 350 million pounds of cotton, just under half the planet's raw cotton crop. The bulk of that crop was shipped abroad, and cotton exports, worth a shade under $30 million, accounted for 35% of the value of all goods exported from the United States. By 1835 the cotton crop had increased to more than 500 million pounds, roughly 70% of it grown in Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Georgia. Cotton exports, now worth nearly $65 million, amounted to more than half the value of all goods America sent overseas, a majority cotton maintained every year until 1841 and for most years prior to the Civil War. In 1834, thanks almost entirely to Southwestern cotton production, New Orleans bypassed New York as the country's most important export city and would hold that position for almost a decade. In 1839 the United States produced more than 800 million pounds of cotton. Its share of global production had become nearly 2/3, and 80% of American cotton now came from the Southwest. Of the 86% of the crop shipped overseas, 2/3 of it went to England, which relied on the United States for 81% of the cotton its mills turned into yarn and cloth. 12. Amid the prospective bonanza to be extracted from cotton in the 1830s, the richest vein lay in Mississippi, which, in the words of one historian, was the best example of a state totally absorbed in the boom psychology. 13. The removal of the Choctaw and Chickasaw Indians early in the decade opened the northern half of the state to white settlement, and hopeful purchasers swarmed federal land offices for months on end when they commenced business. The national government sold more than 1 million acres of public land in Mississippi in 1833 alone, twice as much as in any other state. In 1835 the government sold nearly 3 million acres, which was more public land than had been sold in the entire country just a few years prior. 14. Facilitating Mississippi land sales was a proliferating banking sector. The number of banks incorporated in the state grew from 1 in 1829 to 13 in 1837. Most had multiple branches, and their collective volume of loans bulged from just over $1 million to more than $15 million, seemingly with good reason. The nearly 75,000 white people who moved to Mississippi and doubled the state's white population between 1830 and 1836 provided an eager market for that money. Moreover, their ability to pay back what they borrowed appeared beyond question. In 1834 Mississippians produced 85 million pounds of cotton, a more than 8-fold increase over the amount they had produced less than 15 years earlier. In 1836 they brought more than 125 million pounds to market, and by 1839 the Mississippi cotton crop amounted to nearly 200 million pounds, at which point Mississippians grew almost a quarter of America's cotton, more than the residents of any other state in the nation. 15. Because cotton had the potential to yield returns very quickly and the efflorescence of banks made Mississippi a place where, As one man observed in 1836, credit is plenty, and he who has no money can do as much business as he who has. Nearly anyone able to procure even a small piece of land could believe he was on the road to success. Casual assessments of Mississippi's circumstances made it hard to argue with the results. To Natchez lawyer William Henry Sparks, the 1830s were years when it appeared a new El Dorado had been discovered, and unexampled prosperity seemed to cover the land as with a golden canopy. Where yesterday the wilderness darkened over the land with her wild forests, today the cotton plantation whitened the earth. Author Joseph Holt Ingram, who toured Mississippi in 1834, similarly considered cotton growing a craze that would not pass till every acre is purchased and cultivated and the state became one vast cotton field. Ingram concluded that if the satirical maxim, "man was made to make money," is true, then the mint of his operations lies most temptingly in Mississippi. Burrell Fox, a farmer who migrated to Mississippi in the early 1830s, was not as lettered as Sparks or Ingram, but refinement was unnecessary for seeing what cotton made possible. "I like this country," he wrote to relatives in North Carolina, "better than any country I have ever yet seen for making money." 16. To be sure, there was a lot of money in Mississippi. The residents of the state's Natchez district in particular were among the wealthiest in the United States, and they funneled resources into land, banks, internal improvements, and other promising investment opportunities. The selection of the Planters Bank of Mississippi as a depository for federal funds withdrawn from the Second Bank of the United States kept government monies flooding in, and funds streamed into the state from around the country and around the world as non-resident investors from New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and other financial centers pumped millions into land companies, state bonds, and bank stocks. By way of example, just one land company comprising investors mostly from New York mustered hundreds of thousands of dollars to speculate on public lands in Mississippi, and a company agent reported in 1835 from the site of an impending land sale that capital has been constantly flowing into the country. He remarked that every house within several miles of the land office was packed with wealthy planters from all parts of the southern states, with ready money, eager to purchase land, and that Mississippi merchants told of being pestered in northern cities by people wondering who might be recommended to invest on their behalf. All told, the agent guessed there was probably at present upwards of $2 million ready for investment just at the sale he was awaiting. 17. But the extent of Mississippi's affluence rested on a series of bookkeeping fictions. Ostensibly, Mississippi's banking capital increased roughly by a factor of 10 between 1830 and the beginning of 1837. But banks often had only a small fraction of their capital actually in hand. They counted money stockholders committed as if they had already paid it in, printed notes and issued credit on promised rather than actual holdings, and provided sweetheart loans to institution officers and political cronies, who used property purchased with that financing as collateral for additional credit at other banks. Public land sales further distorted bank operations, as purchasers used paper money borrowed from banks to buy cheap land from the federal government, which redeposited the funds back into those same banks, which then loaned that same money out over and over again, creating ever greater speculative momentum. 18. The combination of increasingly high cotton prices and increasingly large cotton crops necessary to sustain this pyramid of debt-fueled delirium was an unlikely one. Nonetheless, it continued to manifest itself through the first half of the 1830s, with the production side of the equation made possible only by the massive importation of slave labor to the state. The white population of Mississippi grew fast in the 1830s, but the black population grew even faster. Just over 65,000 in 1830, by 1836 the number of enslaved people had jumped to more than 164,000, an increase of roughly 250% and substantial enough that blacks had come to outnumber whites in the state. Whites brought still another 30,000 slaves into Mississippi before the end of the decade. By 1840 the enslaved population sat at nearly 200,000, approximately 52% of the state's population and triple what it had been 10 years earlier. 19. Every white man intending to become a cotton planter in Mississippi aimed to own slaves, and those who already owned some aimed to own more. As the French engineer Michel Chevalier noted while visiting the United States between 1833 and 1835, a cotton plantation was essentially a sort of agricultural manufactory, and assembling a productive workforce was the key to maximizing output and profits. The more slaves a man owned, the more land he could cultivate and the more cotton he could bring to market. It was no secret that slave labor made everything about the flush times possible. Joseph Ingram remarked that the heads of young white men coming to Mississippi were filled with cotton plantation dreams, but that there was only one proven path to making those dreams come true. To sell cotton in order to buy Negroes, to make more cotton to buy more Negroes, ad infinitum, is the aim and direct tendency of all the operations of the thoroughgoing cotton planter. His whole soul is wrapped up in the pursuit. Without slaves there could be no planters. Without planters there could be no cotton, without cotton no wealth. Without slaves Mississippi would be a wilderness, and revert to the aboriginal possessors. Annihilate them tomorrow, and this state and every southern state might be bought for a song. 20. It might seem that white Mississippians actually insulated themselves against financial failure by so unreservedly expanding slavery. Enslaved people grew cotton that would make slaveholders wealthy, and as relatively liquid assets slaves could also be converted into cash should an indebted slaveholder find himself in a tight spot. So long as regional market prices for field hands rose alongside cotton prices, as they did in the early 1830s, owning slaves in Mississippi would appear to be both vital to making cotton and fairly sturdy protection against unpredicted and catastrophic changes in circumstances. 21. But in truth, the explosive growth of slavery in Mississippi aggravated the financial risk underpinning the state's development, because white Mississippians' engagement with the slave trade intensified the leveraging of their operations and introduced greater insecurity into their enterprise. Many white settlers who moved to Mississippi from other states were already slaveholders, and dragged their slaves with them on their southwestern migration. But professional slave traders did booming business throughout the region and provided a substantial minority if not an outright majority of the 130,000 slaves forcibly imported into Mississippi during the 1830s. It was true that traders engaged in a deeply speculative business as they capitalized on the labor demands of southwestern cotton farmers, and white Southerners expressing disdain for traders' line of work commonly referred to them as Negro speculators. Yet when white Mississippians purchased bondmen from slave traders they were speculating too, and arguably they were more reckless. 22. In some degree that was true because whites financed slave purchases as they did anything of great value by borrowing against anticipated cotton production. Southwestern banks existed fundamentally to provide capital to develop the plantation economy, and their loans underwrote slaves as they did land, draft animals, and farm equipment. Moreover, with credit flowing so freely, whites did not necessarily need a loan directly from a bank to finance buying enslaved laborers. Joseph Baldwin remembered that during the flush times, Negroes were brought into the country in large numbers and sold mostly upon credit, and bills of exchange taken for the price. Michel Chevalier similarly remarked that the internal slave trade furnishes hands in abundance which are easily procured on credit when one has friends, but no patrimony. 23. In fact, as the 1830s progressed, slave traders became increasingly lavish with the credit they offered themselves. One man, summarizing the escalation for a Philadelphia newspaper, noted that through 1833, slave traders in Mississippi required cash in hand when they made sales, and the trade proved so lucrative that growing numbers of traders flocked to the state. Many began selling slaves on credit so they might better compete with their fellows, yet the demand for slave labor drove prices higher despite the increased supply and generous terms of sale. In 1834, the man reported, slave traders began offering slaves that could be paid for up to 4 months after sale. They sold out, at fine profits. In 1835, even more traders appeared in Mississippi. Many extended credit up to 15 months and started charging purchasers 10% interest, but average prices rose nonetheless, from $700 to $1,200. In 1836, all the public highways to Mississippi became lined with slaves, which severely glutted the market and led to lagging sales. But by early 1837 traders were selling slaves on terms as long as 2 years, enticing many planters to purchase a second, and even a third supply at from $12 to $1,800 each. All the slaves were soon sold. 24. The extent of white Mississippians' obligations to pay for slaves cannot be reckoned precisely, but no one doubted it was staggeringly large. The man describing matters in the newspaper surely exaggerated when he figured that white Mississippians collectively borrowed $90 million to buy slaves in only 3 years, while another estimate from 1841 that Mississippians still owed more than $3 million to slave traders for their purchases between 1832 and 1837 was probably too low. The Natchez Courier, publishing from the site of the state's largest slave mart, offered a snapshot that may provide a relatively accurate feel for the whole. It reported that white residents of Mississippi bought as many as 10,000 slaves on credit between the fall of 1835 and the fall of 1836. At an average cost of at least $1,000, the Courier concluded that cotton planters thus created a debt for slaves alone, to be paid out of the crop of 1836, equal to $10 million. 25. It might have been sensible and even shrewd for white Mississippians to pile debt upon debt in this fashion had the enslaved been as sound an investment in practice as they were in theory. Compounding the speculative nature of cotton capitalism was that they were not. Mississippians who bought bondpersons from slave traders had to assess the value of their most crucial assets on the basis of limited information. Purchasing unfamiliar people from unknown distances, prospective slaveholders relied mostly on traders' assurances that the enslaved people offered as merchandise were healthy and submissive, possessed of solid work habits, and legally acquired. Yet none of those things was necessarily true. An insalubrious climate and harsh work regime yielded high death rates and considerable resistance among brutalized slaves. Title fraud was widespread. Traders sometimes lied about the fitness of people they sold or concealed histories of rebelliousness, and filing suit against deceptive traders could prove protracted, expensive, or fruitless. Rather than stabilizing economic conditions by serving as a hedge against uncertainty, borrowing to buy slaves drew attention to the contingencies of building a property regime grounded in human chattel. 26. Political leaders in Mississippi recognized that the slave trade was problematic and repeatedly tried to control it. In 1808 the territorial legislature enacted a law mandating certificates of good character for all adult slaves imported into Mississippi for sale. That law was reenacted in 1822, 5 years after Mississippi attained statehood, and in 1825 the state began taxing slave auction proceeds and slave sales conducted by itinerant traders. Most dramatically, the revised Mississippi Constitution of 1832 outlawed the interstate slave trade altogether, banning the introduction of slaves into the state as merchandise, or for sale as of May 1, 1833.27. On its surface, the constitutional ban on the interstate trade reflected concerns about public safety and scorn for traders' supposedly shady and brutish business practices. Several years after the ban was enacted, James Trotter, who had been a delegate to the Constitutional Convention in 1832 and member of a committee created by the convention to consider the slave trade, recalled the logic behind it. Those who crafted the ban, he remembered, had been motivated by a desire to prevent a too rapid increase of slave population in our state and by the sense that it was particularly dangerous to the moral and orderly condition of our own slaves to allow the introduction of slaves from abroad of depraved character, which were imposed upon our unsuspecting citizens by the artful and too often unscrupulous Negro trader. Moreover, Trotter asserted that white Mississippians had had their fill of the barbarities, the frauds, and the scenes so shocking in many instances to our feelings of humanity and the sensibilities of our nature that accompanied the importation and exhibition of slaves for sale. All in all, Trotter concluded, it was widely believed that the time had arrived, when the traffic in this species of property, as merchandise, should cease. 28. Mississippi was not the only southwestern state that tried prohibiting the activities of interstate traders. Louisiana, Alabama, and Georgia implemented interdictions in the early 1830s too, and all were moved to act at least partially in response to the Southampton insurrection that broke out in Virginia during the summer of 1831. As whites in the Southwest grappled with the implications of the slave trade, however, considerations of safety were never far from economic considerations. Really, there was little substantive distinction between the two. By banning the interstate trade on the pretense that devious and unsavory traders brought too many slaves from too many places infected with the contagion of rebellion, white Mississippians signaled to investors and potential immigrants alike that the state remained a secure place to put their money. Slave unrest was bad for business, but as of 1833 safeguards existed in Mississippi such that it would neither threaten white lives nor interfere with cotton production. 29. Had Mississippi authorities earnestly upheld the interstate slave trade ban, it might also have contained the level of debt Mississippians owed non-residents and kept capital from leaving the state in the pockets of slave traders. But white Mississippians never took paper prohibition seriously. The same constitutional clause outlawing the interstate trade explicitly protected the right of Mississippi residents to purchase slaves anywhere in the country and bring them into the state for their personal use, a guarantee that spurred the practice of men buying slaves from traders just across the Mississippi River in Louisiana. Most did not even bother with the technical adherence to the law such a ruse allowed. The ban on the interstate trade was deeply unpopular, and rather than pass enabling legislation clarifying the penalty for violating it, during its 1833 session the state legislature revived the tax on slave sales, thereby sanctioning a form of commerce that violated the state constitution. Little wonder that traders sold more slaves in Mississippi in the years after 1833 than they ever had before. 30. Thus, while white Mississippians outwardly had clamped down on the potential influx of rebellious slaves and established a method for managed expansion of the enslaved population, the facts of the situation were nearly the opposite. Consequently, the flush times proceeded apace, but an underlying sense of their precariousness lingered. Able to satisfy their financial obligations and emerge as genuinely wealthy men only if the project of turning the forests into money went absolutely smoothly, Mississippi's cotton farmers were an edgy bunch who did not take perceived threats to their investments and their futures lightly. Already balancing their economic dependence on enslaved laborers with a readiness to inflict tremendous suffering on them, slaveholders in Mississippi were prepared to act ruthlessly should anything endanger such a delicate equilibrium. That reality was never clearer than during the summer of 1835, when slaveholders in the west-central portion of the state became convinced that a conspiracy of white men, led by a purported master criminal named John Morrell, had imminent plans for inciting an insurrection among the slaves of Mississippi, designed ultimately to engulf all southern states in a storm of racial unrest and opportunistic pillage. Hysteria ensued. Over the course of several weeks between late June and the middle of July, patrols imprisoned scores of people, and hastily formed vigilance committees held makeshift trials at which witnesses were intimidated, beaten, and tortured to extract confessions of guilt and information about other supposed conspirators. By the time the frenzy subsided, 5 white men had been hanged, 1 committed suicide in jail, numerous others had been exiled from the state, and roughly 24 slaves had been executed. 31. In truth, there probably was no conspiracy, and there decidedly was not one on the scale imagined by Mississippi slaveholders. It was rather their own racial and financial insecurities that left them vulnerable to the warnings offered in a lurid if almost self-evidently ludicrous pamphlet circulating in the state that told tales of Morrell as a preternaturally expert slave stealer who presided over a syndicate of bandits 1,000 strong. With enslaved people increasingly outnumbering them and often not yet even paid for in full, Mississippi slaveholders were terrified by the notion that white men lurked among them undermining their property rights and encouraging rebellion. Real or chimera, these were chances not worth taking, and a man like Jesse Mabry was not about to let any of it happen. He had gone deep into debt just months before the Morrell scare broke, and everything he had was riding on making the slaves who embodied much of that debt pay off. It might seem that he overreacted by personally torturing suspected slaves while interrogating them about their roles in the alleged plot, or that he lost his sense of perspective while assuming a leadership role on the primary vigilance committee in the state, whose members took it upon themselves to adjudicate and administer the fates of accused conspirators. But Mabry probably considered those things to be matters of risk management. 32. George Fall, editor of the Jackson Mississippian, saw precisely how disastrous a threat like that posed by Morrell could be for the Southwest's economic future, whether or not it was as genuine as his state's planters seemed to think. In an editorial published as the insurrection scare subsided, Fall wrote that other newspapers had exaggerated the danger of an uprising. Tellingly, though, even as he downplayed the scare, Fall stressed that white control over the most important form of capital in the region was absolute. Professing to be worried less about Mull's plot than that a stranger would suppose that the whole white population of the state had narrowly escaped massacre and death by the rising of the savage and infuriated blacks, Fall sought to put at ease anyone considering moving to or spending money in the state. We can assure those who are disposed to emigrate hither, Fall concluded, that they have nothing to fear in Mississippi from insurrectionary movements among the blacks. Property and life are as safe here as in any of the states where slavery exists, and recent occurrences should not prevent emigration to our state, or deter capitalists from investing their funds in our stocks. They can do so with as much security and profit as ever, and our Negroes, uninfluenced by base and designing white men, are as orderly and obedient as the Negroes of any state in the Union. 33. Fall's assurances aside, not all was well in Mississippi's economy. Some people saw it coming. James Davidson, a lawyer traveling through the state in 1836, considered the speculative enthusiasms of Mississippians totally absurd. Confiding to his diary that there would be a tremendous failure here someday, and that not far hence, Davidson was sure that the state would be a fine field for lawyers in 2 or 3 years. Others, like a correspondent of the Jackson Mississippian calling himself courteous, could make no sense of what was happening at all. Within a matter of weeks, as winter became spring in 1837, the excess of cash that had fueled the flush times dried up, property values plummeted, and farmers and planters throughout the state faced bankruptcy and destitution. Convinced that Mississippi remained in the highest state of prosperity and that the intrinsic value of property had in no wise diminished, Curtius insisted that the present pressure was purely artificial. A believer in most circumstances in letting trade regulate itself, Curtius now called on the state government to take remedial action for those who, when all the productive industry was in the full tide of success, failed to anticipate that an unseen hand would hurl back the flood, and leave them stranded on the naked shore. Without relief, he argued, Mississippi will stand a monument of devastation. 34. Curtius was not entirely wrong to blame an unseen hand for the economic crisis he saw unfolding in Mississippi in 1837, at least to the extent that people and forces outside the state played important roles in precipitating it. He certainly could not have chosen a more apt metaphor than the shifting tides for what transpired, as the dynamics that had inundated Mississippi with the appearance of boundless wealth early in the 1830s reversed themselves almost completely in the second half of the decade. Where land sales had filled the vaults of Mississippi banks with federal monies, congressional legislation passed in June 1836 provided for redistribution of federal surpluses among the states based on their numerical representation in Congress, presaging a currency drain from the Southwest and leading bankers to begin calling in loans and restricting credit terms. President Jackson's executive order requiring that federal land purchases be made in gold or silver, issued just weeks later, might have helped stem the prospective outflow of money from Mississippi. But it also threatened an abrupt curtailment of speculation in the state and raised the specter of undercapitalized banks unable to pay hard money to note holders demanding redemption. These conflicting congressional and presidential policies created uncertainty about the government's management of its precious metal supply and enhanced doubts foreign investors and creditors had already begun to have about the overall strength of the American economy. Late in the summer of 1836, the Bank of England raised interest rates, and that fall it tightened credit available to British firms engaged in business and trade with the United States. Monetary pressure on the American side of the Atlantic intensified accordingly, and when cotton prices then fell by 25% between November 1836 and April 1837, collapse was inevitable. 35. The suffering experienced in the United States during the Depression that followed the Panic of 1837 was severe, widespread, and long-lasting, and signs of its impact could be seen and felt first in Mississippi. On May 4, both the Planters Bank and the Agricultural Bank in Natchez suspended specie payments, touching off a cascade of suspensions by nearly every bank in the country before the month ended. Cotton's indispensability to the American economy made Mississippi a logical bellwether of a broader downturn when market prospects for the crop declined. Nonetheless, Curtius's position that Mississippians themselves bore no responsibility for their predicament was hard to square, as the enticements offered by the Southwest were matched only by the carelessness the region's residents displayed as they gave in to them. Behaving as if the flush times would last forever and as though they could extend themselves indefinitely without repercussions, Mississippians were left hopelessly exposed to changing conditions. 36. The underlying weaknesses of Mississippi's economy were reflected in the extent of its desolation in the years after 1837. Speculators and other purchasers of public land who had yet to make payment defaulted and forfeited title to tens of thousands of acres when they could not muster the necessary specie, and new federal land sales in the state plummeted from more than 3 million acres in 1836 to fewer than 500,000 in 1837. Farmers and planters who had borrowed against future cotton crops scrambled to keep their enterprises afloat as prices fell, but court dockets still became crammed with so many debt lawsuits that some of the lawyers had their declarations in a sumpsit printed by the choir, leaving blanks only for the names of the debtors, creditor, and the amounts. Announcements of sheriff sales would fill Mississippi newspapers for years. 37. William Wills, a merchant, cotton planter, and minister from North Carolina, was shocked by what he observed in Mississippi when he traveled there in 1840. The actual condition of affairs, he wrote in his diary, is much worse than the report. Mississippi had recently been so wealthy and its land some of the most coveted in the nation, but now Will saw real estate that had been valued at $50 an acre available for just $5 and that which had been worth $10 an acre purchasable for as little as 50 cents. All told, he estimated that in the counties he passed through it may probably be said that not one man in 50, are solvent and probably less in number than this. Wills tried to withhold judgment, but he could not help thinking that Mississippians had failed to note when limits have been passed, lost sight of and forgotten as things having no existence. As a result, Mississippi was ruined, her rich men poor and her poor men beggars. We have hard times in no. Ca. Hard times in the East, hard times everywhere, but Miss, exceeds them all. Wills would have gotten no argument from Mississippi plantation owner Martin Phillips, who recorded in his own 1840 diary that the state was now paying penance for her past extravagance. To him it seemed that all of Mississippi was bankrupt, never was there a time when insolvency was more general. 38. Just as slaves and slavery had sat at the core of Mississippi's economy before the crash, many white Mississippians now turned to their enslaved property to stave off financial disaster. Bearing the brunt of their owners' failures, thousands of slaves who had already lost families and communities through forced migration to the Southwest disappeared back into the cash nexus as planters tried stanching losses by selling off their most valuable remaining assets, along with their land and their livestock. In other cases, whites had put themselves so far in a hole that they forsook any expectation of getting out of it and abandoned their land altogether, sometimes in the middle of the night and one step ahead of their creditors. But even as they left fires burning, cows in their pens, and wagons in their places, they never left behind their slaves. If they could just make it out of the United States and into Texas, land and food could be replaced, but no property could help a farmer start over faster than enslaved laborers. Martin Phillips was not the only planter who noticed his formerly rich neighbors running off with their Negroes. 39. Creditors sometimes chased down debtors attempting to abscond to Texas, but flight remained arguably the most effective salvaging strategy, as the dramatic drop in slave prices during the Depression limited the utility of other approaches that relied on the enslaved to bail white men out of debt. Driven unreasonably high during the flush times, prices bottomed out in the early 1840s at less than half what they had been at their peak a few years earlier, but stories emerged from Mississippi in the earliest stages of the panic about farmers whose needs for cash were so pressing that they sold slaves for a quarter of what they might have been worth months before. Most problematic, of course, was that many white Mississippians had purchased the slaves in their possession with borrowed money that they had yet to pay back. Selling those slaves at depreciated prices might mean some small return for banks, slave traders, and other creditors, but it could not forestall overgrown plantations and humiliating auctions, every one of which reminded the white farmers and planters of Mississippi how foolish they had been to gamble their livelihoods on someone else's misery. 40. As Mississippi's governing officials confronted the state's dire situation, meanwhile, their first priority was shoring up the banking system. Although banks played a principal role in creating Mississippi's plight through mismanagement and irresponsible lending practices, legislators considered the presence of more specie and a renewed expansion of loans as the best way for the state to regain fiscal soundness and for its citizens to avoid ruin. Thus, rather than undertake major banking reform, the legislature responded to the grievously distressed condition of the banking sector, already evident by late 1836, with the creation of even more banks, the largest and most important of which was the Union Bank of Mississippi. Chartered in January 1837, the Union Bank was authorized to raise the substantial sum of $15.5 million, mostly through the sale of bonds backed by the credit of the state and secured by mortgages on the property of bank stockholders, who were required by law to be residents of Mississippi. A state-supported institution in its origin, the Union Bank's reliance on the state escalated in 1838, when a supplemental law allowed the governor to use proceeds from the initial bond sales to purchase $5 million of bank stock directly. 41. Even as they directed some of their energies to reviving capital flows, however, state office holders well understood the significance of investments in slave property to their woes. The enslaved, for instance, buttressed the bonds issued in support of the Union Bank of Mississippi, as they made up a substantial portion of the estate stockholders' mortgage to secure them. Moreover, just months after the legislature chartered the Union Bank, Governor Charles Lynch called legislators back to the State House for a special session to consider additional steps to address the existing embarrassment and put Mississippi's confidence and credit upon a better and more stable basis. Speaking to the immediate problem, Lynch argued for banking policies designed to give debtors additional time to pay what they owed. But Lynch also urged legislators to look beyond the moment and investigate the propriety of adopting certain measures that may tend to arrest and guard against similar occurrences. Among those measures, first and foremost of value in Lynch's mind was a law that actually penalized violations of the constitutional interdiction on the introduction of slaves into the state as merchandise. 42. Lynch admitted that he had voted against the ban at the 1832 Constitutional Convention, thinking that a law putting the ban into operation would be at variance with the broad principles of our free institutions and that enforcing it would be challenging. Given the economic situation, though, Lynch thought the principle of white Mississippians' right to unconstrained dealings in slaves should yield to the practical benefit that would be achieved by checking the immense drain of capital annually made upon us by the sale of this description of property. The legislature conceded the point, perhaps aided in doing so by the onset of bank suspensions in the state. Just a week after those suspensions began, legislators formally proscribed the importation of slaves for sale in Mississippi. Imposing a fine of up to $500 and as much as 6 months in jail for each slave a violator brought into the state, the law also voided all contracts signed and debts incurred for illegal slave purchases after its passage. 43. If the chartering of the Union Bank of Mississippi potentially saved some of the state's planters through loans exchanged for mortgages on their property, putting the force of law behind the constitutional ban on slave imports potentially saved those planters from themselves. where indebted planters might have deluded themselves into thinking that the labor and possible future appreciation of even more slaves purchased on even more credit could push their accounts into the black, the new law finally removed that temptation altogether. Neither the creation of the Union Bank nor the prohibition on the slave trade fixed the problems white Mississippians had created for themselves, but at least the policies nudged them away from assuming additional bad debts and toward paying down those they had already incurred. But some slaveholders saw the new law banning the slave trade as a chance to evade paying some of those debts altogether. They simply denied they owed them. If the state constitution had banned the importation of slaves for sale since 1832, and if the law annulled sales made in violation of that ban, then perhaps every sale made after the ban went into effect had been illegal all along and slaveholders had no liability to fulfill their terms. This was a radical reading of the legal situation. When calling the legislature into session, Governor Lynch had explicitly warned members not to pass relief legislation that might be construed as impairing the obligation of contracts, and the law itself clearly voided only sales made after the passage of this act, suggesting that legislators knew that the constitutional ban had never been in force before. Nonetheless, a legal interpretation retroactively nullifying slave sales could collectively save Mississippi property owners millions of dollars and significantly ease the debt burden of the state as a whole. Such considerations surely entered the minds of Mississippi judges, including those on the state Supreme Court, who began ruling that deals made for imported slaves any time after May 1, 1833, were not legally binding. 44. The weighty implications of those rulings became clear in 1841, when the Supreme Court of the United States took up the case of Groves v. Slaughter. The facts of the case were relatively straightforward. In 1835 and again in 1836, Robert Slaughter, a resident of Louisiana, brought slaves into Mississippi. There he sold them on credit for nearly $15,000 to one John Brown, only to have Brown and three men who co-signed promissory notes on his behalf refuse either to pay what they owed when the notes came due late in 1837 or to return the slaves they had purchased. Slaughter sued in federal court and won his case, whereupon the losing parties appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, claiming that the 1832 Mississippi Constitution banned the importation of slaves for sale and invalidated the promissory notes. 45. Delivering the 5-2 decision on behalf of the majority, Justice Smith Thompson upheld the ruling of the lower court, asserting that Mississippi's constitutional prohibition on importing slaves as merchandise required legislative action to bring it into complete operation and that all contracts for slave sales entered into prior to the state legislatures taking that action in 1837 were legitimate and enforceable. By his own admission, Thompson's ruling was a narrow one that avoided the question of whether this article in the Constitution of Mississippi is repugnant to the Constitution of the United States because it appeared to assume for a state the power to regulate interstate commerce. The considerable importance of that larger question, though, had been evident throughout. Oral arguments before the court had lasted for 7 days, and elite women of Washington society had crowded available seats to listen. So had a number of senators and congressmen, drawn not only by the constitutional matters at stake but also by the prospect of hearing plaintiff's lawyer Robert Walker, then a sitting senator from Mississippi, square off against Henry Clay and Daniel Webster, both of whom served as attorneys for the defendant. 46. In a way, the broad issue engaged by Groves v. Slaughter projected the fears that had animated the insurrection scare of 1835 nationally and into the political arena, as a decision explicitly concluding the interstate slave trade fell solely within the regulatory purview of Congress opened the possibility of federal interference that could destabilize the value of enslaved property generally. Justice Thompson was willing to skirt that question, but several of his fellows were not, even among those who concurred with the court's decision. Both Justice John McLean and Chief Justice Roger Taney, for example, felt obliged to comment on what McLean considered the momentous and most delicate subject of who had control over the interstate trade. Both concluded that such authority rested entirely with the individual states and that with the proper enabling legislation in place, Mississippi was within its commercial rights to limit the scope of slave imports if it chose to do so. 47. Justice Henry Baldwin, however, maintained that his colleagues failed to grasp how property rights had to function if they were to work efficiently in a modern economy. Baldwin argued that it might be constitutionally permissible for individual states to limit or prohibit slave imports as a regulation of police, for purposes of internal safety to the state, or the health and morals of its citizens, or to effectuate its system of policy in the abolition of slavery. But allowing states to regulate imports as a matter of commerce suggested that states might legitimately determine that items recognized as property elsewhere in the country were not property once within their boundaries, which Baldwin thought unacceptable. Such circumstances would make it impossible, he pointed out, for slaveholders to transport their slaves through a free state without risking confiscation, even though such transit, whether of slaves or bales of goods, is lawful commerce among the several states. Any reasoning or principle which would authorize any state to interfere with such transit of a slave, would equally apply to a bale of cotton, or cotton goods, and thus leave the whole commercial intercourse between the states liable to interruption or extinction by state laws, or constitutions. 48. Unlike McLean and Taney, Baldwin reasoned that by discriminating against the commercial rights of non-residents, Mississippi's effort to prohibit the importation of slaves for sale could never be sustained constitutionally. By his reckoning, no state could make itself entirely off limits to human trafficking so long as any state recognized property in slaves, and the authority over interstate commerce that lay exclusively with Congress trumped the attempt of any state to do so, just as it did for attempts to limit interstate trade in anything saleable. Indeed, as Baldwin saw things, even Congress could not constitutionally impede interstate dealings in slaves, because the Fifth Amendment guaranteed citizens the right to dispose of property as they saw fit. Regardless of whether the particular contracts in groves were invalid by the Constitution of Mississippi, in other words, they would be valid by the Constitution of the United States. 49. Although speaking directly to legal and constitutional issues that would remain controversial long after 1841, in pointing toward what he saw as both the impracticability and the danger of separating out enslaved property from other categories of property, Baldwin also gestured implicitly to specific challenges facing Mississippi and the country as a whole during the Panic of 1837 and its aftermath. Rarely had it been clearer that the extent to which slavery was interwoven in the fabric of American commercial life necessitated contending with it as a national concern. And whereas Baldwin worked from the pro-slavery premise that commercial exchanges in enslaved people required congressional protection, abolitionists used the economic crisis of the 1830s instead as evidence that slavery fundamentally compromised the fiscal health of the entire United States. They argued, in fact, that blame for the collapsing American economy could be placed squarely on foolish and hasty speculation in human bondage and its products. In the spring of 1837, for example, the Executive Committee of the American Anti-Slavery Society observed that the commercial world is now passing into one of those collapses which never fail to succeed an overblown system of credit, and that responsibility for this particular collapse lay with slaveholders and their financial enablers. No people in the United States had more avidly sought credit during the flush times than slaveholders, and their inability to cover their debts was now bringing the whole system to its ruin. Northern merchants were no less reproachable. Anxious to partake the rich plunder, they had furnished the capital for the extension of slave labor and reap at great profit from the carrying trade, even as the enormous extravagance and mad speculation that have grown out of the slave system made a reaction upon the system itself inevitable. That Northern capitalists were paying a steep price for their greed, the committee concluded, was their own doing. Madly hastening to be richer, they have outbid each other in long credits, to secure Southern custom, till the South, like all well-trusted and prodigal customers, has squandered her own means and theirs, and they are left in the lurch. 50. As the Depression deepened, abolitionists continued harping on the notion that the nation's economic misery owed itself to the intertwining of Northern capital and Southern slavery. The argument probably climaxed in 1840 with the publication of Joshua Leavitt's The Financial Power of Slavery, one of the most widely circulated and influential anti-slavery tracts of the era. Contending that slavery was the chief source of the commercial and financial evils under which the country is now groaning, Leavitt called on readers to recognize how slavery systematically sucked capital out of the economy and how every American suffered for the lost millions Northern investors had sunk into the South. Ask any man of business in our cities, Leavitt suggested, where his capital is gone, and where his hopelessly irrecoverable debts are, and he will point to the South. And behind every one of these stands another class, who have sold goods, or lent money, or given their endorsement to others that have trusted their all at the South, and now cannot pay. And behind these another class, and another, until there is hardly a remote hamlet in the free states that has not been directly or indirectly drained of its available capital by the Southern debt. 51. Leavitt and his fellow abolitionists oversimplified the extent to which slavery and slavery alone could be blamed for the Panic of 1837. Like any economic crisis, it resulted from a concatenation of factors, and even leading anti-slavery activists conceded there was propaganda value in focusing on slavery's role in the downturn. That there was something to their critique was undeniable nonetheless. Whatever profligacy might be attributed to white Southerners gorging themselves on cheap loans for land and slaves, financially facilitating the binge were men outside the region who were no less able to resist the lure of what looked like easy money. Complicity in the flush times was general, and what the Panic of 1837 revealed in especially painful fashion was the entanglement of supposedly free financial markets with the dark violence of slavery that was normally invisible and that many outside the South preferred to pretend did not exist. 52. As the Executive Committee of the American Anti-Slavery Society observed, one could count the men who have direct intercourse with the South, and then take into account the circles of their Northern friends each intersecting or touching other circles, and one would find that there was not an individual in the whole country whose opinion is not in a greater or less degree acted upon by an influence which was set in motion by a Southern bribe. When economic times were good, the committee continued, the wealth produced by slavery was the common plunder of the country. Northern merchants, Northern mechanics and manufacturers, Northern editors, publishers, and printers, Northern hotels, stages, steamboats, railroads, canal boats, Northern banks, Northern schoolmasters, Northern artists, Northern colleges, and Northern ministers of the gospel, all get their share of emolument from this general robbery of the enslaved. When the South suffered the kind of financial failure seen in the late 1830s, however, there was no way to maintain that pecuniary ties to slavery might coexist with moral and political opposition to the institution, because interregional credit networks meant the natural result of this extraordinary bankruptcy was to throw the ownership of large numbers of slaves upon Northern capitalists. 53. No place better demonstrated such things than Mississippi, as both the Executive Committee and Joshua Leavitt were well aware. More than any other state, the Executive Committee pointed out, Mississippi had resorted to the necromancy of banking to keep itself solvent, only to see rampant inflation and extensive mortgaging of property to Northern merchants. Nowhere served as a better example of how the slave trade enhanced demands for investments that had vanished in the panic, Leavitt argued, than Mississippi, where the trade was carried on by the aid of Northern capital, until the bubble burst, and all that capital is gone, sunk, irrecoverable. And the Executive Committee's assertion that the credit extended by Northerners in flush times would make them slave holders in a depression was exactly so. By the middle of the 1840s, for example, just one trust created by the United States Bank of Pennsylvania to recover its substantial debts in Mississippi owned 4 plantations. In the estimate of economic historian Richard Kilbourne, the trust probably ranked among the largest slave holders in Mississippi. 54. In the end, no amount of debt negotiation or forfeiture could save the state of Mississippi, and it seems unlikely that a U.S. Supreme Court decision allowing its residents to shirk their contractual obligations would have either. Cotton prices, which rebounded for a few months in 1838, nosedived in 1839, and would not return to what they had been in the middle of the 1830s for decades. The Union Bank scheme, meanwhile, proved a failure. By the time the Supreme Court issued its decision in Groves v. Slaughter, in fact, Mississippi had already defaulted on interest payments for Union Bank bonds, and in 1842 the legislature repudiated the bonds altogether. By the end of the 1840s only 2 banks operated in the state, and Mississippi would neither charter another one nor receive foreign credit again until after the Civil War. 55. For his part, Jesse Mabry's fortunes were resolved even before his state's economic prostration became quite so epic. In November 1839, he sold everything he owned, all the land he had bought from Mark Cockrell, 800 additional acres he had acquired since that purchase, scores of animals, the 800 bales of cotton and 10,000 bushels of corn raised on his plantation the previous season, his household furniture, his farm equipment, and 150 slaves for $58,500 to a buyer from a neighboring county. That was roughly a quarter of what Mabry had paid for Cockrell's plantation alone just 4.5 years earlier, and he would never again attain the elevated standing he had held so fleetingly during the flush times. 56. Still, whatever humiliations Mabry experienced as a consequence of his fall paled in comparison to the distress and suffering experienced by the slaves who became pawns in his attempts to scratch his way back to respectability. Moreover, neither Mabry nor most other whites in Mississippi seemed to learn anything from their experience. Jesse Mabry's credit might have been ruined, but his wife Nancy's was not. In 1841 she borrowed more than $8,000 to buy land, and by 1850 the Mabrys once again owned a Mississippi cotton farm, worked by 16 slaves. Those 16, in turn, represented just a tiny fraction of the more than 300,000 in the state, roughly twice the number that had lived there when cotton capitalism came crashing down in 1837.57. Chapter 6. Broad is the road that leads to death. Human capital and enslaved mortality. Dinah Ramey Berry. In December 1800, Jacob, a valuable waterman and an honest inoffensive Negro, committed suicide by stabbing himself. Because he was considered valuable, his enslaver, William Wilson, submitted a petition to the Virginia governor's office seeking compensation for the loss of Jacob, whom he referred to as his chief support. It might seem unusual to contemporary readers that a slaveholder would file for compensation on the death of his bondman, but this was common in the late 18th and 19th century United States. Today we think of compensation for the enslaved as reparations, but rarely do we think about payments being made to those who profited from owning slaves. Historical records in British and U.S. archives confirm that enslavers received compensation on the death of their human chattel under specific circumstances. Enslaved bodies, valued for their labor while alive, also had value in death. Such practices indicate that the life cycle of the enslaved extended beyond human years and into post-mortem spaces that few scholars have explored. Point 2. Enslaved people represented a movable form of property known as chattel. They had monetary values reflecting their net worth and were itemized the same way as other forms of property. From Jacob's story we learn that enslaved bodies had value even after they died. Point 3. In the same vein, some colonial legislation valued enslaved people before they were born. 17th century Virginia laws confirmed enslavement through the bodies of enslaved women according to the legal doctrine of parta sequitur ventorum, which held that the offspring followed the condition of the mother. Point 4. This evidence compels us to rethink notions of the life cycle of the enslaved. The biological, spiritual, and economic bodies of enslaved people preceded birth and extended after death. This chapter explores how enslaved persons died, what role they had in their death, and the economic value attributed to their death. It also addresses the link between the cause of death and the price tag put on it. How are we to make sense of the value of black life in a historical context? How are we to make sense of the value of black life in a contemporary moment? These are important questions in current conversations about slavery, social justice, and reparations. This interest in how black lives are valued appears in protest language and news coverage associated with the Black Lives Matter movement. One way to understand the historical antecedent is to examine the life cycle of the enslaved, looking beyond the embodied presence and the humanity to explore enslaved bodies as commodities in both the physical and the non-physical worlds. Doing so acknowledges that the thought of a person's life marked the beginning of valuation, and interment or legal proceedings after death represented the end of his or her capital value. With this in mind, there are two concurrent and contrasting perspectives on human property. 1. The commodity logic of slaveholding, which viewed the enslaved as an economic body that could be commodified from before conception to after death, thereby exceeding the normal temporal frame set by these two endpoints, and the other representing the humanity logic of the enslaved that worked against their commodification during and after their natural lives. Scholars have been involved in these conversations for some time. Contemporary political discourse questions the temporal meaning of slavery, the value of life, and the legacy of the peculiar institution. Legal scholars have advanced this discussion by looking at specific cases relating to the arguments for and against reparations. 5 Historians of slavery are also trying to make sense of the ways in which slavery and capitalism are interrelated. Activists such as Randall Robinson, Senator John Conyers, and Dedria Farmer-Paelman, among others, started this conversation in the 1980s by arguing that the U.S. government had a debt to pay the descendants of African Americans who toiled in fields, factories, and homes as enslaved laborers for nearly 300 years. I enter this conversation with others who have recently addressed capitalism and slavery and are interested in seeking historical explanations for the commodification of enslaved laborers who shaped the American economy. Wilson, Jacob's enslaver, certainly made this connection, as the petition he filed after Jacob's death illustrates. By Virginia law, slaveholders like Wilson could receive $500 for the death of an enslaved worker under court-specified circumstances. Wilson had a large family, and he hoped that the state would provide him with enough compensation to replace Jacob, his once trusted servant. However, the court rejected his claim, and it is with this decision that the historical record of Jacob ends. 6 We know that this was the end of his natural life, and it appears that it was the end of his life as a commodity. What happened to Jacob's body? Was he laid to rest, or was his body desecrated and discarded? Did he have a funeral during which family and friends paid their final respects? The answers to these questions remain a mystery because the institution of slavery in the United States defined Jacob as a marketable commodity, not a human being. However, his insurrectionary actions, and the fact that he literally chose death, represent the point at which the commodification and the humanity of the enslaved converge. This convergence marks a point in our understanding of human chattel that warrants further attention. Enslaved people had economic values that extended beyond their natural and spiritual lives. How does one identify the moment a human captive becomes a measurable commodity? At what point or stage of development does humanist disappear, transforming the person into a tradable good, primed and ready for the market? Unlike ginning equipment, plows, whips, or other plantation tools, enslaved people embodied a unique form of commodity. Often described as human hoeing machines, bond people represented the instrument used by planters to cultivate crops for the market. 7 They also served as valuable goods that were traded at the market. Enslaved people could never escape commodification, but they found clever ways to assert their humanity. They cried and moaned when being separated from loved ones at auction, often leaving a deep impression on bystanders and potential buyers. Their very public and terrible grief made it difficult for some to ignore their humanity. Scholars interested in the value of human chattel identify the complexities of appraisals and sales based on a variety of factors, including age, sex, skill, health, and region. 8 However, a slave's value at death has scarcely been addressed. 9 The enslaved could not even escape commodification at the moment of death and beyond. This chapter tells the story of the enslaved body in life and in death. It is a story of the history of exploitation, marketability, and adaptation. It is also a story about the financial decisions people make to end their lives, knowing that their lives have already been taken. In the case of enslaved mortality, one cannot overlook slaves' dual status as property and person. They were a person with a price, and this led to several responses to their passing, from sophisticated capital transactions to respectful burials to callous disregard of black life in the moment of death. 10 This chapter moves through the arenas of homicide and suicide, life insurance, and state violence to see where the temporal boundaries of life diverged, before devoting some final thoughts to how enslaved people understood and responded to death. Jacob's death gives us insight into enslaved people's actions within the larger history of capitalism and slavery, one that included a reign of terror that sometimes resulted in rebellions, conspiracies, and widespread death. He took his own life in 1800 after being implicated in the late conspiracy of the slaves, along with well-known martyrs such as Gabriel Prosser, the leader of this group of rebels. Several scholars interested in the aftermath of slave rebellions and conspiracies have discussed deceased rebels such as Charles Desluns, 1811, Denmark VC, 1822, and Nat Turner, 1831, in the context of trials, confessions, executions, or acquittals. However, few historians have explored the literal and figurative expressions of death anchored in capitalism. In short, what happened when the enslaved died? Were the rebels buried? How did the slave community respond? Did their slave-holding families receive compensation? Even though we know very little about Jacob, his demise and afterlife cast into sharp relief the relationship between and among capitalism, slavery, and death. Suicide and homicide. Recent scholarship on death among the enslaved, including deaths by suicide and homicide, supports my thesis of the commodification of bodies beyond death. 11 Suicide, or, as I prefer to call it, the act of self-destruction, was a bold decision for an enslaved person. It served as the final act of their commodification and should not carry the contemporary negative stigma often attached to such events. Court records show that enslavers took one another to court seeking compensation when their human property died through homicide. Yet exploring the cause of death in both cases allows conversations about the enslaved as active participants in controlling their own destiny to take place. Viewed as an assertion of their humanity, suicide and homicide meant that they could escape the commodification of their lives. They had no idea the commodification would continue post-mortem. In November 1848, the lives of a South Carolina enslaved family were about to be turned upside down. Bob, Bina, and 2 children worked for Andrew Bunch, and it is likely that they were well adjusted to their routine on the Bunch plantation. However, William Smith purchased them from Bunch, agreeing to pay $1,100 for the lot. When he arrived with the notes in hand, he asked Bob if he would like him to be his new master. Bob said he would not suit. Smith explained to Bob, "I have not come to consult you, you are mine." The new owner instructed his human property to reconcile to the change and give him no trouble. Bob finished his task and got up and walked toward his cabin. Anticipating flight, Smith offered a word of caution, "It is no use for you to run, for I have my dogs, and can catch you." Bob said that he would run from no man, and he proceeded to his cabin. After some time passed, Smith and the other people present went to the cabin. Bob came out of the door with his throat cut, and bleeding. He made a few turns in the yard, fell on his knees, sank to the ground, and there bled to death. 12 Before his body had stiffened, the 2 gentlemen started arguing over the sale because Bob died on the scene and had not been delivered to Smith. Even though Bob was responsible for his own death, his life continued in court for 3 years more. Immediately after the harrowing scene, Smith amended the note to create a new trade, for $650 instead of $1,100, since Bob had killed himself. But agitated by the shocking spectacle of Bob's death, Bunch spent the next 3 years pursuing the $450 value of his deceased bondman. Bunch believed Smith should bear the financial burden of Bob's death, and sued to recover the original terms of sale. The court agreed, and the jury found a verdict for the plaintiff for $456, with interest, from the November 14, 1848, requiring Smith to cover Bob's value with interest for 3 years post-mortem even though he had never reaped the benefits of Bob's labor. 13 The jury's willingness to charge Smith interest clearly confirms the expanded life cycle of enslaved people's economic value beyond death. Even though Bob's physical body was gone, his financial value lived on in the courts for 3 years, while state funds were used to hear the case and appeals. Bob's deceased body continued to make money for Bunch at a rate of 0.5% per year. Interest on dead slaves was another way their fiscal impact continued in post-mortem spaces. Slave-holding whites sought compensation for enslaved laborers' deaths, especially when others were responsible. Southern magistrates recognized that communities contained dishonest slaveholders as well as slaves, yet their charge was to render decisions based on the material presented. In the case of an Alabama bondman murdered for stealing a piece of old carpet, a local innkeeper